Chapter 1351 Results that make people surprised. Yunnan still looked shocked by what had happened. She was shocked when she saw Zhang Bimmel get such extraordinary results. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have run away so quickly. If Yunnan knew that Zhang Bimmel would have this result, Yunnan probably wouldn't have left Zhang Bimmel. At least she could have stayed a little longer to earn more points. Too bad everything has happened. Yunnan won't be able to turn back time. Everything has happened and can't be repeated. What the hell? All the participants did not believe in the results obtained by Zhang Bimmel. They did not believe that Zhang Bimmel managed to get results that were far above elite students in the inner court. Zhang Bimmel made a triumphant pose. He felt proud when he got a very good result. This was the highest achievement that Zhang Bimmel had attained. He had never achieved this in his life. There is a participant who got very good results. Li Miho looked at Zhang Bimmel. He saw for the first time someone who managed to get good results. People started talking about Zhang Bimmel. They all wanted to know who Zhang Bimmel was. How did he get that many contribution points? After Zhang Bimmel, now it was Yi Chen's turn. Yi Chen stepped forward and started to count the points he got. He definitely won't get much. As Yi Chen advanced, Tu Bei started to make fun of Yi Chen. He didn't forget to humiliate Yi Chen in front of all the participants present. Tu Bei could see that Yi Chen's basket was filled with red flags. These were the flags that had the least value, so it wouldn't be strange for Tu Bei to start making fun of Yi Chen. Tu Bei may not have a grudge against Yi Chen, but Tu Bei has been given a will by Gong Seni to do bad things to Yi Chen. For Tu Bei to not meet Yi Chen in the preliminaries, if he met Yi Chen, Tu Bei would break Yi Chen's legs and arms. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was too lucky. In these 3 days, Yi Chen had never met Tu Bei. Since Tu Bei couldn't beat Yi Chen, in the end, Tu Bei had no choice but to humiliate Yi Chen in front of everyone in this place. Because the person who spoke was Tu Bei, everyone immediately looked at Yi Chen. They all immediately looked at Yi Chen. They looked at Yi Chen with disdain. Tu Bei's reputation was enormous. He could easily humiliate Yi Chen in front of everyone present in this place. Tu Bei was the most pampered person in the sect, so it wouldn't be strange for everyone to pay attention to Tu Bei. That way they could all benefit when Tu Bei had already gained strength and a stable footing in the sect. What was that sound just now? Was that the sound of a dog barking at me just now? Yi Chen ignored what Tu Bei said. Yi Chen also didn't forget to make fun of Tu Bei by calling him a dog. Bastard, how dare you compare me to a dog? Tu Bei was annoyed when he heard Yi Chen think of himself as a dog. Who said that? You said that. You are a dog, Yi Chen said while clarifying what Tu Bei had just said. Tu Bei's face turned black when he listened to Yi Chen's words. Tu Bei had fallen into the trap of Yi Chen's words. It made Tu Bei's face embarrassed. Tu Bei intended to go and make calculations with Yi Chen. He couldn't accept being treated like this by Yi Chen. When Tu Bei wanted to fight Yi Chen, some of the disciples who were close tried to restrain Tu Bei. They didn't want Tu Bei to be provoked by Yi Chen's words so that Tu Bei would create a mess in this place. Luckily there were acquaintances from Tu Bei around this place, otherwise, Tu Bei would attack Yi Chen. From afar Li Miho only saw what Yi Chen and Tu Bei were doing. He shook his head when he saw what had just happened. Reckless brat, he is very brave in going against someone like Tu Bei who has a very big reputation. Li Miho felt that Yi Chen was very reckless. Yi Chen challenged the genius disciples protected by the sect. Li Miho was afraid that Yi Chen would get in trouble in the future. Later, please count. Yi Chen gave the basket to the staff. Yi Chen wanted to know what score he got. Stop, you don't have to count them. Tu Bei told the staff not to count Yi Chen's results. Tu Bei is now back. He can control his previous anger. You don't have to listen to this idiot. Hurry up and do your job. Yi Chen told him not to listen to Tu Bei's words. Tu Bei pointed at Yi Chen. It seemed that Tu Bei was not happy with Yi Chen's words. How could his genius self be humiliated by Yi Chen? This was an insult to Tu Bei, even though Tu Bei had just recovered. He didn't expect Yi Chen to have made Tu Bei feel angry again. The staff started to take Yi Chen's basket and counted the score that Yi Chen got. When the staff finished counting the top, the staff seemed to tremble when they saw the 3 golden flags that Yi Chen had hidden under the red flags. Yi Chen's number of flags was far more than ever he sees in this life. The staff took more time when he counted Yi Chen's. This was a very tough job to do. Participants Yi Chen got 140 points. The staff read out Yi Chen's results. These results were read out loud so everyone could hear them. The place became quiet. Everyone fell silent as they listened to what the staff had just done. People were silent as they listened to Yi Chen's results. Yi Chen's results exceeded the expectations of everyone in this place. Even someone like Li Miho was surprised when he heard Yi Chen's results. Li Miho couldn't believe what he just heard. Yi Chen's results were so unreasonable. How could he earn so much in just 3 days? How is that possible? Tu Bei was the first to break the silence, himself breaking the silence that lasted for a long time. Tu Bei couldn't believe that Yi Chen had managed to get so many points. This was something that Tu Bei couldn't believe. Do you have a problem with it? Yi Chen said to Tu Bei. Yi Chen was pleased with Tu Bei's expression. He was very happy because he could see Tu Bei's surprised expression. He must have miscalculated. Tu Bei was sure that if the staff miscalculated, there was no way Yi Chen would get such a high score. I'm not wrong in counting. Just look at, he has 3 gold flags in his basket. The staff pointed out that Yi Chen got 3 gold flags in his basket. What? The public was again shocked by this announcement. They still couldn't believe that Yi Chen had gotten 3 gold flags. Chapter 1352. Is there any rule about that? How could he do such a thing? People began to wonder how Yi Chen got the gold flag. Whereas gold flags were very difficult to obtain, people here even struggle to get a green flag. They have to risk their lives just to get a green flag. Are you cheating? Tu Bei couldn't believe Yi Chen's results. Tu Bei couldn't believe Yi Chen's results. The results obtained by Yi Chen had slapped the face of Tu Bei, who was currently considered a genius within the sect. If Tu Bei lost his face, then it was certain that Tu Bei would lose his reputation. Cheating? How can I cheat in this matter? Why? Yi Chen asked Tu Bei. How that? Tu Bei was a little confused when he was asked this way by Yi Chen. Tu Bei couldn't think of Yi Chen's way of cheating. Why are you silent? Don't you know how I cheated? Then where did your argument come from? Yi Chen cornered Tu Bei, himself cornered Tu Bei. This made Tu Bei panic and couldn't think with a cool head. Yi Chen was very good at speaking, so it wasn't strange that Tu Bei couldn't win when he talked to Yi Chen. Bastard, you tried to dodge it. I can't believe you were such a shameless person. Out of urgency, Tu Bei had no choice but to use any excuse to confront Yi Chen. Yi Chen just smiled as he listened to what Tu Bei said. What Tu Bei said was very funny. Yi Chen saw that Tu Bei didn't have a solid reason to accuse him. Is he cheating? How can he get so many things? People also started to suspect Yi Chen's results. They were all suspicious of Yi Chen's very high results. This was very unreasonable. I'm with him, so I can tell if he's not cheating. Seeing his friend being accused like that by everyone, Zhang Bimmel decided to help Yi Chen in dealing with this matter. Your results are equally unreasonable. Have the two of you conspired to commit a fraud? Zhang Bimmel's results were the same as Yi Chen's. This man's results were also as unreasonable as Yi Chen's. So people suspected that the two of them had conspired. You guys, Zhang Bimmel didn't expect that he would also be appreciated by everyone in this place. These people were suspicious of the results that he and Yi Chen got. Never mind, you don't need to explain. The more you try to explain, the more they won't believe what you're saying. Yi Chen told Zhang Bimmel not to explain anymore. If they continued to explain, then they would be considered swindlers by these people. Yi Chen is well acquainted with someone's temperament. The more you explain, the more they won't believe your words, even if your words are the truth. Zhang Bimmel nodded, agreeing with what Yi Chen said. It seemed that it would be pointless to explain this matter to all of them. If you have evidence, why don't you report it? You all have the right to report if you have evidence of the fraud that I did. Yi Chen said that everyone is free to report himself for the fraud that occurred. Everyone was silent as they listened to what Yi Chen had to say. They all had no valid evidence to accuse Yi Chen of. From the start, everything was just an unfounded accusation. Elderly Miho, why are you just keeping quiet? Tu Bei said to elderly Miho, who had remained silent until now. What do you need? Li Miho asked Tu Bei what he needed. Please help with this matter. Tu Bei asked Li Miho to help solve this problem. Okay, I'll help you. Li Miho came down himself, currently appearing in front of Yi Chen. Tu Bei was very happy about this. Having the elder around should be enough to reveal everything. Yi Chen, that's your name? Li Miho asked Yi Chen, who was in front of him. Of course, that's my name. Yi Chen nodded, telling Li Miho his name. Is it true what people say that you are cheating? Li Miho asked Yi Chen. Of course not. Yi Chen said that he had not committed fraud. Then how did you get so many flags? Li Miho asked Yi Chen. Of course, by hunting and searching. I can indeed fake the flag that I got, Yi Chen said to Li Miho. Yi Chen answered this very firmly. There was no hesitation in answering someone like Elder Li Miho. How can you hunt while finding flags like that? Li Miho asked how Yi Chen had gotten so many flags in such a short time. I just keep looking. Is there a problem with that? You know that there are no rules in this preliminary round, so you have no right to say I cheated. Yi Chen told that he wasn't cheating. From the start, Li Miho never said that there are rules in this preliminary round. You are right from the start, there are no rules in this preliminary round. You may go. Li Miho couldn't win against Yi Chen. Li Miho knew that Yi Chen was very smart. He couldn't win over Yi Chen in tongue-tight. From the start, there were no rules. Everything was allowed in the preliminary round, so there was no such thing as cheating in this preliminary round. Everyone looked in disbelief when they saw Li Miho releasing Yi Chen. They all couldn't believe that Yi Chen would be released so easily. How can you let it go so easily? Tu Bei asked Li Miho. He started to question what Li Miho was doing. From the start, There were no rules in this match. The rules were clear that it was not allowed to put a flag inside the space ring, so he didn't go against the rules. Li Miho told Tu Bei that Yi Chen had not cheated. Tu Bei could only grit his teeth as he listened to what Li Miho said. There seemed to be no way to deal with Yi Chen. If you want to find trouble, you should wait for the fighting competition. You can fight as you please. Li Miho told Tu Bei to wait first. There will be a next round where each participant will face each other. Alright elder, I understand. Tu Bei understood. It seemed that Tu Bei had no choice but to be a little patient and wait for the next competition to start. That was the only way Tu Bei could use it, otherwise, Tu Bei wouldn't be able to take revenge on Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled at Tu Bei. This time he was able to win over this person. Yi Chen looked very satisfied when he saw Tu Bei's reaction, which looked very angry. He was satisfied that he could make Tu Bei become emotional and lose control. Not only did Tu Bei have a dissatisfied expression, but some of the participants in this place were also dissatisfied with Li Miho's results. They couldn't believe that Li Miho would let Yi Chen go so easily. It's the same as they lose their face in public. They are all ashamed of themselves. Chapter 1353. Gong Seni is dissatisfied with Tu Bei's results. Friend, that was amazing earlier. You have silenced them like chickens about to be slaughtered. Zhang Bimel praised Yi Chen. He praised Yi Chen for making everyone embarrassed and speechless. They all had no words against Yi Chen. They are stupid for challenging me. From the start we didn't do anything wrong, so no one can beat me. Yi Chen thought that everyone looked very stupid. From the start no one could beat him because Yi Chen was right. I have been with you for a while. I know that you are a great person after being with Yi Chen for a while. Zhang Bimel knew that Yi Chen was a very great person. Yi Chen was a strong person, even more than that. Inner court elite disciple. He is a dark horse in black scene. Yi Chen laughed when he heard what Zhang Bimel said. Everyone here looked at Yi Chen with disgruntled looks. They were not happy when they saw Yi Chen laughing while belittling them all. Some people already knew Yi Chen. They still remembered Yi Chen at the time when the scandal with Tai Sangling broke out. They didn't expect that this man would be so great at speaking. No one could win even if it was an elder. Judging continues. There is a change in the qualifiers in this match, but Yi Chen and Zhang Bimel still lead at the top. No one can beat the score they got. A few moments later, the final result has been determined. 48 participants who have passed have been determined. Now those who pass will immediately enter the competition and compete until they reach the top, while participants who did not qualify had to leave. They were needed again in this place. I congratulate everyone who has entered the competition. Now you will enter the main event where you will compete with each other to reach the top. Later the top rulers will gather who will see your performance. As long as you do good things, you might be recruited. Li Miho told everyone who had successfully passed to enter the martial arts competition. Everyone was happy when they heard this. They were all happy that they had the opportunity to enter the ranks of core disciples, thus their status would be even higher. Okay, then let's randomize the number of participants that you will get. It will determine the enemy you will face in the arena. Li Miho said that they will choose a number 12048. This will be the serial number used by participants to fight with other participants. The person who was the leader in the previous match will be the first to vote. Li Miho told Yi Chen to be the first to pick the numbers. Okay, Yi Chen stepped forward. He began to pull a ball that was in a very large box. Yi Chen took the ball at random. He didn't care about the number he would get later. Yi Chen took one and saw the number he got to 2048. Yi Chen hit the last number. Okay, your number is 2048. So you just have to wait for the enemy to pair with you. Li Miho told to wait for the enemy to be paired with Yi Chen. Well, Yi Chen nodded. He left carrying the ball he just got. Okay, next Li Miho told Zhang Bimel to come forward and draw a number. Zhang Bimel was very confident going forward. He pulled the ball that was in the box. Zhang Bimel pulled one and saw the number he got, number 100. Zhang Bimel got number 100. In the match he might be ahead of Yi Chen. After Zhang Bimel, one by one the participants began to draw numbers. They all quickly got the participants' number in the competition later. Did you guys get the numbers? Li Miho asked everyone in this place. He wanted to know if they all got the participants' number. All participants nodded. They already got the serial number for later. Good, then you can go back and recover yourselves. Sect will send the roster and match schedule to your rooms. Li Miho told everyone to go back and recover. Li Miho knew that everyone was tired from this preliminary round. Everyone nodded. One by one began to leave this place. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Zhang Bimel asked what Yi Chen wanted to do. Nothing, I want to rest. I'm a little tired from staying up late for 3 days. Yi Chen wanted to rest. He wanted to enjoy the relaxing time Li Miho gave him. I see, then I won't bother you. Seeing Yi Chen who wanted to rest, Zhang Bimel decided not to disturb Yi Chen. Since Zhang Bimel couldn't bother Yi Chen, then Zhang Bimel would try to get close to Yunnan. After what happened earlier, Zhang Bimel's trust became very high. Yi Chen, I will go first, enjoy your free time. Zhang Bimel waved his hand towards Yi Chen. He immediately went after Yunnan, who had already left this place. Okay, I'll go back to my room. Yi Chen had to go back to his room. Yi Chen wanted to enjoy the free time he had. 3 days in the forest exhausted Yi Chen. It seemed that Yi Chen should take a break and enjoy his free time. Yi Chen had not enjoyed his free time in a long time. At least Yi Chen could laze around as he pleased. Elsewhere in the inner court, currently, Gong Seni and Tu Bei were sitting and chatting. So how did it go? Gong Seni asked how Tu Bei's results were, whether Tu Bei's results were good or not. I got the 4th place. Tu Bei announced that he got the 4th place. What? Gong Seni banged on the table. It was obvious that Tu Bei's answer made Gong Seni very dissatisfied. Tu Bei had predicted this outcome. He had already predicted that this outcome would happen. How did you get the 4th place? Gong Seni started to question Tu Bei. How did a genius like Tu Bei get 4th place? It's because of someone. I have lost the golden flag that was the key to my victory. Tu Bei told Gong Seni about the reason why he could lose. Who is that? Gong Seni wants to know who Tu Bei is referring to. How could someone snatch the flag from Tu Bei's body? I don't know about that. That person took the flag without me knowing. But there was only Ma Rinchi in that place. Meanwhile, he also lost the golden flag. Tu Bei still didn't realize that Yi Chen had taken his flag. He still didn't realize that the golden flag that Yi Chen got was what he had. Who is that? Gong Seni becomes curious about the person who stole Tu Bei's golden flag. Then who get the 1st place? Gong Seni asked who got the 1st place in this preliminary round. That, he is Yi Chen. Tu Bei informed that the person who got the gold flag was Yi Chen. Yi Chen, it's that person again. Gong Seni got even angrier when he heard the name Yi Chen. Gong Seni hated this man named Yi Chen the most. Chapter 1354, want to continue? Why don't you kill him when you have the chance? Gong Seni asked Tu Bei, Master, I'm sorry, the problem is that I didn't meet that person in the preliminary round, so I couldn't kill or break both of his legs. Tu Bei informed that he didn't meet Yi Chen. If Tu Bei met Yi Chen, it would be he had already attacked Yi Chen. That person is very lucky. If only he met you. Gong Seni felt that Yi Chen was very lucky. If Yi Chen met Tu Bei, he would definitely get a misfortune. Yes, he is very lucky. If he had met me, he would have already finished. Tu Bei completely agreed with what Gong Seni said. If Yi Chen had met him, Yi Chen would have had a very bad ending. You must be able to take him down, lest he destroy our plans. Gong Seni told Tu Bei to destroy Yi Chen, lest Yi Chen destroy their plans. If Yi Chen were to destroy their plan, it would be a very troublesome matter. Gong Seni has their own plans. Gong Seni wants Tu Bei to get the best results in this competition. That way Tu Bei can get a very good place. At least Tu Bei should be able to become a direct disciple of the patriarch. Then Gong Seni will get enormous benefit. Master doesn't have to worry about that matter. I will definitely succeed. Tu Bei said that he would definitely succeed in getting 1st place. Tu Bei was very confident in his abilities. Tu Bei still hadn't shown all the abilities he had. He still kept his full strength for later. Tu Bei had obtained abundant resources from the sect. This allowed Tu Bei to gain an enormous increase in strength. Without these resources, Tu Bei could not be at this level. This was an impossible thing for Tu Bei to do. Okay, you can rest. I'm sure you're very tired. Gong Seni told Tu Bei to rest and recover his strength, so that Tu Bei could gain strength to fight the enemies that stood in his way to become the strongest cultivator in the world. The entire Skycloud Peak Star Realm. Okay, thank you very much. Tu Bei thanked Gong Seni. He went to rest in his room. I hope you don't disappoint me. Gong Seni hoped that Tu Bei would not disappoint him. Yi Chen, this person is getting in my way again. I have to do something to take care of him. Gong Seni had to do something to take care of Yi Chen. He couldn't let Yi Chen continue like this. For Gong Seni, Yi Chen was a pest that had to be removed immediately. This pest had made Gong Seni feel so uncomfortable that he had to get rid of Yi Chen. Gong Seni started to think of a way he could use to get rid of Yi Chen. He had to find a powerful way to get rid of Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to his own room, intending to enjoy the day very well. Yi Chen opened his room. When Yi Chen opened his room, he was surprised by the figure of a woman in his room. Wife, what are you doing at my place? Yi Chen asked what Mei Yueli was doing in his place. I was just visiting. I haven't seen you in a long time. Where have you been? Mei Yueli said in a dissatisfied tone. It seemed that Mei Yueli was dissatisfied because Yi Chen had been missing for weeks. Haha, I have business to attend to, so I'm sorry. Yi Chen said that he had business, so he couldn't stay in the sect. What's the matter? Why don't you tell me? Mei Yueli wanted Yi Chen to tell her the story he had. Okay, Yi Chen told Mei Yueli about what he had been through these past few weeks. Mei Yueli listened to Yi Chen's story. She listened carefully to what Yi Chen had experienced. You go to the ancient ruins, why don't you take me? I also want to come and help. Mei Yueli complained that Yi Chen didn't invite her, even though Mei Yueli quite liked hunting for treasures in ancient ruins. I thought you were busy, so I didn't bother you, Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli. Oomph. Mei Yueli sniffed coldly. She didn't like the answer Yi Chen gave. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that he had just made Mei Yueli angry and dissatisfied. Wife, come on, don't be so angry. I didn't mean to do that. Yi Chen persuaded Mei Yueli. He persuaded Mei Yueli to forgive him. Mei Yueli still looked angry and dissatisfied. It was a little difficult to persuade Mei Yueli, who was like this. Seeing Mei Yueli, who was hard to persuade, Yi Chen hugged Mei Yueli's body. What are you doing? Mei Yueli immediately asked what Yi Chen was doing. What's more, of course hugging you. Yi Chen told that he had come to hug Yi Chen. Let me go. Mei Yueli tried to rebel. She tried to get away from Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't let Mei Yueli let go of her. Mei Yueli locked in Yi Chen's arms. After a while, Mei Yueli finally fell silent. Mei Yueli knew that she couldn't tear herself away from Yi Chen. So what do you want next? Mei Yueli asked what Yi Chen would do to her. Here, let me kiss you. Yi Chen slightly opened the veil that was worn by Mei Yueli. Yi Chen brought his face closer to Cherry Mei Yueli's lips. He immediately pecked Cherry Mei Yueli's lips and started to crush them. Mei Yueli accepted what Yi Chen did. She began to cooperate with Yi Chen in this kiss. The two of them started a very deep kiss, their tongues entangled with each other. Chew, chew, chew. Chew, chew. Mei Yueli became very greedy. She became very greedy when kissing Yi Chen. Mei Yueli had to admit that doing this was very comfortable. Mei Yueli really liked this feeling. Mei Yueli felt happy when she was around Yi Chen. Yi Chen could always make herself feel very comfortable. Mei Yueli was so addicted to this, she probably couldn't be the way she used to be anymore. After a while of passionate kissing, Mei Yueli finally pushed Yi Chen. Mei Yueli looked out of breath when kissing for a long time with Yi Chen. Want to continue? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli, who was in front of him. With a flushed face, Mei Yueli announced that she wanted to continue having fun with Yi Chen. Yi Chen pushed Mei Yueli's body. He immediately took off all the clothes on Mei Yueli's body. Even Yi Chen also took off the veil on Mei Yueli's face. It's so beautiful. Yi Chen saw Mei Yueli's beautiful face. Mei Yueli's pretty face was getting prettier since the last time Yi Chen saw her. Mei Yueli blushed as she listened to Yi Chen's praise. This felt really embarrassing. Knock, you're in there, right? Suddenly someone knocked on Yi Chen's door. Chapter 1355 Information about the Nine Peaks. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli immediately stopped. They looked towards the entrance. Yi Chen quickly let go of me. There is elder sister Shuiying. Mei Yueli hurriedly told Yi Chen to let her go. Mei Yueli already knew who was outside the room. Seeing Mu Shuiying outside the room, Yi Chen had no choice but to let go of Mei Yueli. He let go of Mei Yueli, who was under his body. Mei Yueli hurriedly put on her clothes. Mei Yueli immediately put them all back on her body. A few moments later, Mei Yueli finally put her clothes back on. Now Mei Yueli was like before. It's finished? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli nodded. She had finished putting her clothes back on and tidying up her appearance. Then I'll open it right away. After Mei Yueli finished putting on her clothes, Yi Chen opened the door for Mu Shuiying. Why did you take so long? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying wanted to know why Yi Chen took so long to open the door. Sorry, I'm busy. Yi Chen made an excuse. He told Mu Shuiying that he was busy. Mu Shuiying didn't know what was keeping Yi Chen busy. Mu Shuiying slightly peeked inside to see what was going on. When Mu Shuiying looked inside, Mu Shuiying found the whereabouts of Mei Yueli. Yueli, why are you in this place? Mu Shuiying asked why Mei Yueli was in Yi Chen's room. That, I happened to be visiting Yi Chen to tell what happened to Qingyu and Nianxing. Mei Yueli also made up an excuse to trick Mu Shuiying. She didn't want Mu Shuiying to be misunderstood by what she was doing. Mei Yueli was still embarrassed when she got caught by Mu Shuiying, so she didn't want to be honest about what had happened. So it's like that. Mu Shuiying understood. It seemed that Mei Yueli had come to inform Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying looked Mei Yueli up and down. Mu Shuiying seemed to be looking for something in Mei Yueli's body. Mei Yueli just lowered her face. Mei Yueli looked embarrassed when Mu Shuiying looked suspiciously at her. Why outside? Let's go in. Yi Chen invited Mu Shuiying to go inside. Not comfortable talking outside like this. Alright. Mu Shuiying nodded and entered Yi Chen's room. Mu Shuiying sat beside Mei Yueli. Until now Mu Shuiying was still looking at Mei Yueli with a slightly strange look. So why did you come to this place? Yi Chen asked why Mu Shuiying had come to see him. I came to ask about the results you got in the preliminaries. Did you manage to enter the competition? Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen about her reason for coming to this place. Mu Shuiying came to find out if Yi Chen entered the competition. What do you think? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying back. He wanted to know Mu opinion Shuiying's. Yi Chen, don't mess with me. Quickly tell me the results you got. Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know the results Yi Chen got. Of course I enter. Yi Chen said if he managed to enter there was no way Yi Chen would lose in a child's game like this. I see, that's great. Mu Shuiying looked relieved when she heard this. It seemed that she was too worried that Yi Chen would not escape. Yi Chen, you are taking part in the competition. Do you want to become a core disciple? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know if Yi Chen wanted to become a core disciple. Of course, I want to become a core disciple. Yi Chen said that he wanted to become a core disciple. Wow, that's great, then going to see your match. Mei Yueli said that she would see Yi Chen's match. I might take Qingyu and Niancy with me. Mei Yueli wanted to take Xia Qingyu and Mu Niancy with her. Is that okay? Mei Yueli asked Mu Shuiying. She wanted to know if she could take Xia Qingyu and Mu Niancy with her. Of course you can, Lord Peak has also returned, so tomorrow he will be there. Mu Shuiying informed that Ning Xia would also be there to have a look, in case a young talent could enter along with the Jade Lotus Peak. Oh, so Lord Peak is back. It's not strange that you took the time to come. Yi Chen now understood why Mu Shuiying could take the time to come. Apparently Mu Shuiying had some free time. I happen to be not busy, so I came to visit you to see if you're causing trouble again or not. I can't take my eyes off you. You always make senseless things and cause trouble. Mu Shuiying explained why she came to see Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying was very dishonest with herself, even though her purpose in coming here was to see Yi Chen. It seemed that Mu Shuiying missed Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying couldn't possibly say this. She still had the face not to say it in front of Yi Chen. Then you can stay and chat around this place. At least have friends to deal with boredom. Yi Chen said to tell Mu Shuiying to stay in this place for a while. Mu Shuiying nodded. She would be with Mei Yueli in this place. Mu Shuiying didn't leave Yi Chen and Mei Yueli alone. She knew something would happen if these two were left alone. Mu Shuiying seemed to have found a clue as to what had happened. She saw that Mei Yueli's clothes were wrinkled. Something must have happened before she was here, because it happened that Mu Shuiying was in this place. Yi Chen asked about the competition and Lord Peak, who was in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Mu Shuiying explained about the peaks and peak masters that existed in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. The first rank is the Cloud Sky Peak. This is the strongest peak in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. It is the most powerful force in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Second was the Redemption Spear Peak. This was a peak filled with extremely formidable lightning masters. They were all experts in close combat. Then there is the Flying Sword Peak. This is the peak that is exclusively for flying sword users. This peak is quite strong with extraordinary flying sword control abilities. Fourth is the Black Rose Peak. This is a sect that contains thorny women. It is not easy to deal with all of them. They are women who are not easy to bully because of their arrogant nature and like to use a man for their benefit. Fifth was the Dewdrop Peak. This peak got the 5th position because their strength was quite strong. Sixth is the Blooming Life Peak. Even Farision is also one of the origins of this peak. Seventh is the 100,000 Weapon Peak. This is the peak devoted to weapons experts and weapons makers. The 8th is Double Pair Peak. This is the peak for couples who train together. Everyone in this place has their partner. And the 9th is Jade Lotus Peak. As it is known, it is filled with beautiful women who can spoil the eye. Unfortunately, the number of core disciples in Jade Lotus Peak is so few that it is difficult to compete with other peaks. It is not strange that Jade Lotus Peak is in last place in the rankings. Terms of combat power. Chapter 1356, Fairy Gate LVL 25. Despite being outnumbered, Jade Lotus Peak was still considered a paradise for the males in the inner court. It was a place where beautiful disciples gathered. Many would even queue just to see the beautiful female of Jade Lotus Peak. So that's how I will remember it. Yi Chen would remember what Mu Shuiying said. He would remember the name of every peak Mu Shuiying said. Then which one is the best for me to take? Yi Chen asked which one he should take. It's up to you. I think any place suits you. Mu Shuiying said that all places would suit Yi Chen. Yi Chen had everything that Lord Peak needed, so Mu Shuiying was confident that Yi Chen could fit into any peak. Is that so? Then can I join the Jade Lotus Peak? That way I can get close to Sister Seniors? Yi Chen said that he wanted to enter the Jade Lotus Peak. Looks like it would be impossible. Even Peak Lord wouldn't accept you. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that Ning Xia would not accept Yi Chen. Can you not do something about this matter? Yi Chen asked if Mu Shuiying couldn't do something about this matter. Sister Shuiying, look at him. He has already started to show her fangs. Looks like he has bad intentions towards the woman at Jade Lotus Peak. Mei Yueli interrupted the conversation that Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying were having. Come on, don't you feel sorry for me being left alone? Yi Chen started to put on a pitiful face. He felt sad because he was left alone when everyone was at Jade Lotus Peak. No. Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying replied very in unison. They both told that they didn't feel sorry for Yi Chen. Straight face, Yi Chen didn't expect that he would get this kind of answer from Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying. It seemed that he really couldn't join the Jade Lotus Peak. You can just look for other alternatives. After all, you can still meet your woman even if you are at a different peak. Mei Yueli tried to comfort Yi Chen not to be sad about this matter. It seems I have no choice. Yi Chen seemed to have no choice but to find a peak that would accept him. Yi Chen, Mei Yueli, and Mu Shuiying chatted casually. It seemed that Mu Shuiying was easier to talk to than usual. Mu Shuiying answered all of Yi Chen's questions. She was no longer shy since the embarrassing incident that had happened to her. Well, looks like we have to go back. We won't bother you anymore. You can rest and recover strength for the competition later. Seeing that it was getting dark, Mu Shuiying invited Mei Yueli to leave this place. Mu Shuiying would let Yi Chen rest to recover to be in prime condition. Mu Shuiying did not forget to ask Mei Yueli to leave this place. If she kept Mei Yueli in this place, then things would happen. Mei Yueli couldn't do much. She was dragged by Mu Shuiying away from this place. Mei Yueli could only apologize to Yi Chen because she couldn't do that with Yi Chen. Yi Chen could understand what Mei Yueli was feeling. Yi Chen could only wave his hand towards Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying, who left this place. After Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying left, Yi Chen was now alone in this room. Big brother Yi Chen, how about we play? Inger said that she wants to play. Just as Yi Chen was about to lie down, Yi Chen heard Chu Ninger's voice suddenly say in Yi Chen's head, "What are you playing?" Yi Chen answered Chu Ninger. He wanted to know what Chu Ninger wanted to play. Just go inside the fairy gate, and let's play with us. Chu Ninger told Yi Chen to go inside the fairy gate and play with her. Alright, Yi Chen agreed to go and accompany Chu Ninger and Yi Ninger to play. At least this could overcome the boredom Yi Chen was currently experiencing. Yi Chen entered the fairy gate. He accompanied Chu Ninger and Yi Ninger to play inside the fairy gate. Yi Chen played together with Chu Ninger and Yi Ninger for a long time. This was Yi Chen's first time seeing Yi Ninger, who was so active at all. Usually, Yi Ninger would sleep all day. Unexpectedly, she would play together with Chu Ninger and become so active. It seems that Yi Chen was not wrong when he brought Chu Ninger into the fairy gate. Chu Ninger could be a good friend to Yi Ninger. Yi Chen started to see the status of the fairy gate. He started to see the improvement he had gotten so far. LVL, 25, name, Yi Chen, age, 20 years old, strength, 3rd level divine rebirth realm, special body, ancient, yang, body, inheritance, sage god, azure dragon, heavenly silver flame, artifact, reed ran pendant necklace, heavenly armor, divine yin yang sword, black dragon sword, god mask, women, Jia Yanyan, Liu, Fu Lanling, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Xiao Lulu, Mulanin, Qing Chen, Cheng Mangyan, Su Yuya, Feng Shui, Nanhuazi, Zheng Shiyun, Shui Suing, Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, Li Jingyi, Mei Yueli, Fairy Jin, Yan Fei, and many more. Yi Chen's level was already at level 25. This was much higher than Yi Chen could imagine. Where did I get this many experience points from? Yi Chen started to wonder where he got the experience points from. These were much higher than what Yi Chen had before. Even though in the God realm Yi Chen only got 4 women, why did he get so many upgrades? It's because everyone has fought so hard. Chu Yuechan came and approached Yi Chen. He told Yi Chen that all of Yi Chen's women had fought hard to become stronger. So Yi Chen got more levels. I see. I didn't expect that Yan Yan and the others would fight so hard. Yi Chen was happy when he heard this, just as Jia Yanyan and the others worked so hard. Then let's see what we get here. Yi Chen liked this. He wanted to know the reward he would get from upgrading the fairy gate. He should get something good from the upgrade. When Yi Chen looked at his gifts, Yi Chen found that most of the gifts were status upgrades that were inside the fairy gate. There were only a few items that were given out in return. Why is the prize getting stingy? Yi Chen complained to Chu Yuechan because the reward he was getting was less and less. Fufufu, don't complain. It's a good gift. With it you can be much faster in training. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen not to complain anymore. Yi Chen's gift had gotten better since last time. Even this time the item Yi got Chen will be of great use to Yi Chen. Even though he didn't get anything of interest, Yi Chen still got some artifacts and a technique that he might be able to use. These artifacts and techniques would be very useful in fighting against his enemies. So Yi Chen shouldn't complain too much to Chu Yuechan because the reward isn't that great. Chapter 1357, Try Strength with Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen got an artifact called Lightspeed Shoes and also a hollow point belt. Each of these two things has a good effect. Lightspeed Shoes have the effect of increasing basic speed, while the hollow point belt will increase physical strength as well. Yeah, it's not bad. Yi Chen felt that it wasn't bad. Yi Chen could feel that this was a very good thing for him to use. Yi Chen hurriedly put on his Lightspeed shoes and also his hollow point belt. When Yi Chen wore this, Yi Chen didn't feel any difference. Weird, nothing happened. Yi Chen sensed that nothing had happened. This was, why don't you try running first? Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to train and try out his new strength. Okay, I'll give it a try. Yi Chen nodded. He would try what Chu Yuechan said. Yi Chen tried to run at his full speed. When Yi Chen ran, Yi Chen found something very amazing. Yi Chen's speed became very fast. Yi Chen was amazed by this. So fast. Yi Chen didn't expect it to be so fast. He couldn't believe that he could be this fast. Yi Chen's speed became extremely fast. It was several times faster than Yi Chen's speed. After trying his speed, Yi Chen didn't forget to try his physical strength. Yi Chen hit the ground beneath him. Master, wait a moment. Chu Yuechan tried to stop Yi Chen. He stopped Yi Chen, who wanted to destroy this place. If Yi Chen were to destroy this place, then Chu Yuechan would have trouble repairing it. Boom! A large enough impact occurred. This impact caused the ground inside the fairy gate to lift. Chu Ninger and Yin Inger were blown away by the impact of Yi Chen's attack. Ugh, what happened? Chu Ninger was shocked by what happened. She started to find out what happened. Inger, are you okay? Chu Ninger searched for the whereabouts of Yin Inger, herself looking for the whereabouts of the missing Yin Inger. Yeah, I'm fine. What happened? Yin Inger asked what happened. Why suddenly there was such a strong earthquake that I don't know. I don't know, look over there. Chu Ninger told Yin Inger to look where Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan were. Master, didn't I tell you to stop? Chu Yuechan was angry with Yi Chen, even though Chu Yuechan had told Yi Chen to stop. I'm sorry. Yi Chen apologized, himself apologizing to Chu Yuechan for causing such a mess. Yi Chen didn't expect his physical strength to become this strong. If Yi Chen continued to train his physical strength, then he would no longer have to be afraid when he used lightning vein. Yi Chen might be able to fight without even using the lightning veins. He could fight using the strength he had. This is quite great. Yi Chen was happy when he got these two artifacts. These two artifacts were truly extraordinary. They increased Yi Chen's strength significantly. Of course, how can the gifts from the fairy gates be so ordinary? Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen just smiled when he heard this. He smiled with great satisfaction when he heard this. This is amazing. I want to see if the technique I got will be better. Yi Chen couldn't wait to see the technique he got. He wanted to see what kind of technique he got. Yi Chen saw the technique he got. When Yi Chen saw it, Yi Chen found a book called Invisible Body Art. Invisible Body Art is a technique that can make you invisible, plus the user's presence will be very difficult to find. Wow, this looks cool. After studying a bit of the technique book he got, Yi Chen was very happy. Now Yi Chen has an invisible technique. With Yi Chen's invisible body art being able to go anywhere without being noticed by others, this was something quite extraordinary. Yi Chen couldn't wait to learn this. He couldn't wait to learn the invisible body art. Yi Chen took another look at what he had found. He found that as the practice room was being placed more and more, plus the second floor pagoda used to store techniques was already open. Powerful techniques were waiting to be learned. Some arrays and places have also been upgraded. This makes the fairy gate a much nicer place, in addition to the pure energy in this place becoming richer. It was already no worse than the one in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. There was one more thing that made Yi Chen quite excited. Yi Chen saw that now he could bring foreign women into the fairy gate, even though there were certain restrictions on the places they could visit. It was like a trial that one could only see a little about the fairy gate. This is very good. Yi Chen felt that this was very good. Yi Chen liked it when he saw what he got. Yuechan, let's play. I will try to catch you. Yi Chen said that he wanted to catch Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen had never been able to catch this beautiful fairy, so now Yi Chen wanted to try to catch Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen wanted to see if he could catch Chu Yuechan with his lightspeed shoes. If he really could do that, then it would be a huge improvement. Okay, let's give it a try. Chu Yuechan didn't mind. She didn't mind being Yi Chen's opponent. Good, then get ready. Yi Chen told Chu Yuechan to get ready. He was about to start capturing Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen advanced. He used his current highest speed to catch Chu Yuechan, who was in front of him. Chu Yuechan just smiled when she saw what Yi Chen was trying to do. Just as Yi Chen was about to catch Chu Yuechan, who was in front of him, suddenly Chu Yuechan's figure disappeared and was replaced by empty air. Yi Chen couldn't believe it when he saw Chu Yuechan, who had disappeared. Chu Yuechan seemed much faster than before. How is that possible? I won't definitely catch her. Yi Chen didn't want to give up. He turned around and looked for Chu Yuechan's figure. After finding Chu Yuechan's figure, Yi Chen immediately went to Chu Yuechan's place. Fufufu. Chu Yuechan giggled. She left and avoided Yi Chen. Damn it, why didn't it hit? Yi Chen cursed very loudly. Why couldn't he catch Chu Yuechan? Master, you are not fast enough. Chu Yuechan informed that Yi Chen was not fast enough. Just watch, I will catch you. Yi Chen opened his wind vein. Yi Chen's speed increased when he opened his wind vein. Yi Chen also took off the Geoling bracelet that was on his arm. This way Yi Chen's movements could be faster. In the preliminaries, Yi Chen was still wearing the Geoling bracelets, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen was exhausted from traveling while wearing several Geoling bracelets on his arms. When Yi Chen took off the Geoling bracelet, Yi Chen felt that his body was as light as cotton. He felt agile when he took off the Geoling bracelet. Yi Chen began to feel the benefits of using the Geoling bracelet. He began to feel the benefits of practicing using the Geoling bracelet. So master is getting serious, then I have to be more serious. Seeing Yi Chen, who had used everything up, Chuyue-chan would be more serious. It's too late, this time I will catch you. Yi Chen said that this time he would catch Chuyue-chan. Chapter 1358 Learn Invisible Body Art. Yi Chen kept trying to catch up and catch Chuyue-chan. He used various means to catch Chuyue-chan. It's a shame that everything Yi Chen didn't work out. Yi Chen still couldn't catch Chuyue-chan. She's really fast. Yi Chen started to pant. He had already reached the limit in using his wind veins. If he continued, Yi Chen would faint from exhaustion. Are you tired? Chuyue-chan asked Yi Chen, who was holding his chest. Enough, it seems I can't afford it anymore. Yi Chen said that he was no longer able to continue this match. Yi Chen was already quite exhausted from chasing after the extremely fast Chuyue-chan. Even Chuyue-chan's speed was much faster than the speed of light. It seems that the duration of opening the veins is increasing. Even so, you still can't maximize your Sage God inheritance. The time limit you have is still quite short. Chuyue-chan gave her assessment of Yi Chen, her telling that Yi Chen still couldn't take advantage of the inheritance Sage God vein. It can be seen from the duration that Yi Chen can do. The duration that Yi Chen has is still quite a bit. I also know about this. It seems that when my strength gets stronger, the duration will also increase. Yi Chen also realized that he was still unable to utilize the Sage God's inheritance in his body. This made Yi Chen still unable to display the true power of a Sage God. It seems that you have to look for the remaining inheritance from the Sage God. You have already obtained 50%, now there is only 50% left before you fully obtain the full inheritance. How to find it? I don't have a clue for that matter. I can only wait patiently. Yi Chen told that doing so would be very difficult to do. Chuyue-chan was also confused when faced with this. She also couldn't do something this very difficult. This is tantamount to searching for a golden needle in a vast desert. Looks like there's no choice but to wait and take advantage of my luck. I believe if it's fate, then I can collect all the inheritance from the Sage God, Yi Chen said to Chuyue-chan. Chuyue-chan nodded to Yi Chen. It seemed that was the only way Yi Chen could do it. Then I will go back and learn the invisible body art. Yi Chen had to leave now. He still had things to do. Yi Chen still had a schedule to compete. Chuyue-chan nodded to Yi Chen. After bidding farewell to Chu Ninger and Ninger, Yi Chen left the ferry gate. I have to clean up this mess. Chuyue-chan had to clean up the mess that Yi Chen had made. She had to clean up the mess that Yi Chen had caused. Ninger, you have to help me. Chuyue-chan asked Chu Ninger for help in cleaning up this place. Why me? Can't you do this alone? Chu Ninger refused to help Chuyue-chan. She was still playing with Ninger. Chu Ninger liked to have friends. She had been alone for a long time, so it wasn't strange that she liked it when she found a place like Ninger. You can continue after this, help me first. Chuyue-chan insisted, herself even showing the dominance she had. Seeing the dominance displayed by Chuyue-chan, Chu Ninger had no choice but to agree. In terms of strength, Chuyue-chan was still above Chu Ninger, so it would not be strange for Chu Ninger to obey Chuyue-chan. That's great. Chuyue-chan was satisfied with the answer Chu Ninger gave. Chu Ninger changed to her adult form. While inside the ferry gate, Chu Ninger could change her adult form. Unfortunately, Chu Ninger still didn't show this to Yi Chen. If Chu Ninger showed this to Yi Chen would be very surprised when he saw Chu Ninger in such a mature appearance. Chuyue-chan and Chu Ninger worked together. The two worked together to repair the damage. With the cooperation of Chuyue-chan and Chu Ninger, the ferry gate was finally quickly restored. After finishing cleaning up, Chu Ninger went back to lazing around with Ninger, while Chuyue-chan went off somewhere. After exiting the ferry gate, Yi Chen directly studied the invisible body art. When Yi Chen had just studied the invisible body art, Yi Chen discovered something even more amazing. It turned out that the invisible body art was able to make Yi Chen's body penetrated by all objects. Which means that all attacks will not work against Yi Chen. Although this is good, it has a cooldown to use repeatedly. It can only be used every 6 seconds. As long as Yi Chen's cooldown is still able to be attacked by enemies, this is still good enough to use. Yi Chen felt that this was still good enough. With this, Yi Chen no longer needed to be afraid of enemy attacks. Yi Chen didn't even need to dodge. All attacks would directly pass through Yi Chen's body when using this technique. Except for cooldown's weakness, invisible body art will probably be the most perfect technique. Unfortunately, in this world nothing is perfect. Surely everything has its drawbacks. Yi Chen began to sink into understanding. It didn't feel like hours had passed. Yi Chen was also almost done learning everything. Even Yi Chen had started to try a little invisible body art. When Yi Chen used the invisible body art, Yi Chen could see that his body was invisible. Even Yi Chen couldn't see his figure in the mirror. The first attempt was successful. Now is the time to test whether it is true that he can penetrate objects. Yi Chen started to pick up an object that was in this room. When Yi Chen grabbed it, Yi Chen found that it couldn't be grasped by Yi Chen. Yi Chen tried it several times, too bad he still couldn't hold it. Oh, I see, now I understand. Yi Chen now understood. If Yi Chen activated the object's translucent body, then he would not be able to hold or attack the enemy. All of Yi Chen's attacks would be translucent. There are still many weaknesses of the invisible body art. Yi Chen felt that there were still many weaknesses of the invisible body art. Even so, it would still be very useful in the fight against the enemy. It could be used by Yi Chen to avoid the enemy's attacks. This could be a backup card for Yi Chen to dodge the enemy's powerful attacks. Knock. Just as Yi Chen was doing a trial using the invisible body art, Yi Chen heard a knock at the door. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately rushed over and opened the door for that person. Participant Yi Chen, this is your match schedule. A student delivered the match schedule for Yi Chen. Thank you very much. Yi Chen thanked. He thanked the person who sent the schedule for him. This person nodded, after which he went to deliver the match schedule to the other participants. Yi Chen saw his match schedule. Here it can be seen that he will compete at the end with participant number 1232. I want to know who will be my opponent later. Yi Chen is quite curious about the person who will be his opponent, whether he is strong or not. Only standard inner court disciples. To know about this matter, Yi Chen could only wait for tomorrow to see the opponent he would fight. Chapter 1359, Lord Peak's arrival. After getting his schedule, Yi Chen went back to training. He had to practice his abilities. Even though he knew that it would be easy, that was not an excuse for Yi Chen to be lazy. Time passed, the next day arrived. Yi Chen prepared to go to the place where the competition was being held. The competition was held in front of the 9 peaks. It just so happened that there was a very large field that could accommodate everyone in the sect. There were already many people gathered here who wanted to see the competition taking place. From the outer court disciples, the inner court disciples, and even core disciples who also came, all come for the same purpose. They want to see the battle for its own satisfaction. Plus they were curious about the figure of Tu Bei, who was predicted to be the new genius within the sect. So it wouldn't be strange for everyone to come to see this new genius. It could be said that Tu Bei was the star of the show. Everyone was looking forward to Tu Bei's match. It's very crowded. Yi Chen saw that this place was very crowded. It was even more crowded than any festival that Yi Chen had ever seen in his life. Yi Chen looked around. He saw that there were currently 50 arenas scattered around this place. This arena that would be a battleground for every participant. There are only 50 arena. That means the match will take turns. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately knew that the match would be rotating. It seemed that they would take turns to use the arena of the arena. Yi Chen, is it you? While Yi Chen was walking around, Yi Chen was approached by the beautiful women in the outer court. He was approached by countless women who had not seen Yi Chen's existence for a long time. Honestly, these ladies missed Yi Chen quite a bit. They all missed Yi Chen doing massage sessions for everyone in the outer court. Immediately Yi Chen was surrounded by countless women of different ages and appearances. Yi Chen, where have you been? Are you no longer doing that? Yi Chen, are you still doing massage sessions? I want to try it again. Yi Chen, I miss you. Why did you disappear and make us feel sad? One by one the noble ladies asked Yi Chen. They all asked why Yi Chen left them. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile at all the women that surrounded him. It seemed that these women had missed him quite a bit. Ladies, I'm sorry, but I've stopped doing that. For the time being I want to focus on cultivating. I hope you all understand. Yi Chen told all the women that he wanted to focus on practicing. Ah, what a shame. All the women looked disappointed when they listened to Yi Chen's answer. They were all disappointed that Yi Chen could no longer give them a pleasant massage session. Even so, these women weren't angry with Yi Chen. They really admired Yi Chen, so they could understand what Yi Chen wanted. Yi Chen casually chatted with the women around him. They all chatted while laughing cheerfully. Look, it looks like Yi Chen is there. Xia Qingyu pointed in the direction where Yi Chen was. Coincidentally, Xia Qingyu, Munianci, and Mei Yueli also came to see the match. Mei Yueli had previously promised to take Xia Qingyu and Munianci along with her, so it wouldn't be strange for the three of them to come together. Due to their status of being disciples of the Jade Lotus Peak, Xia Qingyu, Munianci, and Mei Yueli could not approach and speak to Yi Chen. There were too many eyes looking at them, so it was not a good thing for them. That's why Xia Qingyu, Munianci, and Mei Yueli could only see Yi Chen from a distance. Looks like he's having fun with the ladies over there. Mei Yueli looked at Yi Chen with a dissatisfied look. She was dissatisfied when she saw Yi Chen being swarmed by the ladies from the outer court. Looks like he's become very popular among the female disciples. He's starting to show his character, Munianci said to Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli. Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli nodded at each other. They both agreed with what Munianci said. Xia Qingyu, Mei Yueli and Munianci can only let Yi Chen. They let Yi Chen because they can't get close to Yi Chen. If Xia Qingyu, more and more people are coming to this place. Even the elders don't want to be left behind and share in witnessing this. This was a fun event to watch, so it wouldn't be strange that even an elder would take the time to look into this. The place is getting more and more crowded. It is starting to get crowded and crowded. This crowd is truly incredible. It is likely that millions of people are gathered in this place. After some time, finally Lord Peak appeared one by one. They descended from each peak and sat on the highest seat that had been prepared for them. When Lord Peak appeared, the atmosphere became very calm. The dominance possessed by Lord Peak made everyone amazed. So they are Lord Peak, quite strong. Yi Chen looked at all the peak lords above. They looked strong. Even though they were strong, Yi Chen could estimate that they were still weaker than Sun Shanin. Yi Chen could sense that Sun Shanin was much stronger than all of these peak lords. Why are there only 8, less than 1? Yi Chen saw that only 8 peak lords came. There should still be one more. It's possible that person is late. Yi Chen estimated that the last peak lord was late. After the arrival of the 8 peak lords, Gong Seni and Tu Bei also came. When the two of them came, they made the audience look at them. All the audience saw the person who was said to be a genius who would surpass Luo Tian. All eyes were on Gong Seni and Tu Bei. Even Lord Peak was also looking at Tu Bei. They were trying to see if Tu Bei was worthy of being a candidate to become a disciple of the patriarch. Needless to say, all of the peak lords wanted to put Tu Bei into their place. That way they would benefit in the future. Gong Seni and Tu Bei were happy when they became stars. He was happy to have found someone like Tu Bei. These two idiots. Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer when he saw the arrival of Gong Seni and Tu Bei. These two liars were not worthy of being the main star. Gong Seni finally saw Yi Chen. When Gong Seni looked at Yi Chen, Gong Seni found that Yi Chen was pointing his middle finger at Yi Chen. Bastard! Gong Seni's cursed very loudly. He was annoyed when he saw Yi Chen's challenge. If only there was no one in this place right now, Gong Seni might have attacked and beaten Yi Chen. Unfortunately, the situation is not favorable. He must not look ugly in public. This will affect his future. Gong Seni can only ignore Yi Chen. He will ignore Yi Chen for the time being. Let this person be happy first, then Gong Seni will definitely get rid of this person. Gong Seni and Tu Bei went to their seats. Coincidentally, the sect had already prepared a seat for Gong Seni and Tu Bei. This treatment was really something unfair. Even Yi Chen, who got first place, had to stand together with the other participants. Chapter 1360 Ning Xia and Mu Shuiying arrival. After the arrival of Gong Seni and Tu Bei, several participants also came. They all came and paid their respects to the elders and the great people who were in this place. Quickly, all the participants gathered. 48 participants gathered. All of them had been waiting for the battle round to start. Just as the participants gathered, 2 beautiful women appeared who descended from the Jade Lotus Peak. One of them was Mu Shuiying and the other was a beautiful woman with a fine appearance. All eyes immediately saw the arrival of these 2 beauties. They all saw the arrival of the 2 beauties who had just arrived at this place. These 2 beauties were too flashy. They both made the young men rowdy. The young men admired the beauty that had just arrived. They were all captivated by the beauty that the 2 women who had just arrived had. Yi Chen saw the arrival of Mu Shuiying and the beautiful woman in front of Mu Shuiying. This female figure was familiar to Yi Chen. This woman should be the woman Yi Chen met while in the pond that time. Yi Chen still clearly remembers the woman he peeked at by accident. It was an accident when Yi Chen met this woman. Wait a minute, don't tell me she is the Peak Lord of Jade Lotus Peak. Yi Chen started to guess the identity of the woman in front of Mu Shuiying. It seems that he is indeed a Peak Lord. Her strength is also very high. Shu Yuechan could feel that Ning Xia was stronger than all the Peak Lords in this place. With Ning Xia's current strength, she should be the strongest among all the Peak Lords in this place. Hopefully she doesn't suspect me. Yi Chen prayed that Ning Xia wouldn't find him. There's no way you'll be found. After all, he didn't see you, Shu Yuechan said with a chuckle. Shu Yuechan found it funny when she saw Yi Chen, who was afraid of being found by Ning Xia, even though Ning Xia had never met or knew Yi Chen from the start. Hopefully Yi Chen could only pray that his whereabouts wouldn't be detected by Ning Xia at all. Ning Xia descended on her seat, herself sitting beside Lord Peak, who had already appeared. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiying was standing beside Ning Xia. Mu Shuiying's figure was very conspicuous. Mu Shuiying was being stared at by countless eyes. Seeing this, Mu Shuiying started to put up a cold wall of hers, herself giving off her cold aura to make those who stared at her feel goosebumps because of the coldness emitted by Mu Shuiying. She is beautiful but cold. Everyone started talking about Mu Shuiying. This woman seemed very cold to others. Meanwhile, Ning Xia looked indifferent to what was happening. It was like Ning Xia didn't care about people staring at her. Oh, who is this? Looks like our goddess is finally willing to go down the mountain. One of the Peak Lords from Flying Sword Peak. If I'm not mistaken, the name of this man is Yun Yan. He is the best flying sword master in this sect. Sword control ability Yun Yang's flying was the best. Yun Yan was currently trying to strike up a conversation with Ning Xia. He wanted to try to approach Ning Xia, who was indifferent and cold to outsiders. Ning Xia could be said to be a beautiful woman within the sect. So it was not surprising that she had many secret admirers. This is because of an order from the patriarch, otherwise I wouldn't want to do that. Ning Xia answered question Yin Yang nonchalantly. Ning Xia herself was not very interested in this matter. If not for this being her responsibility, she would probably have left this matter to Mu Shuiying. It was a pity that this task could not be delegated, so Ning Xia could only come and see for herself. While Ning Xia was looking for some women to join Jade Lotus Peak, the female disciples in Jade Lotus Peak were getting smaller due to the infrequent recruitment. Ah, I see. Yun Yang couldn't help but laugh as he listened to what Ning Xia had to say. Ning Xia was still cold and indifferent. It was hard to approach her. The other peak lords only smiled when they saw Yun Yang's awkwardness. They could only laugh at Yun Yang trying to annoy Ning Xia. Ning Xia ignored Yun Yang and the other peak lords. Looking at all the participants below, Ning Xia nodded as she looked at the participants below, some of whom had very good foundations. After seeing all the participants, Ning Xia looked at Tu Bei. From what she heard, this was the genius who had gotten the most results in the history of the sect. Ning Xia looked at Tu Bei up and down. Ning Xia didn't feel anything special about Tu Bei. Ning Xia felt a little strange. Why would a person who was considered a genius look normal? There was no way Ning Xia's judgment would be wrong. Ning Xia looked at Mu Shuiying who was beside her. Mu Shuiying seemed to be very focused on seeing a man below. Seeing the strangeness shown by Mu Shuiying, Ning Xia followed in the direction of Mu Shuiying's gaze. When Ning Xia followed Mu Shuiying's gaze, she found a young man with an awkward-looking appearance below. This young man entering the circle of participants meant that he was also one of the participants in this competition. This man, is he the Yi Chen that Shuiying told about? Ning Xia said that this was the Yi Chen that Mu Shuiying had told her about. Ning Xia looked at Yi Chen from top to bottom, herself looking at Yi Chen from top to bottom. Ning Xia felt an extraordinary feeling from Yi Chen. For some reason she felt that Yi Chen was able to dominate her phoenix inheritance. The phoenix inheritance in Ning Xia's body was slightly turbulent when she met Yi Chen. The strange feeling? Ning Xia started to wonder why she could feel this strange feeling, why a disciple like Yi Chen could give her such a strange feeling. Ning Xia saw that Yi Chen's cultivation power was not very strong. Even Yi Chen was below the other participants in this place. Ning Xia became curious about Yi Chen. Ning Xia was curious with a strange feeling when she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen could feel that Mu Shuiying and Ning Xia were both looking at him. Yi Chen didn't know why they were both staring at him at the same time like this. A few moments later Luo Tian himself came to attend this competition event. The moment Luo Tian came, everyone in the sect looked at Luo Tian. Especially all the good ladies in the outer court. The inner court, even the core disciples looked towards Luo Tian's arrival. In fact, almost all of the peak lords welcomed the arrival of Luo Tian, who was a direct disciple of the patriarch of the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Luo Tian's influence within the sect was still far above Tu Bei's, so it wasn't strange that he was being treated much better than Tu Bei's. Tu Bei was envious of Luo Tian's treatment. Tu Bei hoped that one day he could receive the same treatment as Luo Tian. It would be a great thing. Luo Tian paid his respects to all peak lords. After paying his respects, he went to Mu Shuiying's side. Chapter 1361 Martial Arts Competition begins. Mu Shuiying was slightly displeased when she saw Luo Tian's presence. Mu Shuiying didn't like Luo Tian's arrival at all. Shuiying, hello. Luo Tian greeted Mu Shuiying. He tried to get close to Mu Shuiying again. Mu Shuiying did not answer Luo Tian. Mu Shuiying ignored Luo Tian, who greeted her. Luo Tian wasn't awkward when he saw Mu Shuiying's attitude. It seemed that Luo Tian was used to being ignored by Mu Shuiying. All of the peak lords could only shake their heads when they saw what was happening. They all saw a great genius like Luo Tian being ignored by Mu Shuiying. This was a very step move for everyone within the sect to see. In this sect, who doesn't know the figure of Luo Tian? Almost every disciple knows the figure of Luo Tian, who was a genius. Everyone knows about Luo Tian. There are even many women who like Luo Tian, so it would be very surprising to see someone who dared to ignore Luo Tian like Mu Shuiying. Greetings Lord Peak Ning. To save the face, Luo Tian had no choice but to greet Ning Xiang. Ning Xia nodded. Ning Xia received a greeting from Luo Tian. Ning Xia still had to give a face to Luo Tian, so she had no choice but to accept this. Mu Shuiying was still indifferent. She still ignored Luo Tian, who was nearby. Luo Tian still didn't give up. He tried to get closer to Mu Shuiying even though he knew that he would be rejected by Mu Shuiying. Please don't disturb me. Mu Shuiying asked Luo Tian not to disturb her. Mu Shuiying just wanted to see this match peacefully. If there was Luo Tian around her, Mu Shuiying was very sure that if she couldn't calm down, Luo Tian would do some unpleasant things to her. So it was better for Mu Shuiying to kick Luo Tian out so as not to cause trouble for him. Luo Tian didn't want to leave this place. He still insisted on staying here. Mu Shuiying couldn't do much when she saw what was happening. She couldn't do much because she couldn't force Luo Tian out using the strength she had. Mu Shuiying could only allow Luo Tian to be around herself. It was already good that Mu Shuiying did not chase this person away. From afar, Yi Chen could see that Mu Shuiying was in trouble. If Yi Chen could, Yi Chen would chase away anyone who dared to disturb Mu Shuiying. Too bad Yi Chen couldn't do that. He couldn't do that because Yi Chen competed in away from Mu Shuiying, plus it was still a public place, so Yi Chen couldn't expose his relationship with Mu Shuiying. All of you have gathered and are complete. Li Miho came. He gave a welcome to all the participants who had gathered. I will explain the rules of this battle. All of you listen carefully. Li Miho said that he would explain the rules about the competition to be held. All the participants listened to Li Miho's explanation. They all didn't want to miss out on important details that they needed to know. The first rule is that participants are prohibited from leaving the arena when the battle is taking place. Anyone who is thrown or intentionally leaves the arena will immediately be considered lost in the battle. In addition, participants can only fly over the arena. If they fly outside the arena, then it is the same as being considered out of the arena. All cultivators in this place could fly. If there were no rules like this, then it would be extremely difficult to get the opponent out of the arena. The next rule is that participants are prohibited from using poisoned weapons. This is not allowed to do so. Furthermore, the match will be stopped when the participant is unconscious or unilaterally surrenders or leaves the arena. As long as those conditions are not met, then the match will continue. All the participants listened carefully to Li Miho's explanation of the rules. Now they knew what they were not allowed to do. All of you must have understood the rules that I mentioned earlier. Now do your best. You look up there. Lord Peak will see the battle you are doing. So I hope you bring out the best you have potential. Li Miho hoped that all participants issued the best they have. Ready? All participants answered in a unified tone. They were all very excited to be chosen as core students. Okay, let's get started. You've got your schedule, then let's just start right away. Li Miho told the participants who got the earliest schedule to go up to the arena. All participants who get the earliest match schedule go into the arena. They see the opponent they are going to fight. In each arena there is already a referee. He will oversee the matches that occur. Since it was Yi Chen's turn last, Yi Chen had no choice but to wait and see what the other contestants were doing. Where did Zhang Bimmel go? Yi Chen didn't see Zhang Bimmel's whereabouts. It seemed that this person had disappeared somewhere. Yi Chen, how are you? A while after Yi Chen talked about Zhang Bimmel suddenly appeared near Yi Chen. Where have you been? Yi Chen asked where was Zhang Bimmel from. Of course, he is trying to get close to my coveted woman. Zhang Bimmel said that he was approaching Yunnan. You don't want to give up, Yi Chen said helplessly. I just started, I can do it. Zhang Bimmel said that he definitely could. Zhang Bimmel was very confident in his ability to get Yunnan. It's up to you, let's go and see the match that happened. Yi Chen took Zhang Bimmel to see the match that happened. Come on. Zhang Bimmel agreed with Yi Chen's invitation. The two of them started to see the battle that was taking place between the participants. People also gathered to see the battles of their loved ones. They all watched the battles in each of the arenas. Yi Chen and Zhang Bimmel also looked around. They saw the battles in each arena. All at once, Yi Chen wanted to analyze the combat strength of everyone in this place. This battle was much faster than imagined. The battle ended very quickly because it was still the first round. After 100 participants finished, finally another 100 participants came forward to fight. The battle continued. Everyone, watching every second of the battle taking place, Yi Chen also saw everything. He managed to know what kind of strength the enemies he would face later on. Zhang Bimmel just happened to have fought. He managed to win very easily. His opponent happened to be a weak person, so Zhang Bimmel was able to win very easily. After a long wait, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to fight. Yi Chen had been waiting for this battle for quite a long time. Yi Chen's opponent was a man with a fairly large build. This man had quite good muscles and seemed to have strong physical strength. Both of you please come closer. The referee in the arena told Yi Chen and the muscular man to come closer. Yi Chen and the muscular man approached. Now they were only about 3 meters apart. Are you ready? Before starting the match, the referee asked if both of them were ready. I am ready. Yi Chen and the muscular man said that they were ready for battle. Chapter 1362 Tackle the enemy to win. Yi Chen, fight the women in the outer court, encouraged Yi Chen. They all encouraged Yi Chen to fight the enemy with all their abilities. Around Yi Chen's arena was filled with women. All the women fully supported Yi Chen. Zhang Bimmel gaped when he saw that Yi Chen had so many supporters, even though in his matches, Zhang Bimmel had almost no female supporters willing to support him. He's great. It's not wrong. He gave me advice in terms of love. Zhang Bimmel is increasingly convinced that Yi Chen has great abilities. This can be seen from the many women who support Yi Chen. It's so crowded. I can't believe that she has so many supporters with her appearance like that. Lord Peak of Black Rose Peak couldn't believe that Yi Chen would have so many supporters with his mediocre looks and strength. This scene was quite strange for a woman like that. Lord Peak of Black Rose Peak, the ruler of the Black Rose Peak, was called Emochi. She was quite beautiful with a black dress and a black flower on her chest. In terms of appearance, Emochi was quite good. She was quite charming and seductive, although this was still far from Mu Shuiying or Ningxia. Looks like she has something interesting. Otherwise, how can she have so many fans like that? Yun Yang started to guess that Yi Chen had something interesting. Otherwise, how would these women be attracted to Yi Chen? Yun Yang agreed with what Emochi said. Yi Chen was neither handsome nor strong, so it was strange that Yi Chen was quite popular among the female disciples in the outer court. As long as Yun Yang stayed in the sect, he knew very well the tastes of female disciples. They liked strong and handsome boys, so every strong and handsome male would definitely have many followers in this sect. The other peak lords didn't comment on this. They looked towards the other arena where the other participants were fighting. Other peak lords weren't just on Yi Chen's fight. They were focusing on the other participants' battles to see what abilities they had. If you are ready, just start, the referee said to start this match. After getting the signal from the referee, now the battle has started. Feel this, the muscular man advanced towards Yi Chen. He immediately hit Yi Chen with all the strength he had. Yi Chen's analysis was spot on. The man he was fighting turned out to be a man of great physical strength. Bam! The muscular man directly punched Yi Chen's body, who was in front of him. It was a pity he only punched the arena floor. Yi Chen had dodged before the attack came, so he was already quite a distance away from his enemy. The muscular man again approached Yi Chen. He attacked Yi Chen using his full strength. When the muscular man attacked Yi Chen, the muscular man found that he was only attacking empty air. Yi Chen again dodged his attack. Damn! The muscular man started to get angry when he saw Yi Chen, who was continuously dodging all his attacks. He was angry because all of his attacks were avoided by Yi Chen. Why do you just dodge? Let's fight against. The muscular man invited Yi Chen to fight. He was angry when he saw Yi Chen, who kept dodging his attacks. If you have the ability, why don't you just attack me? Yi Chen returned the words to the muscular man. The muscular man was angry when he listened to what Yi Chen said. He was angry that Yi Chen had underestimated him. Watch out for you, the muscular man stepped forward, himself again attacking Yi Chen with a fierce and perfunctory attack. Yi Chen dodged all the attacks from his enemies, himself casually dodged all the attacks from the enemies. Interestingly, his evasion ability is perfect. Yun Yang saw Yi Chen's evasion ability was perfect. This person was quite proficient in speed. His speed is good, but he won't be able to win if he doesn't put up a fight. Emochi commented that Yi Chen wouldn't win if he continued like that. Just dodging and not putting up a fight was a waste of profound energy. We'll see if he will counterattack. I don't feel that he will counterattack against the enemy. Yun Yang still didn't feel that Yi Chen was intending to counterattack. Shuiying, why does he only dodge enemy attacks? Doesn't he have any intention of defeating his enemy? Ningxia finally asked Mu Shuiying about Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen only avoided attacks from the enemy and did not provide any meaningful resistance to the enemy? Maybe he's just playing around. Mu Shuiying answered Ningxia's question very easily. Huh? Playing? Ningxia couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't believe that Yi Chen would be playing in such a very important competition. Yes, he likes to do that. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that she liked to do things like that. Ningxia did not understand Yi Chen's line of thought at all. How could he playing around in such an important place like this? Currently, Yi Chen was constantly dodging his enemy's attacks. His enemy didn't have a chance to touch Yi Chen's clothes. Bastard, do you intend to fight or not? The muscular man roared towards the red, all the veins on his body showing as he roared at Yi Chen. The muscular man was quite tired when he had to chase after Yi Chen. He was tired because until now he had not been able to catch Yi Chen. Honestly, Yi Chen is very agile. Everything he does is completely useless when he is faced with it. I don't want to fight, I just want to play with you, Yi Chen said to the enemy in front of him. From the beginning, Yi Chen only used the person in front of him as an object for training. He wanted to test his agility when using the Geoling bracelet. Damn, you just want to play games. Why don't you go somewhere else? The muscular man was furious when he listened to what Yi Chen said. Apparently Yi Chen was just playing with him from the start. If you don't like it, you can come down, no one will stop you from coming down. Yi Chen invited the person in front of him to get off the arena. Who would do that? The muscular man didn't want to do such a stupid thing. He also wanted to win over Yi Chen. If you don't want to, just go through with it all. Yi Chen said indifferently. Damn it, the muscular man was already very angry. He was furious with Yi Chen's insult. The other participants had already finished fighting. Only Yi Chen and the muscular man remained in the battle. The muscular man had to do something, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to win against Yi Chen. Yi Chen would continue to dodge all his attacks. The muscular man's body began to turn red, his entire body suddenly turning red. A sizable amount of strength emanated from this person's body. It seemed that he had already started to use his full strength against Chen. I will finish this as soon as possible. The muscular man would finish this as fast as he could. He would destroy Chen using his full strength. The muscular man had already used up all the profound energy on his body. Now his speed, strength, and agility would increase after. So you're serious? Then go ahead. Chen told the muscular man to come forward and show his abilities. Just look at this. The muscular man stepped forward. He stepped forward and attacked Chen, who was in front of him. Blink, the muscular man's body disappeared. He displayed incredible speed. In a matter of a few seconds, the muscular man was already near Chen. So fast the audience was taken aback by Chen's opponent's speed. The opponent's speed was so fast that the inner court disciples couldn't see it. Meanwhile, the inner court disciple could still slightly see the movements that the muscular man had. The muscular man tried to punch Chen with the full strength he had. This power was enough to blow Chen's body tens or even hundreds of miles away. When the punch was only inches away from Chen's body, Chen instantly disappeared from where he was standing. The speed that Chen displayed was much faster than that of a muscular man. The muscular man hit the empty air again. He didn't hit Chen's body. What? The muscular man was again taken aback by what Chen did. Chen's speed again surpassed him. So fast, I can barely see it. Yun Yang could barely see the speed that Chen had just displayed. His eyes seemed to have a hard time seeing Chen's speed. Incredible speed. It's not strange that he can get so many flags. Li Miho now understood why Chen could get so many flags. It turned out that Chen had an incredibly fast speed. Let's show all the abilities you have. Don't make me laugh silly because you can't attack me, Chen said to the muscular man. Just watch out for you. I will destroy you. The muscular man stepped forward, himself attacking Chen more ferociously and blindly. Chen retreated and dodged every attack that was aimed at him. This attack was so fast, some weak people couldn't even see the movement of the two of them. Chen led the opponent to the edge of the arena. Chen was already at the edge of the arena and no longer had a running path. Huh? Gotcha. The muscular man looked happy when he saw Chen, who was cornered. He used this opportunity to knock Chen down so that Chen would lose. The muscular man unleashed his full strength to attack Chen. Chen smiled evilly when he saw what the opponent was doing. Chen slightly sideways and used his feet to block his opponent's movement. The muscular man was completely unprepared for what was happening. He was unprepared for Chen's sudden attack. Because he was tackled by Chen, his balance was disturbed. He lost control and fell forward. Indirectly, the muscular man fell from the battle arena. The match is over. Participant 2048 wins this match. After seeing Chen's opponent leaving the arena, the referee immediately stopped the match and announced that Chen was the winner. Yay! Chen's supporters cheered when they saw Chen win the match. All the women looked happy when they saw Chen's victory that was so easy. Some people could only shake their heads when they saw how Chen won the match. To be honest, Chen won without even needing a strong attack. Chen only needed a small strike to win over his opponent. Chen started to pose for victory. He was happy with the victory he got. It was very easy. Even Lord Peak could only shake their heads when they saw Chen's victory. Chen's victory was very strange. Chen won with just one strike. Quite smart. He purposely lures the enemy over the edge and tackles him right away. That's not bad. Yun Yang praised Chen's intelligence. He's quite cunning too. Wamochi felt that Chen was very cunning. From start to finish he had played all the matches. Even his enemies only played in the palm of his hand. If I were his opponent, it would definitely be a disgrace. Lord Peak of Dewdrop Peak gave a comment. He felt sorry for the enemy Chen was fighting. What just happened was too embarrassing for Chen's opponent. Chapter 1363 Chen vs Wei Zhou, the ruler of Dewdrop Peak named Ruman. He felt compassion for the enemy that Chen treated. It must be a shame to lose over such a ridiculous thing. Damn it, how can you do that? Sure. Enough. The muscular man immediately protested when he lost to Chen. What's wrong? I already beat you honestly, so you just accept your defeat. Chen had honestly beaten this person, so Chen had no problem with this person. That's not what I meant. How can you beat me like that? The muscular man couldn't accept that he lost to Chen in such a ridiculous manner. He lost to Chen because his leg was tripped by Chen's leg. It's not my problem. It's your problem for not being careful, Chen said to the muscular man in front of him. From the start it wasn't Chen's fault. It was his fault for being too careless that Chen easily knocked him down. Chen didn't feel guilty. He didn't feel guilty because he didn't defeat the enemy by underhanded means. The muscular man could only grit his teeth. He was angry with Chen's answer. Honestly, he still doesn't accept that he lost in this way. The defeat he experienced was very ridiculous. How could he lose by tripping and bouncing out of the arena? This was a very, very ridiculous defeat. The match is over. You better accept your defeat. The referee told the muscular man to accept his defeat, otherwise he would be against the rules. Okay, I understand. The muscular man was afraid of the threat given by the referee, so he couldn't help but accept this defeat gracefully. Next time I will beat you, the muscular man said that. The next time he would beat Yi Chen, he vowed to do just that. I will wait for you. Yi Chen said that he would wait for the bald man who wanted to fight him. Yi Chen did not mind waiting for the arrival of the bald man who wanted to fight him. The bald man left. He left feeling full of great disappointment. He was very disappointed with the defeat. It seemed his journey ended here and he had to train to wait for the next competition or be lucky enough to be recruited into one of the tops. After a long battle, finally, there are 1024 participants left. They will return to fight to be able to advance to a higher level. The 10 elite students in the inner court are still complete. They are all very easy. I congratulate you on your achievements. You all have shown something great. I am happy to see the battles you do. Li Miho congratulated everyone. The one who wins, all of you will return to battle. The committee will again randomize the enemy for each participant, said Li Miho to all the participants in this place. All the participants wanted to know who they were going to fight. They were curious about the opponent they were going to fight next. All the participants waited very patiently. They waited for the enemy to be given by the committee. After waiting for some time, the battle schedule notification finally appeared. Yi Chen was currently in the middle part of the schedule, so Yi Chen wouldn't wait too long for the next match. Yi Chen, look at that, all the elite disciples are in the first match. Zhang Bimel told Yi Chen that all the elite disciples would be fighting at the start. Where? Yi Chen saw what Zhang Bimel was pointing at. When Yi Chen looked, he found that 9 out of 10 elite disciples would indeed compete in the beginning. Let's see. Yi Chen took Zhang Bimel to see the matches that the elite inner court disciples would play. This coincidence would be a very interesting spectacle to watch. The audience couldn't wait to see the battle that was about to take place. They all couldn't wait to see the battle between elite disciples taking place simultaneously. Tu Bei, Luo Kan, Yunnan, Jinpo, Zhou Mao, Rinchi, Xa and Rimu, Lu Kims, Sithao, all of them will be battling a fairly strong enemy. In the list, these people are also in the top 50, so this battle will be very interesting. Zhang Bimel pulled Yi Chen to an arena in which there was Yunnan. It turned out that Zhang Bimel invited Yi Chen to see Yunnan's match. To be honest, Yi Chen already knew Yunnan's abilities, so he wasn't too interested in Yunnan's match. Yi Chen was more interested in seeing the matches that the other elite inner court disciples had. Yunnan started to fight. Her opponent was a woman using 2 flying discs as weapons. Yunnan jumped into the air. She made a move in the air while attacking the enemies below her. The attack made by Yunnan was quite aggressive. She attacked his enemy with a fairly destructive force. Very easily Yunnan's enemy was overthrown and thrown out of the arena. The match was so fast, the enemy didn't even have a chance to counter Yunnan's attack. Wow, that's great. Zhang Bimel was quite amazed when he saw this. He saw that Yunnan finished off his enemy very quickly. Match is over. Let's go. Seeing the match over, there's no point in them staying here. They should watch the match from other participants. You just go. I will be here. Zhang Bimel told Yi Chen to go alone. He will be here and see Yunnan. It's up to you. Yi Chen didn't say much and left Zhang Bimel. He looked around and saw the ongoing battle. Just like what Yunnan did, Tu Bei, Luo Kan, Jinpo, Zhou Mao, Rinchi Xa and Rimu, Lu Kims, Sithao, already finished fighting their enemy. They finished their enemy very quickly. What the hell? This isn't a match at all. Yi Chen didn't even have time to watch the match and it was all over. It really couldn't be watched. Yi Chen couldn't help but grumble. He could only watch the matches of the unfinished contestants. The first contestants were very hard and fast. They all ended this match very quickly. It was like they were fighting time against other participants. They all displayed their power and dominance to be glimpsed by Lord Peak, who was in this place. Never mind, there's nothing to see. It's better to just chat with someone. Yi Chen had given up. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to watch this match. Everything was going so fast that it seemed boring to watch. Yi Chen decided to chat with the women from the outer court. Yi Chen felt much more alive when he talked to the female disciples from the outer court, in contrast to the inner court disciples who were less friendly and welcoming. The outer court disciples were much friendlier to Yi Chen. They all seemed happy when Yi Chen made time for them. Plus Yi Chen was quite funny and entertaining. This made everyone feel happy when talking to them. Yi Chen, after several battles that happened, Yi Chen was finally summoned. He was summoned because it was time for Yi Chen to fight Yi Chen and came to the top of the arena. When Yi Chen went up to the arena, Yi Chen found his opponent was Wei Zhou. With a tall body and terrible stature, people would immediately be afraid when faced with him. Oh, an elite inner court disciple. Yi Chen didn't expect that he would fight an elite inner court disciple. It looks like this battle won't be too boring. Wei Zhou looked at Yi Chen with an extremely intimidating gaze. This gaze could frighten the opponent before they even started fighting. It seemed that Wei Zhou greatly underestimated Yi Chen because Yi Chen's strength was still very low. Too bad what Wei Zhou did not affect Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already fought very powerful people, so This kind of thing was just like a joke to him. You two come closer. The referee told Yi Chen and Wei Zhou to get closer to each other. Are you ready? The referee asked Yi Chen and Wei Zhou. He wanted to know if the two were ready to fight or not. I am ready to fight. Yi Chen and Wei Zhou said that they were ready to fight. From the start they had prepared themselves. Then start after both are ready. The referee immediately started the match. When the match started, Yi Chen retreated backward. He retreated backward knowing that Wei Zhou was going to attack him. Yi Chen's guess became the truth. A profound fire shot out from Wei Zhou's body. This fire instantly spread out and attacked everything nearby. It's just that Yi Chen had already retreated and was at the very back, so Yi Chen wasn't within the attack radius of Wei Zhou. Seeing Yi Chen dodge his attack, Wei Zhou immediately charged towards Yi Chen, himself using his profound fire to attack Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged all of Wei Zhou's attacks. He avoided Wei Zhou's attacks. Wei Zhou kept trying to catch Yi Chen. Unfortunately, he seemed to have a hard time catching Yi Chen, who was too agile. Damn, he's so fast. Wei Zhou couldn't believe that Yi Chen would be so fast. Yi Chen's speed was beyond his attack range. Quickly fight me as a man, Wei Zhou said to Yi Chen to fight himself like a man. Wei Zhou didn't forget to look down on Yi Chen, so that Yi Chen would lose his face. Chapter 1364. Yi Chen is getting serious. If you have the ability, why don't you try to catch me? Do you not have the ability to do that, with such abilities? You dare to call yourself an elite disciple of the inner court? Yi Chen said to Wei Zhou, who was in front of him. Wei Zhou looked angry when he listened to what Yi Chen just said. Wei Zhou felt insulted when he heard what Yi Chen said. Wei Zhou's original intention was to humiliate Yi Chen, not to think he would be humiliated by Yi Chen himself. Damn you bastard, I will make you regret daring to underestimate my strength. I will show you what I have. Wei Zhou started to say threatening words to Yi Chen. He threatened to make Yi Chen regret daring to insult him. Don't talk too much and show me your abilities. Yi Chen told Wei Zhou not to talk much and show his abilities. Wei Zhou's face started to turn very red. He was already very angry and couldn't control the anger that was inside of him. He attacked Yi Chen using the profound flames that were all around him. The profound flames around Wei Zhou became immensely large. It started to expand and started heading towards Yi Chen. The profound fire released by Wei Zhou looked like a tentacle trying to get close and catch Yi Chen. Seeing the attack coming so fast, Yi Chen decided to dodge the attack, himself using 9 shadow steps to dodge Wei Zhou's attack. With Yi Chen's speed, Yi Chen easily dodged Wei Zhou's attacks. This bastard can still dodge my attacks. Wei Zhou cursed very loudly. He cursed very hard because Yi Chen was still able to dodge his attacks. I will keep trying. He will be exhausted if he continues like this. Wei Zhou continued to attack Yi Chen. He believed that he could defeat Yi Chen using all the strength he had. The battle started to become fierce. Wei Zhou continued to attack Yi Chen using various means and tactics. Unfortunately, he still failed to catch Yi Chen. What the hell is this guy? How can he dodge all the attacks I launch? Wei Zhou started to get dizzy when he saw Yi Chen, who kept dodging his attacks. This was impossible for Wei Zhou to believe. Everyone saw that Yi Chen was just dodging Wei Zhou's attacks. They didn't see Yi Chen being willing to attack Wei Zhou. Why don't you try again? Quickly attack and defeat him. People told Wei Zhou to attack Yi Chen. They wanted to see Wei Zhou in this match immediately. I'm trying too. Wei Zhou said that he was trying to end this match. Wei Zhou has also started to get tired of fighting Yi Chen. This fight is very tough for Wei Zhou. He has used all his strength, but Wei Zhou is still unable to beat Yi Chen. You hurry up and fight me and don't run away anymore. Wei Zhou said to Yi Chen to fight himself. If it continues like this, the match will end. Do you have a problem with that? If you can't stand me, you can come down now. Yi Chen told Wei Zhou to come down right now. Bastard. Yi Chen's answer was very annoying. This made Wei Zhou's anger rise and get out of control. Let's fight him, don't waste our time. People shouted to Yi Chen to fight Wei Zhou. Let them see the battle. They all didn't like seeing Yi Chen just dodging Wei Zhou's attacks. They wanted to see a battle. Even though Yi Chen wasn't great, at least Yi Chen had to fight. Everyone started to think Yi Chen was weak and cowardly. They were all fed up with Yi Chen. Yi Chen's fans were not satisfied with this matter. They ended up fighting with the haters who just insulted Yi Chen. Yi Chen, fight right now. Don't mess around anymore. Mu Shuiying gave Yi Chen a voice transmission. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to immediately fight against his enemy and not to play around anymore. Mu Shuiying knew that Yi Chen was currently toying with his enemy. He was very naughty towards his enemy. Okay, I'll fight. Seeing Mu Shuiying telling him to fight, Yi Chen decided to show off his abilities. What the hell is this guy? He has no intention of fighting. Then why did he join this competition? Luo Tian said in a sarcastic tone to Yi Chen. He didn't know the reason why Yi Chen could enter the competition with this kind of mind. Shut up and see. Mu Shuiying told Luo Tian to be quiet and see what would happen. Honestly, Mu Shuiying didn't like it when she saw Luo Tian insulting Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying felt herself wanting to hit Luo Tian, who insulted Yi Chen's abilities. Luo Tian was silent when he heard Mu Shuiying's words. He again got a cold tone from Mu Shuiying. Even though Luo Tian just wanted to share his opinion, he didn't expect Luo Tian to be treated like this. His skills are evasive quite good, too bad I haven't seen his battle power. Yun Yang had to admit Yi Chen's evasion skills, but he also wanted to see Yi Chen's fighting strength. It was one of the conditions needed to enter one of the 9 peaks. Does he have no fighting skills or does he not have the will to fight? Emochi had a hard time guessing Yi Chen. This young man was very difficult to guess. Even she found it difficult to guess the way Yi Chen thought. I feel that he doesn't have the will to fight. Somehow he doesn't seem to regard his enemy as a worthy opponent. The Redemption Spear's Peak Lord gave his opinion. He sensed that Yi Chen didn't consider the enemy in front of him a worthy opponent. The leader of the Redemption Spear was Zhu Tenmu. He was a man who had a slightly aged appearance. Lord Peak of Redemption Spear is a war veteran. He can naturally see what Yi Chen is doing. Old man, are you joking? That person's opponent is an elite in the inner court, so it should be quite a tough opponent. Ruman told Zhu Tenmu that Yi Chen's opponent should be strong and tough to deal with. That's just my opinion, so it doesn't matter what I say, Zhu Tenmu said to Ruman. Zhu Tenmu only gave his opinion to Ruman. He didn't mean to belittle Wei Zhou. See, he's starting to take a step into battle. While Zhu Tenmu and Ruman were arguing, Yun Yang told the two that Yi Chen was starting to advance and not dodge. Zhu Tenmu and Ruman immediately looked towards the arena where Yi Chen was. Yi Chen was currently advancing. His current self was advancing to fight Wei Zhou. So you decided to fight, feel this. Seeing Yi Chen advancing, Wei Zhou immediately launched an attack at Yi Chen. Just as Wei Zhou's flames were about to hit Yi Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. What? Wei Zhou looked surprised when he saw Yi Chen disappear suddenly. You're too slow. Yi Chen appeared beside Wei Zhou, himself hitting Wei Zhou's face. Pow! Wei Zhou was hit for a few meters. Yi Chen didn't have time to block Wei Zhou's punch. Chapter 1365. Did Yi Chen lose? Damn, I wasn't ready. Wei Zhou cursed very loudly, cursing very loudly for being hit by Yi Chen's attack. Finally, what everyone had been waiting for happened. Yi Chen was willing to fight against Wei Zhou. You want to fight, don't you? Come show me your skills. Yi Chen told Wei Zhou to show his abilities to himself. Just wait and see, this time I will win. Wei Zhou said that he would win this match. Wei Zhou started to show his strength. He used quite a lot of strength to face Yi Chen. Wei Zhou's aura was strong enough that everyone in this place could feel it. He's finally getting serious. Everyone was happy when they saw Wei Zhou was getting serious. It looked like this match was about to be settled. They had already guessed that Yi Chen would lose at the hands of Wei Zhou. They could guarantee this 100%. Ha! Wei Zhou laughed. Finally he could show his hidden strength. Now victory is definitely in his hands. Do you just want to laugh and not attack me? Yi Chen asked Wei Zhou. He was waiting and seeing the strength that Wei Zhou had. Damn it, I'll make you regret it soon. Wei Zhou waved his hand. When Wei Zhou waved his hand, from beneath Yi Chen's body a profound fire shot out. This profound flame rose into the sky then descended towards Yi Chen like a meteor. Yi Chen was now confined. He was now being attacked from various directions. It was very difficult to escape from the encirclement of Wei Zhou's attack, which looked very neat. Wei Zhou clasped his hand. When Wei Zhou grabbed his hand, the flames around Yi Chen started falling and fell on Yi Chen's body. Boom! A fairly large explosion occurred. This explosion occurred right where Yi Chen was. Finally done. Wei Zhou was so satisfied. He finally got rid of Yi Chen. Now that the victory belonged to Wei Zhou was very confident that this was his victory. Applause, 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 applause. Everyone congratulated Wei Zhou for winning against Yi Chen. The battle was finally over. Everyone feels proud when they guess the result of the match. This result is according to what they thought. Look at that, he's already lost. Ruman said to Zhu Tenmu, who was beside him. Yi Chen had already lost this match. Zhu Tenmu closed his eyes. He didn't answer Ruman's words. Yi Chen's supporters from the outer court felt sad when they saw Yi Chen being defeated by Wei Zhou. They were very concerned about Yi Chen losing to Wei Zhou. Did Yi Chen lose? Xiao Qingyu looked worried about Yi Chen. She was worried that something would happen to Yi Chen. Qingyu, calm down. You don't have to worry too much about that person. I'm sure he will be fine. Mei Yueli tried to reassure Xiao Qingyu. Mei Yueli was sure that Yi Chen could turn things around. Wei Zhou started to pose. He started to pose for victory in front of everyone. Finally, after a long match, Wei Zhou managed to win over Yi Chen. Applause, applause, applause. When Wei Zhou was celebrating his victory, someone clapped behind him. This applause was so strange. Wei Zhou immediately turned around and saw what was happening. When Wei Zhou turned around, Wei Zhou could see a black figure that was behind the fire. Impossible. How can that be? Wei Zhou looked in disbelief when he saw the black figure in the fire. This black figure started to come out of the fire. The black figure that just came out of the fire was Yi Chen. Yi Chen came out of the fire in good condition. There was not a single scratch on Yi Chen's clothes. How did that happen? All the spectators were quite shocked when they saw Yi Chen, who managed to survive Wei Zhou's deadly attack. even though everyone guessed that Yi Chen had already been defeated by Wei Zhou. It's a shame that everyone's expectations didn't come true. Yi Chen was still alive and seemed fine. Not a single wound could be found on Yi Chen's body. How did you survive? Wei Zhou couldn't believe it when he saw that Yi Chen could withstand his powerful attack. Isn't it obvious? Your attack is full of loopholes. Such an attack is not enough to defeat me. Yi Chen informed that Wei Zhou's attack was not enough to defeat him. But it was a very good try. Now let's be a little more serious. Yi Chen started to release his power. A deep flame appeared and enveloped Yi Chen's body. What? He's a fire user. Yun Yang, Emochi, Ruman were shocked when they saw Yi Chen, who turned out to be a firebender. Even though they all thought that Yi Chen was a wind or lightning controller, only those two elements could provide such a tremendous increase in speed. With the speed that Yi Chen had just displayed, it was not strange that Yun Yang, Emochi, Ruman thought that way. They all thought that Yi Chen had wind or lightning to increase his speed. This is getting more and more interesting. Other peak lords began to feel that this was getting more and more interesting. They couldn't wait to see Yi Chen and Wei Zhou's battle. Oh, so you also have the fire element? This way I can fight you with all the strength I have. Wei Zhou felt more and more attracted to this battle. He felt the turmoil in his body when he sensed the upcoming battle. Don't get too excited just yet. Let me show you the strength I have. Yi Chen was going to show Wei Zhou the strength he had. Yi Chen snapped his fingers. When Yi Chen did that, a fireball appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen threw this small fireball towards Wei Zhou. The small fireball shot towards Wei Zhou. Wei Zhou used his fire shield to block Yi Chen's attack. The fireball thrown by Yi Chen penetrated the defense of Wei Zhou. This fireball exploded in front of Wei Zhou. Wei Zhou was blown away by the explosion that occurred. He was blown away several meters by the explosion that occurred. Wei Zhou suffered burns from Yi Chen's attack. Although the attack just now was small, the attack just now was enough to make Wei Zhou suffer a burn. SHT Wei Zhou tried to get up. He tried to get up while enduring the pain caused by the heat from several parts of his body that were blistered by Yi Chen's attack. Wei Zhou looked at Yi Chen. Wei Zhou closed his eyes and tried to calm down. As Wei Zhou did this, from the sky appeared several very large fire spears. The estimated size of these fire spears was 10 meters. The moment the fire spear appeared, all eyes immediately turned to the sky. They all looked towards the appearance of a huge spear that looked extremely conspicuous. These fire spears started to move and locked position on Yi Chen's body. All spears were aimed at Yi Chen. All of them were now aiming at Yi Chen. We'll see if you can survive this attack. Wei Zhou had no choice but to use the ultimate move he had. No matter what happened, he had to be able to win against Yi Chen. This was the moment he had been waiting for a long time. Wei Zhou should not miss the opportunity to join the ranks of the core disciples. Wei Zhou was eager to become a core disciple of one of the existing peaks. Chapter 1366, Round of 32. The fire spear descended. It headed straight for Yi Chen at a fairly fast speed. Yi Chen looked up. He just stretched out his hand in the direction of the attack. When the giant fire spear was about to hit Yi Chen's body, all the giant spears stopped in place. This giant spear instantly disappeared without a trace. Huh? Wei Zhou looked confused when he saw what happened. He was confused about what had just happened to him. Honestly, what just happened was very confusing. What happened was very confusing for Wei Zhou. What just happened? Did he hold it in? Everyone looked confused when they saw what happened. They looked confused when they saw the fire spear that had suddenly disappeared. Even the peak lords didn't know what had just happened with Wei Zhou's attack. They didn't know what Yi Chen did until he was able to dispel Wei Zhou's attack. It's over, Yi Chen said when it was all over. Wei Zhou was already unable to win over Yi Chen. No, I can continue with this. Wei Zhou refused to lose to Yi Chen. He could still fight against Yi Chen. Sorry, but it's over. Yi Chen immediately kicked Wei Zhou out of the arena. Having run out of profound energy, Wei Zhou had no resistance when he received Yi Chen's attack. Wei Zhou was finally kicked out of the arena. The winner is participant 2048. The referee informed the winner. Everyone was silent when they listened to what the referee said. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen won this match, even though they had expected that Yi Chen would lose to Wei Zhou. But the result was shocking. Yi Chen won from Wei Zhou. Even though Wei Zhou was a cultivator at the top stage of the Divine Tribulation realm, how could he be defeated by Yi Chen, who was only at the intermediate stage of the Divine Tribulation realm? This was difficult for the people in this place to believe. Yi Chen hid his strength by using the Reedran pendant necklace, so it wasn't strange that people didn't know Yi Chen's true strength. Yi Chen's fans looked very happy when they saw Yi Chen who could win against Wei Zhou. They were all happy when Yi Chen could win against Wei Zhou. Yi Chen, finally you are. Yi Chen, you are great. Yi Chen, I love you. One by one the women started cheering for Yi Chen. They all seemed very happy with Yi Chen's results. Yi Chen waved his hand. He warmly welcomed what the women who had supported him did. Not bad either. Several peak lords started to consider Yi Chen. They all started to consider Yi Chen, who had almost equal evasion and fighting abilities. This is quite a good capital for Yi Chen. He can fight his enemy with this Kind of capital. Yi Chen got off the arena. After Yi Chen got down, the next battle started. The battle continued. Yi Chen fought against his enemy. It just so happened that Yi Chen's next enemy was not very strong. Yi Chen used his strength to fight against his enemy. Unlike most of the participants who wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, Yi Chen instead fought very casually. He fought very casually for others to enjoy. Unfortunately, some people already hate Yi Chen. They don't like Yi Chen's battle. Yi Chen doesn't care about people who hate him. It's useless to think about people who hate him. Behind many people who don't like him, Yi Chen still sees that there are people who support him. So Yi Chen tried his best to cheer up these people. After a long battle, the battle has finally entered the round of 32. Currently, out of 2,048 participants, only the strongest participants remain. This battle will become even more intense as the number of weaklings has been eliminated. It is a battle between the strong who can survive. Zhang Bimmel was also quite lucky. He was able to survive to this stage. He was lucky to meet an opponent who was weaker than himself, which allowed Zhang Bimmel to go this far. All of you have tried very well. You have all shown your strength and ability to get to this stage. Li Miho said to the 64 participants who had reached this important stage. All of them had fought very hard to get to this stage. This battle will be a little different from the previous one. This time's battle doesn't use the arena like before, so you are free to fight as you please without holding back. Li Miho said to all the participants that if there would be a slight change to the battle rules, they would no longer fight within a small arena. They would all be fighting within a large arena and there was no need to worry about exiting the arena. Some of the participants were happy to hear this. Finally, they didn't have to think about getting out of the arena anymore. They could fight as they pleased without worrying about getting out of the arena. That's why there will only be one arena, so you all have to take turns in using it. Li Miho said that arena there would only be one, so each participant had to wait their turn. Okay, let's just randomize the battle. Li Miho said that he would randomize the battle. The battle list would only be randomized once, so they already knew who their opponents would be in the future. This system is like a tournament. This is different from the previous one where the battle list is always random after the battle is over. Yi Chen and all the participants were waiting for the list of battles. They couldn't wait to see who they would fight in the next match. A while later the battle list finally appeared. Yi Chen was paired with Lu Kim's elite disciple again Yi. Chen looked happy when he was paired with one of the top 10 elite disciples in the inner court. It seemed that this would not be too boring for Yi Chen. In contrast to Yi Chen, the other participants seemed displeased when they were paired with one of the elite disciples. They were helpless by this. They felt that this would be a hard thing to win. Alright, you're all paired up. Now we can start the battle. After all the participants are paired with each other, it's time to return to the match. You who are not competing can see from there. Li Miho told the participants who were not competing to look from above. He had prepared a place to see the battle that was taking place. Yi Chen and the other participants left. They went to the place Li Miho pointed out. It just so happened that this was not Yi Chen's part of the battle, so Yi Chen could only go upstairs and watch the match. The first people to compete were Luo Can and a male disciple of standard stature. Nothing too outstanding about this male disciple's stature. This match will not be stopped unless one of you loses, so if you can't afford it anymore, you better admit defeat. Do you understand? Li Miho asked Luo Right and his opponent. We understand, both nodded. They already understood that this match would not be stopped until one of them lost. That means even if things go wrong, this match will continue. Good, then get ready. Li Miho told the two to get ready. He would start this match. The match started. Luo can immediately attack the enemy in front of him. Chapter 1367 Yi Chen vs Lu Kim's. 1. Luo can attack the enemy in front of him, himself using an extremely fast speed to attack the enemy. Luo can hit his enemy with a powerful wind attack. Not bad. Yi Chen praised Luo Can's speed. Luo Can's speed was fast enough to confuse the enemy. Luo Can's enemy looked confused when he received a fairly sudden attack. He was quite confused by Luo Can's sudden and fast attack. Luo Can's enemy was blown away a few meters. There were bruises when he received an attack from Luo Kansas. Luo didn't seem to be holding back. He used his strength to hit the enemy with all his might. Let's attack and defeat him. The audience from the inner court core disciples started to become very active when they saw the battle that Luo Can was fighting. Luo Can's battle was very good to watch. Luo Can's fighting style is very good. People will immediately like Luo Can's very neat and very elegant way of fighting. This reminded them of Luo Tian's way of fighting. Both of them had almost similar fighting skills. Both of them possessed extremely destructive fighting power. Lord Peak began to consider Luo Can. They felt that Luo Can was quite a talented candidate. It could be seen from the previous battles that Luo Can was able to finish quickly. SHT, he's fast and has very strong fighting power. Luo Can's enemy started to lose his spirits when he faced the person who was once number one in the inner court. This will be over soon. Luo Can didn't say much, he said that the match was coming to an end. It won't be that easy, I will definitely fight. This person told that he wouldn't be defeated so easily, he would give Luo Can a fight. Hand cannon bullet from Luo Can's palm came out a small storm. This small storm was shot by Luo Can towards his enemy. A very strong blast of sand wind occurred. This gust of wind spread and filled the entire arena. People closest to the center of the explosion would definitely be in serious trouble. The force of this wind blast was strong enough to tear one's body apart. It's over, Yi Chen muttered. Softly, he saw that this match was over. Using God eyes, Yi Chen could see what the condition of the person who was hit just now was. This person's condition was quite severe. He was injured quite heavily by Luo Can's attack. His entire body was torn apart by the wind blast just now. This made this person's body covered in fresh blood. The dust from the blast of wind was very strong. It made people's vision blurry. They were very curious about the condition of the person who was hit by Luo Can's attack. Would he be okay or not? A moment later, the dust disappeared. When the dust completely disappeared, the figure of a person covered in blood was seen by the eyes of the audience. The figure of this person was very pitiful, his body covered in fresh blood from the wounds on his body. What Yi Chen saw came true. Everyone could now see the condition of the person who received Luo Can's attack. Stop! Li Miho immediately stopped the match. He immediately checked the condition of the person lying on the floor unconscious. When Li Miho looked at the condition of the participants, he found that this participant had a bad experience. He had a bad experience due to Luo Can's attack. The winner is contestant Luo Can. Li Miho said that the winner of this match was Luo Kansas. Everyone gave a round of applause to Luo Can, who managed to win against his enemy. This result that everyone had expected. Medics, come quickly and take him. Li Miho ordered the medics to come and help the injured people. The medics immediately arrived. They took the bodies of the injured people out of the arena and taken to the treatment area. This battle looks much bloodier than before. The battle this time will be quite a bloody battle. It was this kind of battle that the people of the God realm preferred. They preferred bloody battles. Geez, can I survive? After seeing this first match, Zhang Bimmel became a little afraid. He was afraid of the match he would do together with his enemy, whether he would win or end up like the person who had just been defeated by Luo Can. Zhang Bimmel didn't know what would happen to him. If you can't afford it, you can give up. Don't let you end up like that. Yi Chen warned Zhang Bimmel to give up. It seems that in this battle, wounding someone to a cripple won't get any offense from the sect. In battle, the sword has no eyes, so in this battle it is not allowed to protest when injured very badly. I know, I will give up when I can't anymore. Zhang Bimmel nodded. He would use the advice given by Yi Chen when he was no longer able to fight his enemy. Good luck. Yi Chen could only wish Zhang Bimmel good luck. He could only do that for Zhang Bimmel. The next battle was on. Currently Tubei, Yunnan, Jinpo, Zhoumu, Marinchi, Xin Rimu, see thou have successfully advanced to the next round. They managed to beat their opponent, although this time they couldn't beat their opponent as easily as before. Finally Yi Chen's turn had come. Yi Chen was going to fight Lu Kim's. The two of them got off and headed towards the arena. Are you ready? Li Miho asked Yi Chen and Lu Kim's. If both of them were ready, then Li Miho would immediately start this match. Ready? Yi Chen and Lu Kim's were ready. They were both ready for battle. Then start. Li Miho immediately started the match between Yi Chen and Lu Kim's. When the battle started, Lu Kim's was just silent. He didn't intend to attack first. On the other hand, Yi Chen didn't seem to attack Lu Kim's either. Everyone in the audience was confused by what was happening. Neither of them made an attack. Lu Kim's looked very calm. He was not in a rush to fight Yi Chen. Aren't you going to attack? Yi Chen asked Lu Kim's, who looked very calm. Lu Kim's didn't answer Yi Chen's words. He made a move similar to Tai Chi. From afar, Yi Chen could see that Lu Kim's controlled his breathing very well. He seemed to be in very high focus. Lu Kim's was indeed very different from the other participants that Yi Chen met. He was very careful when fighting Yi Chen. Lu Kim's thought Yi Chen was an equal opponent to him. Let's hurry, don't waste time. Everyone wanted to see the battle, so they shouted for the battle to start immediately. Lu Kim's opened his eyes. He turned his hand. As Lu Kim's turned his hand, several projectiles shot towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen flicked his sleeve to block the projectile that was aimed at him. The projectile that was aimed at Yi Chen was water. So when Yi Chen deflected it, his clothes were wet with water. Chapter 1368, Yi Chen vs. Lu Kim's 2, Water? Yi Chen thought that it was a very thin needle earlier. To think that what Lu Kim's had just thrown was water. Moments later, Yi Chen's arms suddenly froze into ice. This was so fast that people didn't notice it. Right now, one of Yi Chen's arms was covered by the ice made of water that was just on his arm. Yi Chen looked at his arm. Now he understood Lu Kim's intentions. Apparently this was the reason he fired water projectiles at himself. The water projectiles just now turned out to be able To freeze a person's body after touching it, Yi Chen clasped his hands. From within the ice appeared fire which began to melt all the ice in Yi Chen's arms. Lu Kim saw what Yi Chen was doing. He could see that Yi Chen could easily destroy his attacks. Lu Kim's knew that his attacks were still not strong enough to defeat Yi Chen, therefore he needed a much stronger attack to defeat Yi Chen. Lu Kim's cupped his hands together. He started to give off an enormous aura. Lu Kim's aura was quite large. This aura covered the entire surrounding arena. Even Yi Chen, who was in the distance, was enveloped by Lu Kim's aura. Yi Chen didn't know what Lu Kim's was going to do. Yi Chen used his arms to withstand the strong wind caused by the pressure that Lu Kim's gave off. Moments later, some bubbles appeared around this place. These bubbles emerged from the cracks of the rocks. These bubbles very quickly rise to the surface. The surface is very quickly covered by tens of thousands of water bubbles. Yi Chen looked at what was around him. Whether this was part of Lu Kim's attack or just a ritual. Explode. Lu Kim's told all the bubbles to explode. As Lu Kim said this, all the bubbles that were on the surface exploded simultaneously. When this bubble burst, a light rain occurred. This rain instantly enveloped the entire arena. The entire arena was instantly drenched in the rain caused by the bubbles just now. Even Yi Chen's body was also soaked by the water from the bubbles. Moments later, the entire arena turned into a sea of ice. Everything instantly froze into ice. While some of the audience were taken aback by what was happening, they had just seen a very fast instant freeze. People could no longer see Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yi Chen was currently buried in a very thick ice. Is this over? Everyone in the audience wondered if this match was over. Yi Chen should have been buried in the thick ice and couldn't get out. To find out, everyone just need to wait. If indeed Yi Chen had lost, then Yi Chen would not have come out from behind the thick sea of ice. After waiting for a while, they didn't see any sign of Yi Chen coming to the surface. They all thought that Yi Chen was done. Lu Kim's also started to relax when he saw Yi Chen, who didn't show up. It seemed the match was over and he became the victor. Looks like it's over. Song Ziyu suddenly came to the side of Mei Yueli and the other Jade Lotus Peak disciples. Coincidentally, Song Ziyu had just finished his business and decided to come and see the match. Not necessarily. Mei Yueli said that it wasn't over yet. She was absolutely sure that it wasn't over yet, but he didn't show up. Song Ziyu thanked that Yi Chen still hadn't come to the fore. That meant that he had already lost at the hands of Lu Kim's. That was the only reason that kept Yi Chen from rising to the surface. He will definitely be fine. Xia Qingyu replied to Song Ziyu's words. She was absolutely sure that Yi Chen would be fine. Nothing would happen to Yi Chen. To be honest, Xia Qingyu was not very familiar with Song Ziyu. Xia Qingyu and Munianzi were still not very familiar with the female disciples within the Jade Lotus Peak, so it wasn't surprising that Xia Qingyu didn't like what Song Ziyu had just said about Yi Chen. Song Ziyu felt strange about Xia Qingyu. Why was this beautiful woman so confident with Yi Chen? What exactly was her relationship with Yi Chen? Why did she defend Yi Chen so much? Boom! Just as everyone thought Yi Chen had been defeated by Lu Kim's, they saw a pillar of fire emerging from under the sea of ice. This pillar of fire is so large that the entire palm is covered by very hot air. This hot air is able to melt all the ice in the arena. Even water begins to evaporate when exposed to this heat. After everything cleared, the pillar of fire disappeared. Yi Chen's figure now hovered above Lu Kim's. Yi Chen looked at Lu Kim's. This person turned out to be a little troublesome to fight. Yi Chen decided to finish this battle immediately. He would soon finish the battle against Lu Kim's 100,000 fire swords. When Yi Chen used this, around Yi Chen's body appeared thousands of fire swords. Flying fire swords filled the entire arena. Wow, that's great, I like it. Yun Yang looked pleased when he saw Yi Chen, who could make thousands of fire swords. He felt that Yi Chen's ability to be quite extraordinary. Looks like Yun Yang will try to recruit Yi Chen later. Yi Chen's ability is enough to make Yi Chen join Flying Sword Peak. See, what I said is true. He managed to survive, Mei Yueli said to Song Ziyu. Mei Yueli started to brag about Yi Chen's strength in front of Song Ziyu. She was very confident when she saw Yi Chen, who could escape Lu Kim's attack. Song Ziyu's face is not being looked at. Why does he always lose every time he bets like this? This is very annoying. Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianzi were also happy. Both of them smiled when they saw Yi Chen, who managed to survive Lu Kim's attack. People who hated Yi Chen didn't like it when they saw Yi Chen, who managed to survive. They were dissatisfied when they saw Yi Chen, who managed to survive Lu Kim's attack. Quickly beat him. Everyone told Lu Kim's to beat Yi Chen. They all wanted Lu Kim's to beat Yi Chen. People didn't like it when they saw Yi Chen always winning. How could a weakling like Yi Chen win? This match was a very annoying thing for some people in this place. Lu Kim's didn't stand still when he saw the direction of Yi Chen's attack. He immediately made several water needles behind himself to attack Yi Chen. Yi Chen already knew Lu Kim's intentions, so Yi Chen immediately attacked Lu Kim's using the flying swords that were around him. Thousands of flying swords instantly shot towards Lu Kim's Liu Kims himself shot a water needle at the flying sword that was aiming at him. Liu Kims intended to destroy this flying sword, using the water needles he had. When the water needle shot by Liu Kims touched Yi Chen's fire sword, the water needle instantly melted. The heat from the fire sword was much stronger than Liu Kims' water needle. Seeing this, Liu Kims immediately became very alert. He knew that he had to retreat from Yi Chen's attack, otherwise Liu Kims would be in trouble. Because of Yi Chen's seemingly powerful attack, Chapter 1369, Yi Chen vs Xian Rimu. 1. Yi Chen didn't let Liu Kims escape so easily. He chased after Liu Kims using his fire sword. Liu Kims started to feel pressured when he was chased by Yi Chen's fire sword. He seemed to have a hard time when he had to deal with Yi Chen's very fast and agile fire sword. Liu Kims didn't have time to dodge Yi Chen's attack. He ended up getting hit by Yi Chen's sword strike. Boom! Liu Kims was hit by one of Yi Chen's flying swords. This flying sword exploded right at Liu Kims' body. Liu Kims fell down by the explosion, his body burned by the attack emanating from Yi Chen's flying fire sword. Liu Kims tried to get up. Unfortunately, the pain in his body prevented him from getting up. Let's get up and fight him, the audience told Liu Kims to get up and fight Yi Chen. Too bad Liu Kims couldn't do that. His body was too sore to fight Yi Chen. Li Miho waited for Liu Kims to wake up. Seeing that Liu Kims couldn't get up anymore, so Li Miho had no choice but to end this match. The winner is contestant Yi Chen. Li Miho told that Yi Chen was the winner. Participant Liu Kims was unable to continue this match, so Yi Chen was the winner. Win again? What the heck? The people from the inner court were displeased when they saw Yi Chen, who came back winning. How could Yi Chen keep on winning in every match? Even Yi Chen didn't suffer an injury from his enemy. This was quite a shock to everyone. This person is a bit strange. Mochi felt that Yi Chen was very strange. Yi Chen was very strange because he was able to beat every contestant with a cultivation strength that differed by several levels. Even though they are strong, I think Luo Can and Tu Bei are still much better than him. Lord Peak of Cloud Sky Peak said that Luo Can and Tu Bei were still stronger than Yi Chen. The name of the leader of Cloud Sky Peak is Shin Pai. He is a middle-aged man who is quite strong. Among the 7 peak lords in this place, it can be said that Shin Pai is the most domineering old man. You definitely intend to include these 2 talented people. That's into your peak. You're very predictable. Yun Yang had already guessed what Shin Pai was going to do. He definitely intended to get Luo Can and Tu Bei into Cloud Sky Peak. That's exactly what I want. Shin Pai didn't dodge what Yun Yang said. He really wanted to do that. When Shin Pai says that, it means that everyone in this place won't be able to stop him. Shin Pai will definitely get what he wants. In theory, Cloud Sky Peak was the strongest peak within the 9 Immortals Peak sect, so everyone would naturally want to join Cloud Sky Peak. If Shin Pai made someone an offer, then they would definitely have a hard time refusing the offer. Even if it was Luo Can and Tu Bei, the 2 would definitely not be able to refuse the offer made by Shin Pai. The match was resumed. The rest of the participants fought again to compete for seats in the round of 16. Zhang Bimel is still lucky. He is reunited with a weak enemy. This allows Zhang Bimel to win this match. On the other next opponent of Zhang Bimel is Yunnan. When against Yunnan, Zhang Bimel starts to get confused whether he should just give in to Yunnan. This is something that is quite confusing for Zhang Bimel. On the other side, Yi Chen met a slightly troublesome opponent. Yi Chen met a female opponent that was Xian Rimu. It would be a bit of a problem when Yi Chen had to fight Xian Rimu. Xian Rimu was a tall woman with a domineering aura. This woman would definitely be a bit of a hassle to fight against. The first match was Luokan against an inner court disciple again. Luokan won very easily. After that match from Sithao, he won the match very easily. Zhang Bimel fought against Yunnan. Unfortunately, Zhang Bimel decided to just give in. This was a decision that Zhang Bimel had thought through carefully. After that, Tu Bei, Zhou Mu, Mao Rinchi also made it through. They all made it into the top 8. Now was the time for the battle between Yi Chen and Xian Rimu. Yi Chen and Xian Rimu, are you all ready? Li Miho asked Yi Chen and Xian Rimu. Ready? Yi Chen and Xian Rimu simultaneously said that they were ready. Then Li Miho officially started the match between Yi Chen and Xian Rimu. Moments after the match started, Xian Rimu immediately charged towards Yi Chen, immediately clenched her fists and prepared to punch Yi Chen. Xian Rimu wears a special glove. It seems that this is an artifact weapon that is owned by Xian Rimu. With this, Xian Rimu was confident that she could defeat Yi Chen using only his physical strength. Yi Chen stretched out his hand. He immediately resisted Xian Rimu's attack. The attack from Xian Rimu was very easily blocked by Yi Chen. Yi Chen very easily resisted the attack from Xian Rimu. What? Xian Rimu was surprised when he saw that Yi Chen could easily withstand his attacks, even though his attacks were not weak. I don't want to hurt you. Why don't you just give up? Yi Chen told Xian Rimu to give up right now. No, I won't give up. Xian Rimu said that she wouldn't give up against Yi Chen. Xian Rimu tried to pull herself up. When Xan Rima tried to back away, Xan Rima found that she couldn't pull her hand away from Yi Chen. Her hand was held by Yi Chen very strongly. This made Xan Rima unable to pull it back. That's for once. Even though I gave you a chance, Yi Chen shook his head. Even though Yi Chen was kind enough to give Xan Rima a chance, I won't let you win just like that. Xan Rima said that she wouldn't let Yi Chen win easily. Xan Rima used her other hand to hit Yi Chen. She used her other hand to hit Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Yi Chen stretched out his free hand. He used this hand to block Xan Rimu's attack. This time Xan Rimu's attack was again blocked by Yi Chen. Both of Xan Rimu's hands were now being held back by Yi Chen. Damn it, how did he withstand my attack? Xan Rimu couldn't believe that Yi Chen could still withstand the second attack she launched. Now Xan Rimu could only use her two legs to attack Yi Chen. Xan Rimu used her legs to kick Yi Chen's head. She used her full strength to kick Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen again didn't let Xan Rimu succeed. Yi Chen used his legs to block Xan Rimu's attack. SHT, why is it still holding back? Xan Rimu looked very annoyed when he saw that Yi Chen's attack could still be resisted. Are you sure you don't want to give up? Yi Chen asked Xan Rimu. Yi Chen asked Xan Rimu again. He was still trying to persuade Xan Rimu to give up. How many times do I have to say? I will not give up. Xan Rimu refused to give up. Chapter 1370 Yi Chen vs Xan Rimu 2. What can make you give up on me? Yi Chen asked what could make Xan Rimu surrender to him. That will never happen. Xan Rimu said that she would never give up on Yi Chen. Xan Rimu used the last resort she could. She used her remaining leg to attack Yi Chen. Seeing Xan Rimu's sudden attack, Yi Chen hastily turned away from Xan Rimu. Yi Chen turned away from Xan Rimu so that he was upside down. The overturned Xan Rimu finally fell to the floor. Xan Rimu immediately tried to get up. She got up and retreated a few meters away from Yi Chen. Xan Rimu knew that it would be difficult to fight Yi Chen, so she tried to think of a way to defeat Yi Chen using her strength. Looks like I have to use the strongest attack I have. Xan Rimu had no choice but to use the strongest attack she had. Xan Rimu started to raise one arm of hers. Xan Rimu's arm was suddenly enveloped by a very hard-looking iron. There is a strong aura that surrounds this iron. From afar, this must be a special iron that is strong and very hard. Xan Rimu instantly disappeared. She reappeared next to Yi Chen. You won't be able to escape anymore. Xan Rimu hit Yi Chen, who was in front of her. She hit Yi Chen using her full strength. Yi Chen used his arm to block Xan Rimu's attack. An extremely powerful crash occurred when Yi Chen's arm and Xan Rimu's arm met. It was obvious that Xan Rimu's punch was extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could such a powerful impact occur? Her punch is strong enough. Yi Chen didn't expect that a woman like Xan Rimu would have such extraordinary physical strength. Xan Rimu must have trained really hard to get her punch to be what it is today. It doesn't work, Xan Rimu muttered in her heart. She was a little in disbelief when she saw that her punch couldn't even beat Yi Chen's body back. Yi Chen's body was extremely solid. It was like a wall made of an array of materials so strong that it would not be easy to break them. Xan Rimu didn't want to give up. She tried one more time to hit Yi Chen. Yi Chen was just silent when he saw Xan Rimu hit him. Yi Chen received the attack launched by Xan Rimu. Honestly, Yi Chen was willing to try his physical strength. Yi Chen could feel that Xan Rimu could be a worthy opponent to test Yi Chen's physical strength. Too hard. What exactly is your body made of? Xan Rimu started to wonder about Yi Chen's body. To be honest, Xan Rimu first met someone who had a tough body like Yi Chen. Hitting Yi Chen was the same as hitting a very strong and sturdy iron wall. Of course, skin, look, it's still elastic. Yi Chen showed that his body was still normal. He had not made any changes to his body. Straight face, Xan Rimu was rendered speechless by what Yi Chen did. This man seemed a little foolish to point out such a thing to Xan Rimu. Come on, do you still want to give it another try? Or not? Show me all your strength. Yi Chen told Xan Rimu to show all her strength. Do you have an abnormality? Seeing Yi Chen's strangeness, Xan Rimu started to suspect that Yi Chen had an abnormality. Otherwise, how could he be happy when receiving an attack from herself, not even feeling anything? Straight face. This time it was Yi Chen's turn to show a black face. He was helpless when he heard what Xan Rimu said. Xan Rimu really thought Yi Chen had an abnormality. Beautiful, come forward. Show me your strength. Yi Chen told Xan Rimu to show her strength to him. Beautiful, are you mocking me? Xan Rimu thought Yi Chen's compliment was a mockery to her. Of course not. You look quite beautiful. Yi Chen said that he was not mocking Yi Chen. What Yi Chen said was the truth. Your Xan Rimu is indeed quite beautiful. Xan Rimu's face turned red when she listened to what Yi Chen said. To be honest, very few people dare to say things like this to Xan Rimu. They don't dare to do what Yi Chen did because they know that Xan Rimu is a rude and domineering woman. So they don't dare say things like that to Xin Rimu or else they might will be hit by Xin Rimu. Look. At that, he's starting to show his character. Mei Yueli saw what Yi Chen was doing from afar. Even in a battle like this, Yi Chen still had time to tease his opponent. He really can't be helped. Xia Qingyu and Munianzi totally agreed with what Mei Yueli said. They felt that Yi Chen couldn't be helped anymore. You will see, it will be over soon. Xin Rimu intended to end this match. Xin Rimu gathered quite a large amount of profound energy into his arms. Xin Rimu's arm emitted a silver light. This silver light was filled with great power. Be prepared. Xin Rimu told Yi Chen to prepare for his attack. I'm ready. Yi Chen said that he was ready. Yi Chen was ready to receive an attack from Xin Rimu. Xin Rimu advanced towards Yi Chen. He started to launch a powerful attack towards Yi Chen. Breaking meteor blow. Yi Chen didn't want to lose. He intended to withstand the attacks from Xin Rimu. Yi Chen's fist and Xin Rimu's fist approached each other. These fists drew closer and collided against each other. Boom! An extremely powerful explosion occurred as Yi Chen and Xin Rimu clashed blows. A sizable earthquake occurred when Yi Chen and Xin Rimu's attacks met. Due to a large enough explosion, a fairly dense dust enveloped the arena. This made people's vision blurry. Even though the audience was eager to see what happened to the battle, Li Miho snapped his fingers. The dust was immediately removed when Li Miho did this. After the dust was removed, finally everyone could see what was happening. Right now the arena was damaged by the impact of Yi Chen and Xin Rimu's battle. Yi Chen was standing a few meters away from the battlefield. Meanwhile Xin Rimu was kneeling while holding one of his arms. Xin Rimu's arm looked fine. There was no visible wound on Xin Rimu's arm. On the surface there might not appear to be a wound on Xin Rimu's arm, but Xin Rimu could feel the pain from the wound she had sustained. My arm is badly injured. Xin Rimu knew that if her arm was injured from the exchange just now, with her current state, it would be difficult to continue the match. Are you ready to give up? Yi Chen asked Xin Rimu, who was kneeling on the floor. Okay, I give up. After thinking for a while, Xin Rimu decided to give up. It seemed that Yi Chen's physical strength was above her. If this continued, Xin Rimu would actually suffer losses, so Xin Rimu chose to just give up. Xin Rimu knew the limits of her body. She wouldn't force her injured body. She would rather give up than cause her body to get even worse. Okay, Xin Rimu contestants have given up. The winner is Yi Chen. Li Miho hastily announced Yi Chen's victory. Yi Chen's supporters looked very happy when they saw Yi Chen, who came back victorious. Yi Chen was getting closer to first place. Chapter 1371, a quarter-final. While many people were also displeased when they saw this, they all felt displeased when they saw Yi Chen come this far. As the match continues, the remaining 16 participants will now battle it out again for a ticket to the quarter-finals. It just so happened that Yi Chen had a fairly easy opponent this time, so Yi Chen was able to end the match quickly. As well as the rest of the elite disciples of the inner court, they had finished their battle and won this match very easily. Next match, Luokan vs Sithao, Yunnan vs Shinpo, Tubei vs Zhoumu, Yi Chen vs Maorenchi. This is a match filled with great people. It will definitely be something great for everyone in this place to watch. All of you have entered the quarter finals. I congratulate you all. Li Miho congratulated all the participants who reached this stage. This is the stage that everyone has been waiting for the most. Here they would face an opponent who was far stronger than they had ever fought. This would also determine who would be the most powerful disciple in the inner court. All of you have time to rest and recover your strength. I know that you are tired from the endless competition. Li Miho gave all the participants time to rest, after which they would continue the match. Thank you all the participants. Thank Li Miho. They all will make very good use of this time to recover themselves. Some spectators go to do something, they will go to do good. Yi Chen, congratulations. Zhang Bimel congratulated Yi Chen. He congratulated Yi Chen for making it this far. What is it? Yi Chen asked Zhang Bimel. Why was Zhang Bimel bothering him? I want to tell you something important. Zhang Bimel said that he wanted to tell Yi Chen something important. What's that? Yi Chen asked what Zhang Bimel wanted to talk about. He wanted to know what Zhang Bimel wanted to talk about. You know that in the quarterfinals there will be a bet to determine the winner of this competition. Zhang Bimel told Yi Chen that there would be a bet that many people participated in. Oh, I see. It's not strange that there are so many people who immediately leave this place. Apparently that's the reason. Yi Chen now understood why so many people left this place. Apparently that was the reason. They all intended to make a bet. Don't you want to come? Zhang Bimel asked Yi Chen if Yi Chen didn't want to take part in this bet. Are participants allowed to do that? Yi Chen asked Zhang Bimel. Participants are only allowed to bet on themselves, so it's legal, said Zhang Bimel to Yi Chen. Zhang Bimel informed that participants can bet on themselves. What they shouldn't be is that they bet on other people. Okay, then I'll go. Yi Chen said that if he was going, Yi Chen would use all the contribution points he had to join the bet. Very good. Zhang Bimel was so happy when he heard this, he finally had a friend to gamble with. Yi Chen and Zhang Bimel left, the two of them went to the betting place. Yi Chen put in his million contribution points. Yi Chen did not hesitate when he did this. Many people started whispering when they saw Yi Chen was in this place. They whispered and started to sneer at Yi Chen. Let's go after depositing the bet. It was time for Yi Chen to leave. Yi Chen didn't like the stares of the people in this place. Come on. Zhang Bimel nodded. After collecting the contribution points for the bet, they could relax and wait for the result. Zhang Bimel can only hope that his choice will win the match and become number one. Yi Chen returned to the waiting area of the participants. He waited patiently for the match to start. Hey bro, you better give up, otherwise I can't guarantee whether you will survive or not. Maybe even your face will be worse than now, Mao Renqi suddenly said to Yi Chen. He threatened Yi Chen to give up early. Mao Renqi also didn't forget to look down on Yi Chen. This man said that Yi Chen was ugly and might after this match become ugly after being hit or crushed by Mao Renqi. To be honest, Mao Renqi didn't really like Yi Chen. He didn't really like it when he saw Yi Chen, who looked much more popular than himself. For Mao Renqi to see Yi Chen who was popular was very annoying. Don't talk too much and take care of your own problems. Yi Chen told Mao Renqi to be quiet. He didn't want to listen to Mao Renqi's ramblings. Damn it, I was kind enough to warn you. You better be careful. Mao Renqi was kind enough to remind Yi Chen. In the match later, Mao Renqi wouldn't be so kind against Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't pay much attention to this person's chatter. He focused on himself. After the recovery time runs out, the first round match between Luokan vs Sida begins. All the spectators who had previously left had returned. They were all looking forward to seeing the match between Luokan vs Sida. To be honest, most people in this place bet on Luokan and Tubei. Those two were the two people who had the most chances of winning, so it wasn't strange that everyone was betting on Luokan and Tubei. Since this has already entered the quarterfinals, all peak lords are watching this match closely. They will judge whether these 8 participants are worthy. Luokan and Sida entered the arena, the two of them facing each other. Are you guys ready? Li Miho asked the two contestants whether they were ready or not. Ready. Luokan and Sida said that they were ready. Li Miho was free to start this match at any time. Then start. Li Miho told the two to start this match. Luokan and Sida started the match. Sida took his sword and started attacking Luokan's. Luokan raised his hand. Luokan's hand turned into a wind sword. Luokan used this wind sword to attack Sida, who was in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The friction between Sida's sword and Luokan's wind sword was unavoidable. Both of them attack each other to be able to bring each other down. Wow, that's great. All the audience looked happy when they saw the battle that was taking place between Luokan and Sida. They were all excited when they saw the battle fought by Luokan versus Sida. Even the existing peak lords had to admit the battle between Luokan and Sida. Let's beat him. The supporter told Luokan to immediately defeat Sida. That way their contribution could be saved. Luokan attacked even more aggressively. He attacked the enemy more aggressively and ruthlessly. Sida had to be repulsed by Luokan's fierce and aggressive attack. Thunder thrust sword. Sida's sword started to emit lightning. Sida pushed his sword to pierce Luokan's body. Luokan received Sida's attack. He used his wind sword to block Sida's attack. Chapter 1372. Yi Chen vs Mao Renqi. 1. Boom. An explosion occurred when the two attacks met. Currently Sida's sword was shattered by the exchange just now. Seeing his sword broken, Sida immediately retreated and protected himself from Luokan's attack. Unfortunately, Luokan didn't let Sida escape. Luokan stepped forward and stabbed Sida's body. Luokan's hand pierced Sida's body. Sida knelt on the ground and started coughing up blood. Yes, some people started cheering when they saw what was happening. The audience really enjoyed Luokan's battle. Luokan's battle was extremely rough and vicious. This was what the audience liked. Sida tried to stand back up. Too bad he didn't have the strength to stand up again. Are you giving up? Li Miho asked Sida. He wanted to know if Sida had given up from this match. I can still see Sida did not want to give up. He tried to hold on any longer. Pao saw Sida, who was still persistent and didn't want to give up. Luokan again attacked Sida. He used his full strength to make Sida feel the consequences for not wanting to give in. Sida became battered when he was bombarded with blows by Luokan. He was heavily injured by Sida's attack. After getting a few additional attacks from Luokan, Sida's consciousness disappeared. He fell down and was unconscious. Stop seeing Sida was unconscious. Li Miho immediately ended the match. The winner is participant Luokan. Li Miho announced that the winner of this match was Luokan's. After getting what he wanted, Luokan left Sida. He immediately left the battle arena. Call the medic. Li Miho ordered to call the medic to treat Sida's wound. Sida's wound looks very severe. If not treated immediately, it will become very dangerous. The medics came and took Sida's body. They took Sida's body to the treatment place. Pretty aggressive. He's quite good. Several peak lords began to consider Luokan. Luokan's strength was indeed worthy and very good. Stop dreaming, he is mine. Shin Pai told another peak lord that he wanted Luo. Right, old man, why are you so greedy? Can't you share a bit with us? Yun Yang said to Shin Pai with great dissatisfaction. Complain to your heart's content, I won't let a seed like this escape. Shin Pai wouldn't let a good seed like Luokan get away with it, he wouldn't let that happen. Yun Yang could only grit his teeth, completely dissatisfied with Shin Pai's answer. Although dissatisfied with Shin Pai's answer, Yun Yang did not put up a fight. He knew that he was not Shin Pai's opponent. Shin Pai was a strong person, he was above the strength of Yun Yang and the rest of the peak lords. The match continued. Now it's Yunnan versus Shinpo's turn. The battle done by Yunnan versus Shinpo is quite good too. Yunnan can beat Shinpo with a little trick she has. Honestly, Yunnan is a smart woman, she has tactics when fighting. This makes Yunnan's victory easier. Next is Tu Bei versus Zhou. Tu Bei used his wind power to crush Zhou. Zhou had to give up her defeat at this place. Zhou didn't want to offend Tu Bei because it would be bad for her long-term life. Tu Bei got an easy victory, almost. All the participants in this place were afraid of Tu Bei, which made them give victory to Tu Bei very easily. And the last one is Chen versus Maorenchi. This is the battle that some people have been waiting for. Will Maorenchi be able to stop Chen's path or not, or is it the genius Tu Bei who will stop his path? Chen and Maorenchi walked into the arena, the two standing opposite each other. Maorenchi, don't lose. The female disciple from the inner court began to lend her own support to Maorenchi. Thank you very much. Maorenchi waved his hand to the women who supported him. He didn't forget to give a sweet blow of love to all his supporters. All the women from the inner court screamed when they saw the pose that Maorenchi had. Meanwhile, Chen's supporters could only cheer up slowly. They were currently being bullied by the power possessed by Maorenchi's supporters, so they couldn't freely support Chen. The difference in strength between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple was indeed vast, so they had no chance of winning against an inner court disciple. Shuiying, do you think he will still win? Ningxia asked Mu Shuiying, who was beside her, wanting to know if Chen could still go ahead and fight the genius Tu Bei. Of course, I believe he can definitely win. Mu Shuiying replied in a determined tone, what is the approximate percentage of victory? Ningxia asked what percentage of Chen's win rate was against Maorenchi. 100%. Mu Shuiying replied that Chen's win rate was 100%. Mu Shuiying, you seem very confident that he can win. Are you really that sure of him? Emochi asked Mu Shuiying. It just so happened that Emochi was near Mu Shuiying and Ningxia, so she could hear what Mu Shuiying and Ningxia were talking about. Of course, I'm pretty sure that if he wins, his opponent doesn't look too great. Mu Shuiying said that Chen's opponent wasn't that great, so Chen should have an easy win. Fufufu, very interesting. Then I want to see what the results of the analysis you said earlier will be. Emochi laughed. He wanted to see if what Mu Shuiying said came true or not. Are you guys ready? Li Miho asked. He was about to start this match. Chen and Maorenchi both nodded, both of them already very prepared to fight each other. Then Li Miho started this match. After Li Miho started the match, this match had officially started. Earlier I was kind enough to warn you, this time I will not warn you again. Be prepared. Maorenchi immediately stepped forward, his body enveloped by a very strong wind. This seemed to be the armor incapable of increasing Maorenchi's speed. Seeing Maorenchi who was about to attack him, Chen released his own power. A huge fire aura instantly appeared around Chen. Renchi didn't seem to care when he saw Chen's flames. He stepped forward and broke through to attack Chen. Boom! Explosion after explosion occurred. Chen and Maorenchi attacked each other. Let's beat him. This time the battle seemed much more lively. Chen and Maorenchi unleashed their abilities to knock each other down. Maorenchi stretched out his palm forward. Maorenchi's palm was enveloped by the wind. Feel this, wind giant palm. Maorenchi shot a huge gust of wind towards Chen. A sizable palm appeared and headed towards where Chen was. Chen was silent when he saw the arrival of this palm. He did not put up any resistance or defense when Maorenchi's attack came towards him. You die. Maorenchi shouted very loudly. He intended to make Chen feel the consequences for daring to challenge him. Chapter 1373, Chen vs Maorenchi. 2. Boom! A strong explosion of wind occurred. This explosion covered the arena with very dense dust. Yes, it worked, I managed to hit it. Maorenchi looked very happy when he managed to hit Chen. It's overhearing what Maorenchi said. Everyone thought that this battle was over. Everyone felt that this battle was going on very quickly. This battle ended very quickly. This was different from what people imagined. Why are you happy too soon? The fight is still continuing. When Maorenchi was celebrating his victory, from behind the dust Yi Chen said to Maorenchi. Maorenchi's expression immediately changed when he saw Yi Chen, who was still alive, even though Maorenchi firmly believed that Yi Chen was hit by his attack and there was no way he could survive. How did you survive? Maorenchi immediately asked how Yi Chen had survived the attack just now. Who knows? Yi Chen didn't bother answering Maorenchi's question. He didn't want to answer Maorenchi's question. Bastard, watch out for you. Maorenchi was very dissatisfied with Yi Chen's answer. He was dissatisfied when Yi Chen didn't want to give an answer to his question. Maorenchi immediately went towards Yi Chen. He again attacked Yi Chen, who was in front of him. Yi Chen didn't stay still. He immediately attacked Maorenchi, who was in front of him, with his fist. Maorenchi's face was hit by Yi Chen. Maorenchi had to bounce and hit the ground with great pain. SHT, this hurts. Maorenchi cursed very loudly. Yi Chen's punch was painful for him. Be prepared. I will make your face unrecognizable again. Yi Chen would definitely make Maorenchi's face difficult to recognize. Yi Chen would make this man feel the consequences for daring to challenge him. Yi Chen reversed the words Maorenchi had previously said to him. This time Yi Chen would definitely make Maorenchi's face crumble. Bastard, I will kill you. Maorenchi was already furious with what had happened. He was furious and started attacking Yi Chen at full speed. Maorenchi took out his weapon in the form of a sword that looked sharp and dangerous. Maorenchi aimed for Yi Chen's face. He intended to slash Yi Chen's face with the sword in his hand. Yi Chen stretched out his hand, holding Maorenchi's sword. Yi Chen easily blocked the sword that was trying to Maorenchi stab at him. Seeing the sword in his hand being held back by Yi Chen, Maorenchi tried to stab even harder. His goal was to make this sword hit Yi Chen. Yi Chen began to tightly grip the sword in his hand. When Yi Chen did that, the sword in his hand started to crack. Cracks. The sword started to crack and shattered into pieces by Yi Chen's hand. What? Maorenchi really couldn't believe that Yi Chen could destroy his sword with his bare hands. This was an unbelievable thing. Maorenchi's sword was a tier 6 artifact, so it was already an artifact that was strong enough for an inner court disciple class. But in Yi Chen's hand, his sword was just like a piece of rotten wood that was crushed just by squeezing it. Yi Chen took this opportunity to hit Maorenchi. Yi Chen again landed a few punches on Maorenchi's face. Maorenchi's face was already completely battered. He now looked extremely ugly. His entire face was almost beyond recognition. Even Maorenchi's supporters felt very sorry for what happened to Maorenchi. How evil! Maorenchi's supporters shouted at Yi Chen. They felt Yi Chen was too mean to a handsome man like Maorenchi. Yi Chen didn't care about the ravings of these women. Yi Chen didn't really care about all of them supporting Maorenchi. Yi Chen only wanted to reply to what had previously Maorenchi said. Yi Chen would make Maorenchi's face crumble like what had previously Maorenchi said. Come on Yi Chen, beat him. Mei Yueli started to get excited. She told Yi Chen to quickly defeat Maorenchi. Maorenchi seemed to have been hit mentally, so this was a good time to beat Maorenchi. Maorenchi hurriedly retreated. He could no longer relax too much when facing Yi Chen. Alright, you are the one who forced you to use this. Prepare to die. Maorenchi intended to use his strongest attack. He would defeat Yi Chen with this attack. Maorenchi started to give off a strong pressure. He used all the strength in his body to use this thing. When Maorenchi did this, the whole place immediately turned windy. The whole place was enveloped by a very strong gale. Even the sky was starting to turn so dark that it felt like night. I will make you regret it. Maorenchi shouted in a very loud voice. He was already like a madman. Several hurricanes appeared. A total of 5 hurricanes appeared in the arena. These typhoons had extremely strong suction power. Some outer court disciples were drawn in by the typhoon created by Maorenchi. Seeing this, Lord Peak immediately put up a stronger barrier around the arena. The initial barrier was too small to withstand a long and large typhoon. Yi Chen, prepare to die. 5 typhoons. Maorenchi, directing the 5 typhoons towards Yi Chen. The 5 typhoons rushed towards Yi Chen. This hurricane displaces all items or objects in front of it. Everything turns into small pieces when it enters the hurricane. Even humans will be directly crushed and chopped by this wind. Watch out. Xia Qingyu subconsciously shouted. She worried that Yi Chen would be run over by the typhoon. Yi Chen's body was run over by the hurricane. His body was now inside the hurricane's vortex. The 5 hurricanes began to coalesce into one. This made the hurricane even bigger and stronger. Its power far more destructive than before. Pretty good. Shinpai nodded when he saw the strength that Maorenchi had. Maorenchi's strength was quite worthy to be reckoned with. Looks like he's in trouble. Emochi felt that if Yi Chen was in a big enough trouble, he must have run into some trouble from being in a typhoon. Emochi saw Mu Shuiying's reaction. Mu Shuiying's reaction was normal when she saw what happened to Yi Chen. Looks like he doesn't care about this person. Emochi could see that Mu Shuiying didn't care about Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying didn't seem to have anything to do with Yi Chen. I guess it's the end for him. Luo Tian could already confirm that this was the end for Yi Chen. With that much power, it must be really hard to endure, we'll see. Mu Shuiying told Luo Tian to see what would happen. Luo Tian was confused by Mu Shuiying. Why did Mu Shuiying always help Yi Chen when Luo Tian insulted him? This was a big question mark for Luo Tian. The hurricane lasted only a few moments. It took an enormous amount of profound energy to sustain the hurricane. Damn. It was exhausting. Mao Renqi felt exhausted when he used the attack just now. The attack just now drained his profound energy. Tappy tappy tap. As Mao Renqi was celebrating his victory, he listened to the footsteps in front of him. Impossible. Mao Renqi couldn't believe it when he heard these footsteps. Chapter 1374, Give Punishment to Mao Renqi. Mao Renqi immediately looked forward. When Mao Renqi looked up, he found Yi Chen walking out from behind the dust. Yi Chen walked in with a very fresh and good appearance. There was not the slightest sign of injury on his clothes or body. This was of course quite a shock to Mao Renqi. Mao Renqi did not believe that Yi Chen could survive such an attack unharmed. All the spectators were also confused by this. They all didn't know how Yi Chen could survive such a deadly attack. They all even started to wonder about the methods used by Yi Chen to survive the strong typhoon. Haha, that's interesting. How can he survive such an attack without getting hurt? That's a very interesting thing. Yun Yang was really interested in Yi Chen's method. He was curious about Yi Chen's method of surviving the attack. It seems he used a special method, otherwise how could he survive? Ruman agreed with what Yun Yang said. Yi Chen must have used a special method to get past the attack just now. Whatever it is, it's quite extraordinary. Xu Tenmu felt that what Yi Chen had done was truly amazing. What Yi Chen had done was something that no one could do. He can endure. Looks like this little fellow has some ability. Ningxia started to see that Yi Chen did have an ability. It wasn't strange that Mu Shuiying was able to fall for this person. Ningxia felt that Yi Chen was still hiding something from her. Ningxia was a little curious about what Yi Chen was hiding. Ningxia had never felt such curiosity until now. She was really curious about Yi Chen. Yi Chen stepped forward and approached Mao Renqi. He lifted Mao Renqi's collar and started to slap very hard. Pa. A very crisp slap sounded in the ears of everyone in this place. They could all feel what the pain of Yi Chen's slap was like. You said that you wanted to kill me, is that true? Yi Chen asked Mao Renqi, who was in his hands. Yes, I want to kill you. Mao Renqi said that he wanted to kill Yi Chen. He felt annoyed and disgusted with Yi Chen. Pa. Yi Chen slapped Mao Renqi again. The slap this time was much harder than before. How dare you, bastard, Pa. Before Mao Renqi could finish her words, she was slapped by Yi Chen again. She again received a very hard slap from Yi Chen. Mao Renqi's cheeks now hurt so much. Yi Chen's slap was strong enough to knock out a tooth and also a few bones in Mao Renqi's face. This made Mao Renqi's appearance change. You, Papaji, damn. Every time Mao Renqi spoke, Yi Chen slapped Mao Renqi's face. He slapped Mao Renqi's face until it swelled up and exceeded the pig's ass. Fresh blood oozed out from Yi Chen's slap wound. People started to feel sorry for Mao Renqi. Some of Mao Renqi's fans weren't even strong when they saw what happened. Mao Renqi's condition was very deplorable. In Yi Chen's hands he looked very pathetic. Mao Renqi was in the worst state of his life. Mao Renqi himself could not believe that one day he would be in this condition. This condition was very embarrassing for someone like Mao Renqi. Who told you to speak? I didn't tell you to speak, so shut up. Yi Chen told Mao Renqi for him unless he asked. If only Mao Renqi had not challenged Yi Chen from the start, perhaps he would not be in his current state. Mao Renqi nodded. In Yi Chen's hands, he couldn't do anything. Mao Renqi had exhausted all his profound energy from using the technique just now. Now Mao Renqi was nothing more than a pig ready to be slaughtered. I ask again if you still dare to destroy my face, Yi Chen asked Mao Renqi, who was in front of him. No, I don't dare. Mao Renqi said that he didn't dare to do that. He already didn't dare to do that to Yi Chen. If now Mao Renqi dared to displease Yi Chen, then the consequences would be extremely dangerous. I don't see how serious you are. Yi Chen could tell that Mao Renqi wasn't serious, so Yi Chen slapped Mao Renqi again. Mao Renqi's consciousness had almost disappeared due to Yi Chen's continuous attacks. To be honest, this made Mao Renqi feel that she was in hell. I give up. Mao Renqi was unable to endure this humiliation. He finally gave up instead of continuing to feel Yi Chen's torment. Participant Yi Chen, that's enough. Your opponent has given up. Li Miho told Yi Chen to let go of Mao Renqi. Mao Renqi had given up and couldn't continue anymore. You're lucky. Yi Chen threw Mao Renqi's body. Mao Renqi was thrown a few meters by Yi Chen. Mao Renqi could no longer stand up. So the medics came and took Mao Renqi's body away from this place. Li Miho looked at Yi Chen. He saw that Yi Chen was terrible when he was angry. It didn't seem good to offend Yi Chen if he didn't want to be like Mao Renqi. The winner is contestant Yi Chen. Li Miho announced Yi Chen's victory. Because each in victory, the semifinals will be held. The semifinal will bring together Luokan versus Yunnan, and the second match is Bei versus Chen. This time Chen would meet the genius Bei. Whether Chen would be able to win or end up tragically at Bei's hands. Finally, this is my chance. I will definitely regret it. This was the moment Bei had been waiting for. Bei couldn't wait to battle Chen to break Chen's legs and arms. Bei would definitely make the person who had humiliated Gong Seni suffer the consequences. Good, that's a good spirit. Gong Seni looked happy when he saw Bei's spirit. It seemed that Chen would suffer at Bei's hands. The first match was Luokan versus Yunnan. When this match took place, Zhang Bimel immediately went and supported Yunnan. Let's go, don't lose. Zhang Bimel supported Yunnan. He gave his support so that Yunnan did not lose this match. Yunnan only glanced at Zhang Bimel for a moment. After that, Yunnan focused on Luokan, who was in front of him. I won't be kind even if you're a girl, so if you can't afford it, just give up now. Luokan gave a warning to Yunnan. Luokan would not be so kind even if the opponent was a woman. He would definitely injure Yunnan with his own hands if it was necessary. I don't need pity from you. Yunnan said that she didn't need pity from Luokan. Then I won't hold back. Luokan won't hold back. He will fight with all his might. Are you ready? Li Miho asked Yunnan and Luokan. Yunnan and Luokan nodded. They were ready to battle against each other. Then Li Miho started the match between Yunnan versus Luokan. Chapter 1375 Luokan vs Yunnan. The battle started. Yunnan became the first to attack Luokan. Luokan defended, himself resisting Yunnan's attack. Clashes are unavoidable, both of them fight each other to get a victory. Yunnan launched several attacks towards Luokan, while Luokan held back and occasionally countered attacks from Yunnan. Let's go. Beat fight. Luokan and Yunnan's supporters cheered each other. They supported their heroes. Feel this. Yunnan continued to launch endless attacks towards Luokan. Yunnan wanted to urge Luokan's. Even though Yunnan's original intention was to push Luokan down, Luokan still seemed quite relaxed when facing Yunnan's attack. Luokan didn't seem depressed when he faced Yunnan's attack. Is this the best thing you can do? Luokan said to Yunnan. Luokan said that Yunnan's abilities were mediocre. Yunnan's abilities were not attractive to Luokan at all. I'm just getting started. Yunnan said that she had only just started this, so this could still be said to be a warm-up. Yunnan didn't want to appear weak in front of Luokan, so she decided to bully Luokan a little with her abilities. Bam! Luokan shot wind towards Yunnan. Yunnan was forced to retreat when she faced this attack. Oh! Yunnan cursed very loudly. Luokan's attack was very powerful. Just one attack made an impact on Yunnan's body. Luokan didn't stop there. Luokan took out his wind sword. Luokan's hand was covered by the wind blade. He rushed towards Yunnan and started to counterattack against Yunnan. Clang! The two of them collided with each other. In this case, Luokan seemed more domineering with the fighting ability he had did bad. Yunnan was getting more and more pressured by Luokan's attack. She began to struggle against Luokan's attack. Die bitch! Luokan told Yunnan to die. He swung his attacks at Yunnan faster and more aggressively. The pressed Yunnan immediately retreated. She retreated and protected herself from Luokan's attack. I won't be able to win if I fight at close range. Yunnan knew that he wouldn't be able to win if she fought at close range. So Yunnan decided to fight from a distance. Shadow circle / knowing that he couldn't win if she fought at close range, Yunnan decided to fight from a distance. Several wind shadows appeared. These wind shadows directly charged towards Luokan. This wind shadow was just a trick. Yunnan was actually hiding in one of these shadows and waiting for an opportunity to attack Luokan. Luokan closed his eyes. He tried to feel the movement of Yunnan. He knew that Yunnan was using eye illusion. So Luokan could only use his hearing to find the real Yunnan's location. Using his excellent hearing, Luokan began to be able to tell where Yunnan's attack was coming from. The direction of Yunnan's attack would be from behind. So Luokan had to prepare himself to withstand this attack. Luokan towards Yunnan. Himself slashes towards Yunnan, who was in the distance. Yunnan didn't expect that she would be found by Luokan, even though Yunnan had kept her distance a little further. But she was still found by Luokan. Yunnan had no other choice against the attack coming from Luokan. Yunnan also slashed towards Luokan. The two wind slashes approaching each other and about to collide. Boom! A wind blast occurs when the two attacks collide with each other. These two attacks create a fairly large wind blast. Yunnan had to retreat when he felt this powerful blast of wind. His attack power is also strong. If I were to hit it, it would be very dangerous. Yunnan started to feel the danger by Luokan's power. Luokan's power was above her. After discovering the whereabouts of Yunnan, Luokan immediately went and attacked Yunnan. She has found me. Yunnan was getting desperate. Luokan started to find her whereabouts. Yunnan tried to retreat and avoid the arrival of Luokan. Let's not lose. Zhang Bimel continued to provide his support for Yunnan. He wished the best for Yunnan. It's a shame that Zhang Bimmel's support didn't do much for Yunnan. Yunnan was still being pushed back by Luokan's attack. Even Yunnan's position was getting worse and worse. She was pushed back by Luokan's aggressive attacks. Oh! Yunnan shouted, being hit by Luokan's wind sword. Her left arm was heavily injured by this attack. Fresh blood began to drip from the wound suffered by Yunnan. Yunnan immediately tried to cover the wound so it wouldn't get worse. After Yunnan did something, finally the blood could stop dripping from the wound. Let's end this. Hand cannon bullet. Luokan intended to end this battle. He wanted to end this battle with one hit. Yunnan knew what Luokan was going to do. This attack was very dangerous. If Yunnan were to be hit by this, it would be very dangerous for her. Yunnan tried to use a long-range round to counter this attack. Yunnan hoped that he would be able to defeat this attack using this method. A wind bullet was shot by Luo Tian towards Yunnan. The wind bullet shot towards Yunnan at an incomparably fast speed. Up ahead were several rounds of slashes of wind that were launched by Yunnan. Rounds of slashes of wind tried to block the path of Luokan's attack. Unfortunately, the wind bullet shot and pierced through everything. It couldn't be stopped by anything. Yunnan was hit by Luokan's attack. A very strong wind sandblast hit Yunnan's body. What happened? People wanted to know the outcome of this battle. They wanted to know whether or not Yunnan was able to survive Luokan's hand cannon bullet attack. The attack this time looked different from before. The damage from the hand cannon bullet was much stronger. It seemed that Luokan had already increased his strength when launching this attack. Among all the people present in this place, Zhang Bimmel was the one who was most worried about Yunnan's safety. He was worried about Yunnan's safety. Looks like it's over. All peak lords had already guessed that when it was over. The attack just now must have been extremely fatal to Yunnan. The dense dust began to subside. As the dense dust began to subside, people began to be able to see what had happened. To Yunnan, Yunnan was currently lying on the floor unconscious, her body covered in countless cuts. Even her clothes were torn apart by Luokan's attack. Li Miho came and saw Yunnan's condition. When he saw Yunnan's condition, Li Miho could tell that Yunnan's condition was really bad. Medics, quickly take care of her. Li Miho ordered the medics to immediately treat Yunnan's wounds. If left unchecked, then Yunnan could experience worse things such as disability. Chapter 1376, The Battle You've Been Waiting For. The medics immediately came to take Yunnan away from this place. Yunnan had to get treatment as soon as possible. How dare he do that? Zhang Bimmel looked angry when he saw what happened to Yunnan. Zhang Bimmel was furious when he saw what happened to Yunnan. Calm down. Chen immediately came over to Zhang Bimmel. Chen told Zhang Bimmel to calm down a bit and not be too rash in doing things. Chen, let me go. Let me settle things with him. Zhang Bimmel told Chen to let go of himself. Zhang Bimmel intended to settle this matter with Luokan's. Chen didn't know where Zhang Bimmel's courage came from. Zhang Bimmel dared to fight someone much more powerful when he found out that the person he loved was injured. Chen had to praise this. Not many people dared to do something like this. Only certain people dared to do something like what Zhang Bimmel did. This is not a suitable place to do that. If you do that in this place, you will get in trouble. Chen tried to persuade Zhang Bimmel to calm down even more. The current conditions did not allow Zhang Bimmel to fight Luokan. Zhang Bimmel would actually get into trouble if he did something like that. I don't care. Zhang Bimmel didn't care. He didn't care about the consequences he had to face. Seeing Zhang Bimmel, who was still stubborn, Chen tried to find a way to deal with this. Instead of you going against Luokan, why don't you just go and see how Yunnan is? Maybe he needs something important. Chen reminded Zhang Bimmel about Yunnan's situation. When Chen reminded him of this, Zhang Bimmel finally calmed down. Trying to calm himself down, Zhang Bimmel remembered that Yunnan might be in a dangerous condition, so Zhang Bimmel might have to try to see how things were. Maybe Yunnan might need some help. Without waiting for Chen, Zhang Bimmel immediately went to where the medicine was. Chen tried to stop Zhang Bimmel, but unfortunately he had already left too soon. Even though Chen wanted to give something that might be of use to Zhang Bimmel, but it seemed that Zhang Bimmel didn't need that. Master, it seems that you don't need to do that. I think he is a person who comes from a good background. He has some things on his body that have great value, Chu Yuechan said to Chen. Chu Yuechan could tell that Zhang Bimmel was a rich person. It seemed that he came from an influential family. Then I don't need to help him anymore. Hearing what Chu Yuechan said, Chen probably didn't need to help Zhang Bimmel in this matter. Master, you should just focus on the battle. You're going to fight Genius Tubei. Fufufu. Chu Yuechan giggled as she said this. Chu Yuechan couldn't wait to see how a genius like Tubei fought Chen. He's just an ordinary person, so it shouldn't be difficult. Chen felt that fighting Tubei wasn't a difficult thing to do. It was an extremely easy thing to do. Fufufu. Still, I want to see this genius Tubei. Is he really a genius or can only use the influence you have created? Chu Yuechan said to Chen. We'll see. Chen told Chu Yuechan to take a look. He would soon be fighting Tubei. Call for contestants Chen and Tubei. Please enter the arena was finally the call for a fight between Chen and Tubei. Well, it's time for me to go fight. Seeing this, Yi Chen decided to go into the arena. It just so happened that Tu Bei also came and entered the arena. Yi Chen and Tu Bei were now facing each other. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Tu Bei said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He had been waiting for the moment when he fought Yi Chen. Honestly, I don't really like meeting you so soon, but since it's about time, I have no other choice, Yi Chen said helplessly. Today is the worst day of your life. I will make you feel death and shame that you will never imagine in your life, said Tu Bei to Yi Chen. You look very lustful. Is this an order from that damn master you worship? Yi Chen said with a slightly disdainful tone. How dare you insult him like that? Just watch out. Tu Bei didn't like seeing Yi Chen insult Gong Seni. He would definitely make Yi Chen regret the words he just said. You masters and disciples are the same. You are both shameless and cunning, Yi Chen said to Tu Bei. You bastard, just look at you. Tu Bei started to be provoked by Yi Chen's words. He started to be provoked by Yi Chen's provoking words. Come on, beat that loser, you are a genius. Beat him with just one hit. The audience who hated Yi Chen started shouting towards Tu Bei. They wanted Tu Bei to beat Yi Chen with one hit. You don't have to worry, I'll do just that. Tu Bei definitely wouldn't disappoint everyone. He would definitely beat Yi Chen with one move. Tu Bei firmly believed that he could defeat Yi Chen with a single attack. Tu Bei would immediately use the strongest attack he had against Yi Chen. Stop, don't noisy anymore. Settle your sparring in battle. Li Miho told Yi Chen and Tu Bei to stop. They could solve the problems they had in battle. This referee is right. Let's settle this in a duel. The loser and winner will be decided in this duel, Tu Bei said to Yi Chen. Okay, who's afraid? I've never been afraid of you, Yi Chen said. That he was never afraid of fighting Tu Bei. Do you think Yi Chen will lose in just one move? Ruman asked Yun Yang. I don't know. Yi Chen has fast speed and good dodging skills, but his opponent is quite heavy. I'm afraid if Tu Bei really means it, then it might happen. Last time he scored very high in the entrance examination. I think he still hasn't shown his true ability. Yun Yang was not sure about this. From beginning to end, Yun Yang and other peak lords still didn't see Tu Bei's incredible strength, so everyone guessed that Tu Bei might still be hiding his true strength. I don't agree with your opinion. I thought it might end quickly and be won by Tu Bei. Xin Pai was very sure that Tu Bei would win this match very quickly. That's not certain. The match hasn't started yet. The conclusion can't be drawn yet. Shu Tenmu spoke. He said that the match had not yet started, so the winner of this match had not yet been determined. That need not be said. I believe the winner will be Tu Bei. He is a rare genius. Emochi was more supportive of Tu Bei. She firmly believed that Tu Bei could easily win over Yi Chen. All peak lords had their own opinion. They had their own choice of judging someone. Who do you think will win? From beside Ning Xia saw the debates that all lords peak. This was quite rare among peak lords. It seemed that this battle would be the one that everyone was waiting for the most. Chapter 1377, One Step to End the Battle. Tian, in your opinion, who will win next? Xin Pai asked Luo Tian. He wanted to know what opinion Luo Tian had on this matter. I think the winner will be Tu Bei. He looks very confident when facing each, and Luo Tian said that the winner was Tu Bei. Luo Tian had to admit that Tu Bei did have an ability, so it wouldn't be strange for him to choose Tu Bei over Yi Chen. Plus Luo Tian didn't like Yi Chen, so he said something like this. Look, even Luo Tian said that the winner is Tu Bei. Xin Pai looked happy when he heard this. It seemed that his and Luo Tian's thoughts were the same thing. Want to bet with me on this matter? In a nonchalant tone, Mu Shuiying invited Luo Tian to make a bet with her. Luo Tian and all peak lords were shocked when they heard this. They all looked shocked when they listened to what Mu Shuiying had just said. Shuiying, what are you saying? Luo Tian couldn't help but smile as he listened to what Mu Shuiying just said. I said I want to bet with you on this match. Mu Shuiying said that she wanted to bet on the upcoming match. She wanted to bet on the match between Yi Chen and Luo Kansas. What kind of bet do you want? Luo Tian asked about the bet Mu Shuiying wanted. I will hold Yi Chen, and you hold Tu Bei. If I Yi Chen win, then you never bother me again, said Mu Shuiying to Luo Tian. Mu Shuiying told what kind of bet she wanted. This could also be a good thing for Mu Shuiying. With this, Mu Shuiying might be able to get rid of Luo Tian. If I win, then what do I get? Luo Tian asked what he would get if he won this match. It's up to you. What do you want? Mu Shuiying asked what Luo Tian wanted. That I want you. Luo Tian said that he wanted Mu Shuiying. He didn't mind betting if he could get Mu Shuiying. This was a very rare thing in Luo Tian's life, so Luo Tian wanted to use this to get Mu Shuiying. Luo Tian was very confident that Tu Bei would win over Yi Chen, so it was not surprising that Luo Tian was very confident in this matter. Okay, I agree. Mu Shuiying agreed with what Luo Tian said. Mu Shuiying was also very confident in Yi Chen's ability. Yi Chen never let herself down, so Mu Shuiying entrusted this matter to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying took this opportunity to get rid of Luo Tian. It was a very rare opportunity to get rid of this man. If Yi Chen could win against Tu Bei, then Luo Tian would disappear from Mu Shuiying's life. This was Mu Shuiying's greatest hope of getting rid of Luo Tian. Very good, let all peak lords be witnesses. Luo Tian was happy about this. Finally the bet between Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian was agreed. All peak lords in this place would be witnesses. Shuiying, what do you want to do? Ningxia asked what Mu Shuiying wanted. Why would she want to make a bet with Luo Tian? Master, I just want to get rid of him. Mu Shuiying said that she only wanted to get rid of Luo Tian. Her goal was to get rid of Luo Tian from this life. To be honest, Mu Shuiying was quite fed up with Luo Tian. That's why Mu Shuiying wanted to get Luo Tian out of her life. Do you really believe he can win? His opponent is a genius like Tu Bei. This will be very difficult. Ningxia said that Yi Chen might have a hard time fighting Tu Bei. Master, don't worry, I have great confidence in him. He can definitely do something that most people can't. Mu Shuiying was very confident in Yi Chen. She was sure that Yi Chen could win over Tu Bei. Yes, if you say that, then I won't stop you. Seeing Mu Shuiying say that, Ningxia will not stop her anymore. Thank you very much. Mu Shuiying thanked Ningxia. She was very grateful to Ningxia, who was very understanding of her. Back in the arena, Yi Chen and Tu Bei were about to start their match. Most of the people in this place supported Tu Bei. It was because they had bet on Tu Bei, so they all wanted Tu Bei to be able to win over Yi Chen. Are you guys ready? Li Mihao asked Yi Chen and Tu Bei. He wanted to know if both of them were ready to start this match. We are ready. Yi Chen and Tu Bei were ready. They were both ready to fight. Then start. Li Mihao told Yi Chen and Tu Bei to have a match. This match has officially started. Yi Chen, die. Tu Bei was the first to come forward. He immediately rushed forward and attacked Yi Chen, who was in front of him. Boom! When Tu Bei wanted to attack Yi Chen, suddenly a very large and destructive explosion occurred. The entire arena and audience seats shook when this explosion occurred. After the explosion occurred, the entire arena was covered by a very thick dust. This made everyone unable to see what was happening. Cough, cough, cough. Some of the onlookers started coughing as they were covered in the dense dust. What really happened? People started asking what happened. They couldn't see what was happening in the battle. The explosion just now was so fast, everyone had no idea what had just happened in the battle. A few moments later, the dust began to thin. Everyone began to be able to see what was happening inside the arena. Within the arena they saw a figure, this figure more and more visible as time went on. Everyone looked shocked when they saw what was happening inside the arena. Their eyes bulged and their jaws opened when they saw what was currently happening inside the arena. Right now in the arena, Yi Chen was holding Tu Bei's head. Yi Chen had just smashed Tu Bei's head into the ground as hard as he could. This made Tu Bei's head bleed and crack because of what Yi Chen did. Even Tu Bei's consciousness had already disappeared when Yi Chen banged his head so hard. The explosion that occurred turned out to be a collision between Tu Bei's head and the floor. It made a very big vibration. The entire stadium fell silent when they saw what was happening. They were all speechless when they saw this scene. It seemed their brains still couldn't respond to what had just happened. Yi Chen lifted Tu Bei's head and body. Yi Chen threw Tu Bei away from him. Tu Bei was like a piece of trash that Yi Chen threw away. Tu Bei's body seemed to be lifeless. Thumps, thumps, thumps. The sound of Tu Bei's body being thrown by Yi Chen was very clear. This was because everyone in the stadium was silent. This is too easy. Yi Chen felt that it was too easy to do. Just one move was enough to make the genius in everyone's mind collapse. Even Tu Bei's injuries were very heavy. It could be seen from the amount of blood that came out. Chapter 1378, Sneak Attack from Gong Seni. The person who was the most surprised by this result was Gong Seni. He was really very shocked when he saw what happened to. Why don't you immediately announce the winner? What are you waiting for? Yi Chen said to Li Mihao, who was currently dumbfounded by what had just happened. It was obvious that Li Mihao was also quite surprised by what had just happened. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Li Mihao finally regained his senses. He immediately went to see Tu Bei's condition, whether Tu Bei could still continue or not. Li Mihao drew closer to Tu Bei. When he did this, Li Mihao saw that Tu Bei's injuries were quite severe. There was serious bleeding in his brain. It seemed that Yi Chen's hit was very hard. The winner is Yi Chen. After confirming that Tu Bei was unable to continue the fight, Li Mihao immediately announced the outcome of the match. Everyone screamed as they listened to the results of this match. This match lasted only a few seconds. The genius Tu Bei, who was highly respected and respected by the people, was defeated with just one move. Who would believe this? It was really hard to believe something like this. This was something that most people in this place would find hard to believe. Even though Tu Bei was the strongest candidate who would definitely win in this competition, even everyone believed that Tu Bei could defeat Yi Chen with just one strike. However, reality was truly extremely cruel. He actually lost by just one step to Yi Chen. This was the exact opposite of what everyone in this place thought. Wow, that was such an amazing surprise, I couldn't believe it turned out like that. Yin Yang was quite surprised when he saw what happened. It seemed that Yi Chen had hidden his strength to this degree from the start. Honestly, Yi Chen's strength was enough to astonish everyone. He was able to defeat Tu Bei in just one move. This was beyond the expectations of everyone in this place. Too strong, only one strike to end a genius. He hides his strength very well. Du Tenmu praised Yi Chen. He thought Yi Chen was pretty good at hiding his strength. What the hell? Ruman and Mo Chi couldn't believe what they saw. They couldn't believe that the match would end like that. Yi Chen finished off the enemy with just one step. This was quite difficult in reason. Meanwhile, Xin Pai and Luo Tian were making unsightly expressions. Both of them looked like they had just embarrassed themselves when they praised Tu Bei. The person they had just praised was defeated by Yi Chen in just one move. This was naturally extremely embarrassing for Xin Pai and Luo Tian. Especially Luo Tian? Luo Tian looked very devastated by what had just happened. Even though he had already made a bet with Mu Shuiying, he didn't expect that he would actually lose this bet. Luo Tian's defeat was pitiful. Luo Tian's master had to lose even before starting the battle. Bastard. Luo Tian looked displeased with Tu Bei. He wanted to beat and kill Tu Bei. How could Tu Bei lose? This made him fail to get Mu Shuiying. Ning Xia looked at Yi Chen. She continued to observe Yi Chen from a distance. Ning Xia felt that Yi Chen was still hiding his true strength. Ning Xia even started to ask how strong Yi Chen really was. Ning Xia saw Mu Shuiying's reaction. She saw Mu Shuiying, who really believed in Yi Chen's abilities. Behind her veil, Ning Xia was currently making a smile, the corners of her lips slightly lifted. This kind of scene was rare. Not many people saw Ning Xia's smile. What the hell? How could he do something like that? Song Ziyu was shocked by what Yi Chen had just done. How could Yi Chen win with just one strike? I told you he won't lose. Why do you still not believe what I say? Mei Yueli said with great pride. She was proud when she saw the man she had could do such amazing things. Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianzi also felt proud when they saw what happened. There was a certain pride when they saw Yi Chen's victory. Impossible how this happened. Gong Seni immediately went towards Tu Bei's body. Gong Seni still couldn't believe that Tu Bei lost in just one move. Even though Gong Seni's hopes were very high, unfortunately that hope had to be shattered at this stage. Plus this was witnessed by so many people. This was the most humiliating thing in Tu Bei's life. Gong Seni saw Tu Bei's condition. When Gong Seni found out Tu Bei's condition, he found that Tu Bei's condition was not fine. Tu Bei was injured quite badly by Yi Chen's attack. Brat, how dare you injure him like this? Gong Seni said to Yi Chen. I didn't do it on purpose. Maybe he's just too weak because he can't withstand a single attack of mine. Yi Chen said to Gong Seni. This was a battle. How could Yi Chen fight with such gentleness against the enemy? Don't you know who his identity is? Gong Seni said to Yi Chen. Gong Seni started to mention the identity of Tu Bei, who was a rare genius. Do you think I care about it? I don't care about such matters. In battle there is no such thing as identity. If you have the ability, then prove it. Don't just hide behind an identity that won't even save you from battle. Yi Chen said to Gong Seni. To be honest, Yi Chen didn't care about Tu Bei's identity from the start. He didn't care about Tu Bei's identity at all. Gong Seni pointed at Yi Chen. He didn't expect to get this kind of answer from Yi Chen. Yi Chen's words were very short, clear, and concise. They already represented all the questions Gong Seni had asked him. After answering Gong Seni's question, Yi Chen turned around and intended to leave this place. Bastard. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave this place, Gong Seni suddenly attacked him from behind. It was quite surprising when someone like Gong Seni intended to attack Yi Chen from behind. It's bad seeing Gong Seni intending to attack Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying immediately went to stop Gong Seni. Unfortunately, Mu Shuiying's distance was too far. It might not have time to stop Gong Seni's attack. Li Miho, who was nearby, was also unprepared. He probably didn't have the time because Gong Seni was already so close. Die. Gong Seni attacked Yi Chen from behind. He used his full strength to attack Yi Chen. Bam. Yi Chen was attacked by Gong Seni. Himself was attacked by Gong Seni with full strength. Yi Chen wasn't prepared for this either. He received a sneak attack from Gong Seni. Yi Chen's attack sent himself thrust forward and hit the barrier wall of the battle arena. Everyone looked very shocked when they saw what happened. They didn't expect that Gong Seni would attack Yi Chen. Chapter 1379. Let's solve our problem. How can you do that? Some people who supported Yi Chen started to curse what Gong Seni did. They all didn't like what Gong Seni did to Yi Chen. What you have done is a violation, Li Miho said to Gong Seni, who was nearby. What Gong Seni did was a serious offense. I don't care. He irritates me. Gong Seni didn't care what Li Miho said. He didn't care about Yi Chen's life or death at all. How can you do such a shameless thing? Mu Shuiying got down herself said to Gong Seni, who had done something bad to Yi Chen. You again. You again. Too bad you were late this time. Gong Seni was disgusted when he saw Mu Shuiying in this place. This woman wanted to try to protect Yi Chen from her. Unfortunately, Mu Shuiying was late. She was one step ahead in killing Yi Chen. Several men looked at Mu Shuiying. They seemed to have a hard time turning their eyes to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying's charm was indeed very difficult to resist. You have done something very bad. Are you not ashamed of it? Mu Shuiying said to Gong Seni. Mu Shuiying's tone grew colder. It seemed that Mu Shuiying really didn't like what Gong Seni was doing. I am an elder. That outer court disciple has dared to challenge me, so let him suffer the consequences, Gong Seni said to Mu Shuiying. Gong Seni had a pretty good reason to defend himself. This left Mu Shuiying speechless. This fellow is so shameless. In her heart, Mu Shuiying already thought of Gong Seni as shameless. Mu Shuiying really wanted to make Gong Seni disappear. This kind of person was not needed in the sect. The debate between Mu Shuiying and Gong Seni naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Even Lord Peak wanted to see what would happen next. Whether Mu Shuiying would fight Gong Seni or not. They wanted to know Mu Shuiying's strength after a long absence. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to fight against me? Gong Seni asked Mu Shuiying, seeing Mu Shuiying's unpleasant gaze. Gong Seni decided to challenge Mu Shuiying. She would settle this matter with Mu Shuiying. Do you dare to fight against me? Mu Shuiying asked Gong Seni. Mu Shuiying did not back down when she was challenged by Gong Seni. Mu Shuiying stepped forward and faced Gong Seni's challenge. Shuiying, you don't have to waste your energy, just leave this matter to me. Luo Tian came and stopped Mu Shuiying. He told Mu Shuiying to leave this matter to him. You don't need to interfere, this is my problem. You should leave because you have already lost the bet to me. Mu Shuiying told Luo Tian to leave herself. Luo Tian had to admit the bet for his loss. Luo Tian's face darkened when he was pushed away by Mu Shuiying. It seemed that Luo Tian still couldn't accept his defeat. Damn thee, in his heart Luo Tian cursed towards Tu Bei. If it wasn't for Tu Bei, maybe Luo Tian wouldn't be in this situation. Lord Ning, are you not going to stop it? Emochi asked Ningxia. I don't think it's necessary. He can do what he wants. Ningxia said that she would not stop Mu Shuiying from doing what she wanted. There was no obligation for Ningxia to stop what Mu Shuiying wanted. This was a private matter from Mu Shuiying. So Ningxia wouldn't interfere too much if it wasn't really necessary. Then the battle will probably be unavoidable. Hearing what Ningxia said, Mo-Chi was sure that the battle would be unavoidable. Ningxia and Gong Seni faced each other. It seemed that this battle would be unavoidable. Oh damn, that was so sudden. When Mu Shuiying and Gong Seni were about to fight, Yi Chen suddenly came out from behind the barrier. Yi Chen patted his clothes, which were currently quite dusty from what had just happened. Because of the impending battle between Mu Shuiying and Gong Seni, everyone almost forgot the existence of Yi Chen, who was just attacked by Gong Seni. They didn't remember whether Yi Chen was okay or not. Now they could see that Yi Chen's condition was really very good. Yi Chen seemed to be in very good shape. He survived that sneak attack. Almost all of the audience couldn't believe what they saw. Yi Chen managed to survive Gong Seni's attack. How is that possible? What kind of person is he actually? Mo-Chi was completely speechless when she saw Yi Chen come out in good health, whereas the attack just now would have been enough to make a person at the intermediate stage of the Divine Tribulation realm die on the spot. His physical strength is truly beyond imagination. It seems that he trains his physical strength very hard. As a former war veteran, Zhu Tenmo could see that Yi Chen's physical strength was very strong. Otherwise, how could he resist Gong's sneak attack? Seni? Oh, so he has strong physical strength. That seems to be the reason why he was able to survive Gong Seni's attack. Yan Yang quite agreed with what Zhu Tenmo said. Most likely the reason Yi Chen was able to survive was because he had physical strength which is above the average person. Shuiying, what kind of person are you bringing? Why is he so strong? Ningxia was even more shocked when she saw Yi Chen, who was able to withstand Gong Seni's attack. To be honest, Yi Chen's strength had really impressed Ningxia. Yi Chen had already impressed Ningxia several times. How did this happen? Gong Seni couldn't believe it when he saw Yi Chen, who was able to withstand the attack just now. What's wrong? Are you surprised that I didn't die? Yi Chen said to Gong Seni, who was in front of him. From the expression on Gong Seni, Yi Chen could immediately tell that Gong Seni was very disappointed when he saw Yi Chen, who was still alive until now. Gong Seni must have been very disappointed when he saw Yi Chen, who was still alive after being hit by his attack. Bastard, why don't you just die? Gong Seni shouted at Yi Chen. He wanted Yi Chen to die. Oh, so you want me to die? Sorry, but it will be very difficult to happen. You better prepare yourself. I will make you regret it. Yi Chen will not die. He will definitely make Gong Seni regret for daring to look for a problem with him. Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen, who was intending to fight Shuiying, you just leave this tome. It's my business with him. Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying to leave this matter to him. This is Yi Chen and Gong Seni's problem. So Yi Chen will solve this problem with Gong Seni. Yi Chen can't let this matter continue. He must solve this problem. Yi Chen can no longer let this matter continue, he must immediately resolve this matter. This matter had to be resolved as soon as possible so that Yi Chen's life would be calmer. Chapter 1380 Battle against Gong Seni. You want to fight with me without his help, are you joking with me? Gong Seni smiled as he listened to Yi Chen wanting to fight with him. This was the most ridiculous joke Gong Seni had ever heard. What's wrong? Are you afraid to fight against me? If you are afraid, just tell me, Yi Chen said to Gong Seni, who was in front of him. Huh, scared? Do you think this old man is afraid of a snotty brat like you? Gong Seni said that he wasn't afraid to face Yi Chen. How could someone like Gong Seni be afraid of someone like Yi Chen? Then let's fight and finish this. I can't wait to finish this thing. Yi Chen invited Gong Seni to fight. He couldn't wait to finish this match. Yi Chen's words were enough to make everyone present feel shocked. They were all shocked because Yi Chen was so bold in opposing Gong Seni, who was an elder of the outer court. This was quite unreasonable for the people in this place to think. To be honest, Yi Chen against Gong Seni was an impossible thing to happen. An outer court disciple dares to challenge an elder. This is a rare thing. This can be said to be suicide, Shin Pai said while insinuating. What Yi Chen had done, that's true, even though he is strong, but there is still a limit to challenging an elder who is old and has rich experience. Ruman completely agreed with what Shin Pai said. He agreed that what Yi Chen did was the same as suicide, but he has courage. That's a good point for him. Shu Tenmu praised Yi Chen's courage. Even though Yi Chen had a very small chance of winning, he still dared to challenge Gong Seni. It was a very good point according to Shu Tenmu. I totally agree with Lord Peak Shu, he has courage, so that's very good. Yun Yang completely agrees with what Shu Tenmu said. Yi Chen still has courage. That is a good point for Yi Chen. Still, the result of this battle is in sight. The winner is clear if the battle takes place. Emochi could already guess who would win in this match. The result must have been obvious considering the comparison in strength between Yi Chen and Gong Seni was quite far. Not necessarily, we'll see. I think from beginning to end he still hasn't shown all his strength. Ningxia finally spoke up. After being silent for a long time, Ningxia finally spoke and gave her opinion on Yi Chen. Lord Peak Ning actually said that it's quite rare. Several Peak lords looked surprised when they heard Ningxia's opinion. Ningxia, who rarely spoke, finally spoke up. This was a very rare momentum to see. Then let's see if what you say is true. Emochi told Mu Shuiying to see the battle. Let the battle decide which opinion was the most correct and correct. Back to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what are you saying? Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying didn't want Yi Chen to do that. Doing that was a dangerous thing to do. Don't worry, I'll sort this out on my own. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he would sort this out on his own, but he's not your opponent. Mu Shuiying reminded Yi Chen that Gong Seni wasn't an opponent to take lightly. He's just a useless old man, so this will be over soon. Yi Chen said that it would be over quickly. What did you say? Gong Seni was angry when he heard what Yi Chen said. Yi Chen called Gong Seni a useless old man. How could Gong Seni not be angry when he listened to what Yi Chen said? Gong Seni started to emit a huge amount of profound energy. A very strong wind started to appear around this place. That time you were lucky because I wasn't serious. This time I will be serious in fighting you. Gong Seni said that he will be very serious in fighting Yi Chen. This time Gong Seni will not hold back anymore. Wuchan, what is this person's cultivation level? Yi Chen asked what cultivation level Gong Seni had. Looks like this person is at the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Shu Yuchan told Yi Chen that Gong Seni was at the 8th stage of the Divine Monarch realm. Wasn't the last time he was only at the 5th stage? Yi Chen asked Shu Yuchan again, whereas last time Gong Seni was at the 5th stage of the Divine Monarch realm. It seems that he has leveled up, his speed is also quite fast. It seems that he obtained good resources so that he can become that strong in a short time. Shu Yuchan guessed what was going on. It's not strange that he would be angry with me for defeating Tu Bei. In fact, he got a benefit from Tu Bei's fame. Yi Chen understood why Gong Seni looked so angry when he saw Yi Chen beat Tu Bei. It turned out to be the reason. Then it will be very interesting. Yi Chen met a person with the cultivation of the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. This would definitely be a challenging battle for Yi Chen. You have to be a little careful. He has some hidden weapons in his body. It looks like it would be a little troublesome to get hit by that. Shu Yuchan told Yi Chen to be careful with Gong Seni. Gong Seni had several hidden weapons full of with dangerous poison. Thank you for the warning you gave. I will try my best. Yi Chen was very grateful for the warning given by Shu Yuchan. Yi Chen would accommodate the warning that Shu Yuchan gave him. Because the opponent is Gong Seni, who was a wind user, Yi Chen was forced to let go of the Geoling bracelet. This way Yi Chen felt more free when fighting against Gong Seni. Yi Chen stepped forward. He began to expend his profound energy. Scorching flames began to blow and shift the wind around him. This fire is really huge. This fire instantly spreads and covers the area around this place. What an amazing strength. He's grown a lot since last time. Mu Shuiying looked surprised at Yi Chen's increase in strength. To be honest, Yi Chen's increase in strength was extraordinary. Ready to fight, Yi Chen said to Gong Seni, who was in front of him. Why not? Gong Seni stepped forward. He stepped forward and attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen also stepped forward, himself welcoming the attack that Gong Seni was trying to launch. Boom! A sizable explosion occurred when Yi Chen and Gong Seni met. This explosion made a tremendous impact. Mu Shuiying, Luo Tian, and Li Mito had to leave the battlefield. Feel this, old man. Yi Chen hit Gong Seni's face several times. Gong Seni seemed to have a hard time dodging Yi Chen's attacks. To be honest, the attacks from Yi Chen were quite difficult for Gong Seni to dodge. The attack launched by Yi Chen was extremely fast and fierce. This time Yi Chen did not hold back in attacking Gong Seni. Chapter 1381. Yi Chen shows his ice flame power. How does he have such speed? Gong Seni was confused when he saw Yi Chen's speed. Yi Chen's speed was so high that it was hard for Gong Seni to dodge this. Gong Seni continued to be beaten by Yi Chen. Gong Seni didn't seem to have a chance to retaliate against Yi Chen's attack. Yeah, Gong Seni couldn't stand Yi Chen's attack anymore. He immediately retreated and launched an attack at Yi Chen. Several giant wind palms shot towards Yi Chen. These giant wind palms shot towards Yi Chen. Boom! Multiple explosions occurred as a giant wind palm smashed into Yi Chen's body. Gong Seni looked very happy when he managed to hit Yi Chen. You're getting excited too soon. The battle has just begun. Yi Chen came out from behind the smoke. Feel this. Breaking meteor blow. Yi Chen immediately attacked Gong Seni, who was in front of him. Powie bam. Gong Seni was hit and hit the floor. The floor instantly turned into a huge crater when it was hit by Gong Seni's body. Brat! Gong Seni crawled from the crater. It seemed that Yi Chen's punch had overwhelmed Gong Seni. The audience was shocked when they saw the ongoing battle. They all looked amazed when they saw Yi Chen, who was able to face Gong Seni face to face. Even a core disciple with sizable strength and cultivation couldn't believe what Yi Chen was doing. All peak lords were watching the battle that was taking place. They looked surprised by what happened. What Yi Chen did was quite shocking. Yi Chen was able to face Gong Seni with a huge difference in strength. What exactly is he? How can he win against Gong Seni? Shin Pai still can't believe what happened. What happened is very hard for him to believe. An inner court disciple being able to go up against an elder. It was still quite a difficult thing for Shin Pai to understand. Just watch out. I will definitely kill you. Gong Seni's anger was already at its peak. He was already really angry with what Yi Chen had done. Gong Seni began to gather his strength. He made a very large wind ball. The wind ball that Gong Seni made was indeed very large. Its size was estimated to be thousands of miles away. Gong Seni started to condense this wind ball. He condensed the wind ball to the size of a basketball. Are you ready to feel real anger? Gong Seni said to Yi Chen. Gong Seni looked very happy. He seemed to be enjoying the moment. Yi Chen was silent. He didn't answer the words that Gong Seni just said. Atom wind boom. Gong Seni dropped the wind ball downwards. The wind ball instantly shot forward towards Yi Chen. Boom! An extremely powerful blast of wind occurred when the condensed wind ball hit Yi Chen's body. The pressure generated was enormous when the wind ball hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen Xiaoqingyu, Mei Yueli, and Munianzi shouted when they saw Yi Chen was hit by the attack just now. Honestly, these three beauties were quite worried about Yi Chen's safety. Gong Seni burst out laughing. He won this battle. The attack just now must have been strong enough to damage Yi Chen's body. The pressure from the wind that Gong Seni just got was very strong. When it exploded, it was like the explosion of several nuclear bombs. The entire arena was shaken by this. Fortunately, the barrier that Lord Peak put up was strong enough. This allowed everyone in the arena to survive the explosion. Even if they managed to survive, the people inside the barrier would still be heavily injured. That was for sure. A huge crater was formed from Gong Seni's attack. Rocks and dust fell from the attack that Gong Seni had just launched. People could see what kind of damage the attack that Gong Seni had just launched. The attack just now was too strong. It would be very difficult to defend against such an attack. Not many people could withstand such a powerful attack. People began to think that this battle was over, and that the victor of this battle was Gong Seni. Gong Seni was still too strong for an outer court disciple like Yi Chen. The difference in strength between the two proved that Yi Chen would not be able to win against Gong Seni. Everyone looked towards the arena. They all wanted to see the condition of Yi Chen, who was in the arena. When they looked into the arena, they all saw a figure standing in the middle of a giant pit. This figure became clearer. When this figure became clearer, everyone knew who this figure was. He's still alive after receiving such an attack. Everyone was shocked when they saw Yi Chen, who was still alive after receiving an attack from Gong Seni. You're done, right? Then now it's my turn. Yi Chen had already given Gong Seni several chances. Now was the time for Yi Chen to fight back with his full strength. From Yi Chen's body a chill began to flow. This chill spread and froze the area around him. After this cold, a very high heat appeared. Flames enveloped Yi Chen's body. What? All the peak lords rose from their seats. They looked at Yi Chen with disbelieving gazes. Even Ningxia also stood up from her seat and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Finally found Ningxia seemed to be happy when she saw Yi Chen in front of her. What's this? Gong Seni was confused when he saw what happened. Even though he just had the pleasure of almost killing Yi Chen knelt down, himself touching the floor beneath him. Let's end this as soon as possible. I'm sick of you. Yi Chen was going to end this quickly. He was tired of fighting against Gong Seni. Frost Age. Yi Chen used Frost Age to freeze all objects and life around this place. All objects in life were instantly covered by ice and frozen. Gong Seni was instantly frozen into an ice statue in mere seconds. Even the barriers set up by Lord Peak began to freeze when facing the Frost Age. What just happened? Everyone looked confused by what had just happened, their vision interrupted by the barrier that had frozen into ice. The temperature dropped when Yi Chen used Frost Age. The temperature in the arena became extremely cold to the audience. Godfire Sword of Flame began to burn the existing ice barrier. The heat of the fire spread and made the temperature hotter. All the audience felt hot. They immediately retreated to escape the extremely high heat. Lord Peak was starting to fear that the barrier they had created would break, so they strengthened the barrier to avoid any unwanted situations. Gong Seni was currently lying on the ground, his body already frozen and partially scorched by Yi Chen's attack. Everyone was stunned when they saw what happened. They were taken aback by what Yi Chen had just done. If Lord Peak hadn't put up the barrier earlier, they would all have become like Gong Seni, who was now in a terrible state. Master, is it okay to keep him alive? Shu Yuechan asked Yi Chen. It doesn't matter, even if he is alive, but he will no longer be able to become a cultivator. I have already made him an ordinary person by destroying his cultivation base, Yi Chen said to Shu Yuechan. Chapter 1382 Invitation from Nine Peak Lords. Yi Chen had already crippled Gong Seni, so Gong Seni would no longer be able to interfere with Yi Chen. Wow, that was great. Yin Yang praised Yi Chen. He praised Yi Chen for being able to win against Gong Seni. Plus Yi Chen, who used two elements, made everyone in this place feel very surprised. He's interesting. I think I'll add him to my peak. Ruman became interested when he saw what Yi Chen had just done. Ruman felt that he wanted to include Yi Chen in his peak. That won't happen. I will do it. Shinpai won't let Ruman succeed. He won't let anyone get Yi Chen. After seeing what happened, Shinpai intended to recruit Yi Chen. He intended to recruit Yi Chen because he seemed to be such a genius. Perhaps he would become an extraordinary person in the future, so it wouldn't hurt for Shinpai to recruit Yi Chen into Cloud Sky Peak. Who goes first? He will get it. Mochi got up from where she was standing. She current self headed straight for Yi Chen. This bitch. Shinpai and Ruman looked at Mochi, who was one step ahead of them. Hello Yi Chen, do you intend to join Black Rose Peak? Mochi was the first to go recruit Yi Chen. She used a charm to Yi Chen. Mochi wanted Yi Chen to join Black Rose Peak. With Yi Chen's ability like that, Mochi didn't hesitate in recruiting Yi Chen. People were quite shocked when they heard this. Yi Chen had just been recruited by Lord Peak from Black Rose Peak. Even though Black Rose Peak only accepted women, why did Mochi come forward and recruit Yi Chen? What was it that made Mochi like this? Oh, that. Yi Chen smiled. He didn't know whether he would accept this invitation or not. If you see, Mochi is beautiful and sexy, but Yi Chen feels that this woman is a little prickly. There is nothing good if Yi Chen goes with her. Don't listen to her. You better join Dewdrop Peak. There you will be warmly welcomed. Ruman came forward. He also invited Yi Chen to join Dewdrop Peak. Now that there are two peak lords inviting Yi Chen, of course this is quite surprising. Once two of the 9 Lord Peaks invited Yi Chen. This is a good fortune for Yi Chen. You should just join Flying Sword Peak. There your abilities will definitely be much more developed. Yun Yang didn't want to lose. He came and recruited Yi Chen to join Flying Sword Peak. Now that 3 of the 9 Lord Peaks had invited Yi Chen, it really was a very difficult choice. If you don't mind, how about you join Flying Sword Peak? There you can learn more about combat. Zhu Tenmu also joined in. He invited Yi Chen into the Redemption Spear Peak. Zhu Tenmu had seen Yi Chen's talent. He believed that Yi Chen was a very talented person in battle, so it was fine for Zhu Tenmu to recruit Yi Chen. From Zhu Tenmu's point of view, Yi Chen was a genius, so it would be very easy for Yi Chen to adapt to the Redemption Spear Peak. Not only that, the Masters of Blooming Life Peak, 100,000 Weapon Peak, Double Pair Peak also proposed the same thing. They recruited Yi Chen to join. As more and more Peak Lords recruited Yi Chen, this was quite a shock for everyone in this place. They did not expect that the person they initially thought was weak would be recruited by the Peak Lords in the 9 Immortals Peak sect. You should all get out of the way. He's mine. Shinpai tells everyone to get out of the way. They all don't deserve Yi Chen. Only he deserves a genius like Yi Chen. What the hell, old man, you better not be greedy. You've got a lot of strong people, you better let go of this 1-inch. Yun Yang protested, himself protesting because he wasn't happy when he saw Shinpai trying to get Yi Chen. Even though in Cloud Sky Peak there were already many great geniuses, but still Shin Pai wanted to get Yi Chen and didn't want to share it with all of them. Several peak lords also started to protest. They protested because they felt Shin Pai was too greedy and didn't want to share with all of them. I don't care, it's my right to recruit him, Shin Pai said to all the peak lords in front of him. Shin Pai doesn't care about the protests raised by the existing peak lords. More precisely, Shin Pai doesn't consider the protests raised by all the peak lords in front of him. Yi Chen, join me, you will get the best strength and resources in this entire sect. Shin Pai gave Yi Chen a lure. No one would be able to stand this kind of lure. Resources were something that a cultivator desperately needed. Without sufficient resources, a cultivator would not be able to raise their cultivation level very quickly. This is also a weakness for a cultivator. They can at least refuse if they are lured by a lot of resources. So Shin Pai was sure that he could attract Yi Chen to join Cloud Sky Peak. Too bad Shin Pai doesn't know that what he's doing is completely useless. Yi Chen isn't that kind of person, so what Shin Pai did is completely useless to Yi Chen. Then I will give you a lot of resources. Other peak lords didn't want to lose. They also offered resources to Yi Chen. Everyone in the audience was shocked by what happened. They all looked very shocked when they saw Yi Chen being invited by all the peak lords present. From this alone it can be concluded that Yi Chen will definitely get a lot of extraordinary benefits. Yi Chen, do you want to join Jade Lotus Peak? Ningxia came. She came and walked over to Yi Chen. Ningxia's tone was very gentle. She invited Yi Chen with all her heart. All the peak lords were shocked when they listened to Ningxia uttering words like this. To be honest, they had never seen Ningxia behave like this. To be honest, Ningxia always looked indifferent in front of everyone. So it would be very shocking to see Ningxia behave like this towards Yi Chen. They all looked shocked when they saw this. The expressions of all the peak lords were like they had just seen a ghost. Why are you doing this too? Emochi questioned Ningxia. She had never seen Ningxia like this. This was the first time Emochi had seen Ningxia do something like this. I also want to recruit him. Do you have a problem with it? Ningxia said to Emochi. After discovering Yi Chen could use two elements like self, Ningxia became more and more attracted to Yi Chen. She wanted Yi Chen to join Jade Lotus Peak. Ningxia had been looking for a special person like Yi Chen for a long time. After discovering Yi Chen's whereabouts, how could Ningxia be willing to let him go? But doesn't Jade Lotus Peak not accept male disciples? Emochi said to Ningxia, who said that, there is no such rule, I just don't want to accept male students, but he is different, so it doesn't matter. Ningxia said to Emochi, Chapter 1383, I will give you anything you want. Straight face. Emochi didn't expect that Ningxia would say something like this. It was quite surprising that Ningxia would break her own rules. All the disciples from Jade Lotus Peak also didn't expect that Ningxia would say something like this. They didn't expect to hear something like this from Ningxia. Ningxia put a male disciple into the Jade Lotus Peak. Of course, this would be very shocking for a female disciple in the Jade Lotus Peak. Don't be fooled by it. Jade Lotus Peak is a very bad place. It's the weakest peak, so you shouldn't go there. Shin Pai forbade Yi Chen to go together with Ningxia. Jade Lotus Peak was the weakest place among the 9 peaks, so Shin Pai didn't want Yi Chen to waste his talent in such a place. Ningxia was not angry when she listened to what Shin Pai had to say about Jade Lotus Peak. Ningxia admitted that Jade Lotus Peak was indeed understaffed. Jade Lotus Peak's inhabitants were few, so the strength of Jade Lotus Peak wasn't as strong as other peaks. Yi Chen, isn't your fiancé at Jade Lotus Peak too? Isn't this a good opportunity for you to be together with him? If you're willing to join, I don't mind letting you two go, Ningxia said to Yi Chen. Ningxia used Xia Qingyu to get Yi Chen to go with her. With Xia Qingyu at Jade Lotus Peak, Yi Chen would definitely want to go with Ningxia. Lord Peak Ning, are you making up? All the peak lords couldn't believe it when they heard Yi Chen who had a fiancé in Jade Lotus Peak. Why would I lie to you? Qingyu, come here, Ningxia told Xia Qingyu to come. Xia Qingyu was quite surprised when she was called by Ningxia. She didn't expect that Ningxia would drag herself into this matter. Qingyu, Lord Peak is calling for you, hurry over there. Mei Yueli told Xia Qingyu to go to Ningxia's place. Ah, fine. Xia Qingyu nodded, flying towards where Ningxia and Yi Chen were. Everyone looked at Xia Qingyu. They saw Xia Qingyu's pose. To be honest, Xia Qingyu was a beautiful woman. She had a good appearance and seemed a little cold to others. Greetings, Lord Peak. Xia Qingyu greeted Ningxia. Xia Qingyu looked a little nervous when she had to face Ningxia. To be honest, Xia Qingyu only met Ningxia once, so Xia Qingyu was still a bit unfamiliar with Ningxia. Qingyu, don't you have an engagement with Yi Chen, is it true? Ningxia asked Xia Qingyu. That's true. I have it with Yi Chen, as Xia Qingyu said to everyone present in this place. Oh, how is that possible? All the peak lords still couldn't believe this. Yi Chen, is what he said true? Emochi asked Yi Chen. Of course Yi Chen nodded. He didn't deny that Xia Qingyu was his fiancé. Wow, he is so lucky. He has such a beautiful fiancé. Everyone looked envious when they saw Yi Chen have a beautiful fiancé like Xia Qingyu. So you understand, then you don't need to bother anymore and leave this matter to me. Ningxia felt that she had won. Ningxia told the other Peak Lords to surrender to Yi Chen. What if he has a fiancé in Jade Lotus Peak? It won't be a problem for us. Shinpai still doesn't want to give up. He still doesn't want to give up on getting Yi Chen. That's right. Yun Yang also didn't want to lose. He tried to get Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I ask once again, do you want to join Jade Lotus Peak or not? Ningxia asked Yi Chen. Ningxia wanted to know Yi Chen's answer. She wanted to know Yi Chen's answer, whether Yi Chen wanted to join Jade Lotus Peak or not. What will I get if I join Jade Lotus Peak? Yi Chen asked what he would get if he joined Jade Lotus Peak. Ningxia almost coughed when she heard Yi Chen's answer. Yi Chen was still willing to bargain with Ningxia. If Yi Chen's position was replaced by a normal man, then they would definitely agree to Ningxia's offer. An offer from Ningxia was something that was very difficult for a man to refuse. Jade Lotus Peak is like a paradise inhabited by beautiful women. Who are the men who dare to refuse the offer to live together with beautiful women? D is different from most of the men I meet. Ningxia felt that Yi Chen was very different from most of the men she met. Yi Chen was really very difficult to persuade. I will give you whatever you want. Ningxia said that she would give Yi Chen whatever he wanted. Yi Chen was dumbfounded when he listened to what Ningxia had just said. Xia would really give Yi Chen whatever he wanted. Of course, this was quite a good to Yi Chen. Yi Chen started to think evil thoughts as he listened to Ningxia, who would give him whatever he wanted. Okay, I agreed. Yi Chen very quickly agreed. He didn't want Ningxia to change her mind. Ningxia felt something was wrong with what she just said. Ningxia didn't really care about that matter. As long as she could get a talent like Yi Chen's, then that would be a great thing. He has already agreed to join the Jade Lotus Peak. You should all give up and leave. After seeing Yi Chen agree to join the Jade Lotus Peak, Ningxia immediately ordered the other Peak Lords to go and release Yi Chen. It won't be that easy. Shinpai still doesn't want to give up. He is still very persistent in getting Yi Chen. If ordinary methods don't work, then Shinpai will seize Yi Chen by force. What do you mean? Do you want to take it by force? Mu Shuiying looked displeased as she listened to Shinpai trying to snatch Yi Chen away from her. That's what I want to do. Shinpai did intend to do that. He wanted to snatch Yi Chen from Ningxia's hands. Shinpai comes forward and intends to steal Yi Chen, who was beside Ningxia. Ningxia didn't let Shinpai go. Ningxia stepped forward and stopped Shinpai, who wanted to steal Yi Chen. Boom! The of the battle was inevitable. Ningxia and Shinpai finally fought and made a terrible battle. Impact. The battle impact of a cultivator who was at the early stages of the Divine Overlord realm was indeed terrifying. The impact was deeply felt by the people around this place. Shuiying, quickly bring Yi Chen and the others back to Jade Lotus Peak. Ningxia immediately gave an order to Mu Shuiying. Ningxia wanted Mu Shuiying to take Yi Chen and the others away from this place. Okay, Mu Shuiying nodded. She immediately took Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu to the Jade Lotus Peak. Girls from Jade Lotus Peak is also back. They all come back and obey what is said by Ningxia. They knew that a big battle was about to take place, so it wasn't good to stay on the battlefield if you didn't want something bad to happen. Chapter 1384 Ningxia vs All Lords Peak. Seeing the core disciples fleeing from this place, people also started to flee. They all immediately fled to save themselves. They knew that a great battle was about to take place. If they stayed in this place, then they would most likely be killed by the battle that Lord Peak would be fighting in this place. Do you really want to challenge me? Shinpai asked Ningxia. That depends. If you don't bother any of the Jade Lotus Peak people, then I won't fight you. Ningxia said that she wouldn't fight Shinpai. As long as Shinpai no longer bothered Yi Chen, then Ningxia wouldn't fight back. Ningxia, that person doesn't suit you. He won't be great with you, so just leave Yi Chen to me. Shinpai still refuses to back down. He still wants Yi Chen. Yi Chen has already made his choice. You should just give up. Ningxia refused to give Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the same person as her, so how could Ningxia let go of a seed like Yi Chen? Then let's finish in the battle. Seeing Ningxia, who was still adamant, Shinpai couldn't stand it and invited Ningxia to fight against him. Shinpai picks up his sword, ready to battle Ningxia. Ningxia also took out her weapon. Ningxia's weapon was a red shawl decorated with a white phoenix. Ningxia waved her shawl. Ningxia countered Shinpai's attack with her shawl. Clang! A loud sound rang out. As Ningxia's shawl clashed with Shinpai's sword, a very strong impact occurred. This made a part of the stadium destroyed by the impact of the attack just now. Luckily, the spectators had already left to save themselves. Otherwise, they would have experienced quite a tragic loss of being trapped in this place. Ningxia's shawl was much stronger than it looked. It was strong enough to battle against Shinpai's weapon. Skycloud sword range. Shinpai raised his two fingers up. A green circle appeared from the sky. From this circle came out a lot of wind swords with a size large enough. These wind swords fell down towards Ningxia. Ningxia waved her hand. The moment Ningxia waved hers, tens of thousands of white colored threads appeared and scattered around Ningxia. This thread is extremely thin. It's hard to see this thread if you are not careful. If you look closely, this thread is made of deep ice which is quite strong. Wind blades began to fall towards Ningxia. Ningxia was now locked among the tens of thousands of wind blades raining down on her. The moment Skycloud Sword Rain hit the ice thread, Skycloud Sword Rain was instantly sliced by the ice thread. The ice thread looked extremely sharp. It was like a sword being sharpened very sharply. This was one of the techniques created by Ningxia. Ningxia created this skill by herself. Ningxia couldn't always rely on her Ice and Flame Phoenix inheritance. Ningxia couldn't expose herself, so she created her own skills to defend against enemy attacks. The wind blade that passed through the ice thread was cut into small pieces. By the time it reached Ningxia's side, it had already turned into a harmless grain of wind. Sht Shinpai couldn't help but curse when he saw this. Ningxia is indeed very difficult to fight. She has some abilities that are not easy to deal with. Ningxia stretched her arms forward. When Ningxia did that, the ice threads around her body immediately rushed towards Shinpai. Shinpai tries to dodge this attack. Unfortunately, Shinpai can't dodge because there are too many ice threads. As a result, Shinpai's body is bound by Ningxia's thousands of threads. Ningxia immediately came and drew closer to Shinpai. She was now standing next to Shinpai. I remind you, don't ever have thoughts for him. She is mine. Remember that. Well, Ningxia tells Shinpai that Yi Chen is hers. So Ningxia wants Shinpai not to bother Yi Chen anymore. Why are you just silent? Help me. Shinpai asks another Peak Lord to take care of Ningxia. Their goals are all the same. They want to get Yi Chen, so they must be able to beat Ningxia. All the Peak Lords looked at each other. They nodded and agreed to help Shinpai. From the start their goals were all the same, so it didn't matter if they joined hands to fight against each other. Plus Ningxia was a great person. Ningxia's strength was indeed worthy of reckoning with all Peak Lords. All Peak Lords attacked Ningxia. They all cooperated to attack Ningxia. Ningxia immediately turned around and resisted the attacks from all the Peak Lords in this place. Herself resisting all the attacks from the Peak Lords, Ningxia was forced to retreat when facing the attacks of all Peak Lords. She was not retreating out of fear, rather she was retreating to get out of her overly exposed position. Ningxia still looked very calm. There was no trace of fear when Ningxia fought all the Peak Lords in this place. Ningxia seemed to have no fear against all the Peak Lords. I think I need to be a little serious. Ningxia should be more serious. Her opponent is quite a lot. She can't underestimate her opponent. All Peak Lords attacked Ningxia. The great battle between Peak Lords had finally begun. A huge explosion and earthquake could be felt within the sect. The people within the sect didn't want to see what was going on. They preferred to go as far away as possible. If they got close it would be a death for all of them. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu were led by Mu Shuiying into the Jade Lotus Peak. Mu Shuiying brought Yi Chen into the Jade Lotus Peak. This is Jade Lotus Peak. From now on you will stay and train here. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that she would train and live here. It seems that from now on I will become very close to senior sister in Qingyu. Yi Chen was very happy that he could live together with Mu Shuiying and Xia Qingyu, plus there was still Mei Yueli, Mu Nianci and several beauties from Jade Lotus Peak. Who is your Qingyu? I am not yours. Xia Qingyu immediately refuted what Yi Chen said. Qingyu, it's been a long time, you seem cold, have you forgotten me? Yi Chen said to Xia Qingyu who was at the side. Yes, said Xia Qingyu to Yi Chen. How could Xia Qingyu forget Yi Chen? She thinks of Yi Chen every day. Only Xia Qingyu was a little embarrassed to admit it, so she tried to deny it. Then let me remind you. Yi Chen hugged Xia Qingyu's slim body, intending to remind Xia Qingyu of her past. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Xia Qingyu panicked a little when she saw what was happening. Yi Chen was very brave. This person's courage was getting bigger and bigger. Of course it reminds my Qingyu, Yi Chen said to Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen, wait a moment. Xia Qingyu tried to stop Yi Chen. She tried to stop Yi Chen from doing something bad to her. I don't want it. Yi Chen refused. He wanted to do something with Xia Qingyu. Chapter 1385, Refusal to Stay in Jade Lotus Peak. Ahem, Yi Chen, you better let go her, people are coming. Mu Shuiying reminded Yi Chen to let go Xia Qingyu. The female disciple of the Jade Lotus Peak was approaching this place. Alright, Yi Chen nodded. He immediately let go of Xia Qingyu who was in his arms. Xia Qingyu immediately straightened her wrinkled clothes because of Yi Chen's actions. Xia Qingyu very quickly managed to tidy up her wrinkled clothes. A few moments later hundreds of people came from the horizon. They all had good looks and good looks. They wore red and some white clothes. Plus there was a veil covering their faces. I'll stay in this place. I can't wait to enjoy this. Yi Chen couldn't wait to enjoy the fun that was about to happen. He couldn't wait to have fun with the ladies at Jade Lotus Peak. These beautiful ladies descended in front of Mu Shuiying. They paid their respects to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying was highly respected in this place, so it would not be strange for everyone to immediately greet Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying nodded. She told everyone to get up. Mu Shuiying didn't really like things that were quite formal like this. I want to say something to all of you, as Lord Peak's order. From now on, Yi Chen will join with us. I hope you can accept it. Mu Shuiying gave important information. She wanted everyone to accept Yi Chen's whereabouts. But senior, why do we have to do that? There were some women who still couldn't accept this. They seemed unable to accept Yi Chen. This is Lord Peak's own wish, so we can't do anything about it. Mu Shuiying said that this was Ning Xia's wish, so they all couldn't do anything about this matter. Beautiful sisters, please help in the future. Yi Chen said to all the women in front of him. He called them beautiful sisters to touch their hearts. Beautiful sister. Some women didn't really like this, while some quite liked what Yi Chen had to say. Yi Chen, how old are you now? One of the women immediately asked how old Yi Chen was. They all wanted to know Yi Chen's current age. I'm 20 years old. Yi Chen told that he was still 20 years old. What? All the women were shocked when they found out Yi Chen's age. They were really surprised when they found out that Yi Chen's age is still very easy. Are you joking with all of us? Some women felt that Yi Chen was joking with all of them. Of course not. Why don't you ask him if you don't believe him? Yi Chen told all the women to ask Mu Shuiying about this matter. Senior sister Mu, was what she said just now true? Everyone immediately asked whether what Yi Chen said was the truth or a lie. What he said is the truth. He is indeed very young. Mu Shuiying confirmed what Yi Chen said. Yi Chen was indeed very young. Impossible. These beauties couldn't believe this. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen was still so young. At such a young age, Yi Chen already has an extraordinary strength. Of course, this is very surprising. Wow, he's great. Some women praised Yi Chen. They praised Yi Chen because Yi Chen looked really great. Still, it will be a problem if he stays with us. Several women still disagreed when they found out Yi Chen was going to live with them. These women were used to living without men, so they could do whatever they wanted within the Jade Lotus Peak. When there were men inside the Jade Lotus Peak, then it would be something of a problem for these women. They will no longer be as free as they used to be. Maybe they even have to be careful in doing every activity. After all, Yi Chen was a young man. He was definitely still in a state of growth. His curiosity for the opposite sex would be immense. Plus, all the women within the Jade Lotus Peak were beauties, so this would be extremely difficult for Yi Chen to endure. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile as he listened to the debate that was going on. It seemed that it was quite difficult for the women who were here to accept the existence of a man. Oh, yes, there is a location on the edge. There is a hut that he can use. I think it's fine for him to stay there. One of the women reminded that there was an open location with a small hut. There wasn't. Someone was occupying it. It was also quite far from the women's dormitory. It seemed that it was a suitable location for Yi Chen to live in. Oh yeah, I just remembered that too. Then how about he just stay there? These women agreed with the suggestion. Yi Chen could stay there for a while. Okay, we let you stay here, but you have to stay in the place we have prepared. All the women agreed. They will let Yi Chen stay in the place they have prepared. Isn't that a little unfair to him, Mei? Yueli came and helped Yi Chen. She tried to help Yi Chen to get out of this problem. Yueli, don't you hate men? But why are you helping her instead? All the women in this place started to question Mei Yueli, who was trying to help Yi Chen. Oh, that. Mei Yueli looked confused by the questions asked by her colleagues. Mei Yueli was confused to find an excuse to answer questions from the people around her. Mei Yueli had almost forgotten that everyone still thought she was afraid of men, so it wasn't strange that everyone was questioning why she was helping Yi Chen. It's because she was invited by Lord Peak. If you treat her badly, won't you all be scolded? After thinking for a while, Mei Yueli finally came up with a reasonable excuse. All the women started to think about what Mei Yueli said. What Mei Yueli said did make sense. Maybe Lord Peak would be angry about this. If you are okay with that, I don't mind staying at the place you just mentioned. Yi Chen said that he had no problem staying at the place these beauties had previously said. As long as Yi Chen could stay close to Xiaoqingyu, Mu Nianzi, Mei Yueli, and Mu Shuiying, then Yi Chen wouldn't mind it. Yi Chen also understood that these women still couldn't accept Yi Chen's existence. They definitely needed time to accept Yi Chen's existence. Very good, he agreed. That means Lord Peak won't be angry with us. Come with us. Seeing Yi Chen agree, all the women escorted Yi Chen to the place where he was going to stay. Mu Shuiying could only shake her head. It seemed that it would be difficult to convince these women to fully accept Yi Chen. Sister Shuiying, are you okay with this? Mei Yueli asked Mu Shuiying. Wanting to know Mu Shuiying's opinion, there seems to be nothing to do with this matter. They still can't accept Yi Chen completely. Mu Shuiying thought the same thing as Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying knew that the woman at Jade Lotus Peak still couldn't accept Yi Chen's existence. Chapter 1386, Small Uninhabitable Hut. Yi Chen was currently being taken by the ladies to a remote area in the Jade Lotus Peak. This area was indeed quite far from the girls' dormitories. In this place there is indeed a small hut. Around this hut there is a very large yard. It is like a hut in the middle of a golf course. You will live in this place. One of the women told Yi Chen that she lived in this place. You mean that little place? Yi Chen asked again to the woman beside him. Of course, is there a problem with that? The women asked if Yi Chen had a problem with this. Of course not. Yi Chen shook his head. He didn't feel there was a problem in this place. Good, then you will stay in this place. Seeing that Yi Chen had agreed, all the women decided that Yi Chen would stay in this place. Let's go. After finding a suitable place to live for Yi Chen, all the women left this place. Yi Chen, if you have a problem, you can ask us. We will help. Before leaving, some people told Yi Chen to look for them if they had a problem. Thank you very much. Yi Chen was grateful for the kindness that some women who seemed very warm to him were. After several girls telling to Yi Chen, they immediately left Yi Chen alone. After the departure of the beautiful girls, Mu Shuiying, Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianzi arrived in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are you okay living in this place? Mei Yueli immediately asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know if Yi Chen had no problem staying in this place. Of course it doesn't matter to me. Yi Chen said that he had no problem living in this place. Yi Chen, if you really don't like it, I can discuss this with Lord Peak. Mu Shuiying would help Yi Chen change residence. I don't think it's necessary. Yi Chen didn't really need Mu Shuiying to do that. Are you sure about this matter? It looks like this place is not worth it. Mu Nianzi asked Yi Chen again. She saw that this place was not livable. There was only a hut that looked very old and worn. Even the room within the frozen ice sec was still much better than the hut. I can fix the problem. Thanks to the wife who was worried about me, Yi Chen said to Mu Nianzi. Mu Nianzi's face was slightly red. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would express such praise to her. The sweet words that came out of Yi Chen's mouth were very difficult for Mu Nianzi to resist. It was very difficult to resist Yi Chen's words from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what exactly are you planning? Xiao Qingyu knew that Yi Chen was planning something. At a time like this, Yi Chen must be planning something. I am indeed planning something. As expected from Mai Qingyu, you know very well what I am thinking, Yi Chen said with a smile towards Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu could really tell what Yi Chen was thinking. She already knew what Yi Chen would do in this kind of situation. Why don't you tell us what you're planning? Xiao Qingyu wanted Yi Chen to tell them the details of his plan. It's a secret, you'll find out later. Yi Chen chuckled. He didn't tell him what he was planning. You stingy. Mei Yueli looked dissatisfied when she saw Yi Chen acting so secretive. Mei Yueli didn't like it when Yi Chen acted so mysteriously like this. Yi Chen only smiled when he saw Mei Yueli, who was currently pouting. Mei Yueli, who was pouting, was quite beautiful. If you really say that, then we will go first. Since Yi Chen didn't mind this, Mu Shuiying took Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi away from this place. Let's go. Mu Shuiying invited Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi to leave this place. They had to go back and practice. Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi still had unfinished training programs. Okay, Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and their Mu Nianzi couldn't stay in this place to accompany Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying, Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi left this place. Yi Chen was a little disappointed when he saw Mu Shuiying, Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi leaving this place, whereas Yi Chen hoped that one of them would stay and accompany him. It seemed like it would be an impossible thing to happen. Yi Chen could see that Mu Shuiying was going to give training to Mei Yueli, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi, so it was very likely that doing so was something that was extremely impossible to happen. Master, what are you going to do now? Are you going to stay in that place that almost collapsed? Shuyuechan looked at the hut that was already in an uninhabitable condition. Yes, I see, what you say is true. I think I will repair my living quarters. Yi Chen had to admit what Shuyuechan said. This residence was indeed not worthy of Yi Chen. I'll go find some cast iron and build a new building. Yi Chen went to look for some cast iron. He intended to build a livable house. That's good, do it quickly. Shuyuechan supported what Yi Chen was doing. She supported what Yi Chen was doing at the moment. Yi Chen left. He looked for some cast iron that was around this place. Yi Chen happened to be able to find the existence of some cast iron among the mountains in the Skycloud Peak Star Realm. The Skycloud Peak Star Realm was filled with mountains containing extremely rich minerals, so it wouldn't be difficult for Yi Chen to find some cast iron within the mountain. With Yi Chen's current strength, destroying a mountain wasn't that difficult, so Yi Chen would do mining for the materials needed to build a new house. In the process, Yi Chen was not alone. He used clone to help himself carry out the work. The more clones, the faster this work is completed, so the project execution time will be very fast. Yi Chen continued to work on gathering all the needed materials. Yi Chen needed a little time to gather all the materials he needed. Without Yi Chen knowing, it was getting very dark. Yi Chen had to go back and start building a place for himself. Yi Chen returned to Jade Lotus Peak. When Yi Chen returned to Jade Lotus Peak, he found that Jade Lotus Peak looked very lonely. At night, women from Jade Lotus Peak would spend their time cultivating in the room, so it would not be strange if Jade Lotus Peak felt extremely lonely. Boom! In the distance there was an explosion sound that echoed quite loudly. looks like the battle is still continuing into the night. Yi Chen could see that in the distance a battle was taking place. The battle had been moved a bit away from the sect. This was to prevent loss of life from the battle fought by Lord Peak. Time to work. Yi Chen told all the clone he made to work and build a house together. Their target was to build a house in just one night. Yi Chen and all of the clones got to work. They melted the cast iron they had just mined. They put together a decent place to live. Yi Chen also used some materials that were on Earth. He used everything he had to beautify his residence. Because this place is spacious, Yi Chen can build a dwelling that he wants without having to worry about running out of land. Yi Chen worked quietly. No one was aware of what Yi Chen was doing. The battle from Lord Peak obscured the sound of Yi Chen's work, so no one would be aware of what Yi Chen was doing. As time went on, Yi Chen along with all the clones he had created tried their best to create the best dwelling place in the entire Jade Lotus Peak. Yi Chen wanted to prove that he could create a place better than the one in the entire Jade Lotus Peak. Yi Chen was very confident that he could do such a thing. With his strength, nothing was impossible to do. Chapter 1387 Noisy Morning. The day quickly changed. A new day came after a long night. In the morning all the disciples came out of their rooms. They did their usual daily activities. In the morning all the women would gather and train together. They would practice a martial art that they continued to hone every day. By doing so, the level of understanding they have will become higher and higher as time goes on. When the female disciples just came out of their room, they saw a quite strange sight. They saw a square-shaped building that towered quite high. This building is also quite tall. It is estimated that there are dozens of others in this building. What's that? All the women have never seen the shape of a building that is quite strange like this. They are curious what happens at night. The ladies from Jade Lotus Peak started to make quite a noise. They all made quite a noise when they saw something like this happening at Jade Lotus Peak. What's all the fuss in the morning like this? Seeing the commotion the female disciples were making outside, Mu Shuiying immediately came out and saw what was going on. Senior sister Mu, look, there is a strange building that is quite tall. One of the female disciples pointed to where the majestic building stood. Mu Shuiying looked in the direction where the square-shaped building was. When Mu Shuiying saw the architectural form used, she immediately knew who had built the building. Yi Chen. What are you doing? Mu Shuiying immediately knew that this was Yi Chen's doing. She was the one who could build a building like this. In order to confirm that this was the building that Yi Chen was in, Mu Shuiying immediately went to the place where the building was standing. Mu Shuiying wanted to confirm that the building was indeed made by Yi Chen. Seeing Mu Shuiying leaving, all the women decided to go and see what was going on. They all also felt curious about the building that stood so tall. So they wanted to see and wanted to know what it was. The curiosity of women is quite high. They are very curious about the building in front of them. To be honest, they all want to know what exactly is the contents of that strange building. The curiosity that these women have may change their lives. In a matter of seconds, Mu Shuiying had arrived at the door of a very grand building. When viewed up close, this building looked more like a classy hotel. This must be her doing. She's the only one who can do something like this. Mu Shuiying knew that this must be Yi Chen's doing. Only Yi Chen could do such an insane thing. Constructing a building like this in one night was extremely difficult for a normal cultivator to do, plus the materials made this building look very sturdy and extremely hard. From just here Mu Shuiying could see that it was made with very good quality iron. It is sturdy enough to withstand various kinds of attacks that are launched. I have to find her whereabouts to find out what she wants. Mu Shuiying decided to look for Yi Chen and asked what Yi Chen meant by doing this. Seeing Mu Shuiying enter the building, all the women immediately followed in Mu Shuiying's footsteps. They seemed very curious about the contents of the building that stood quite majestic. The moment Mu Shuiying and all the women entered the building, they were greeted by an extremely amazing sight. The interior and everything in the building made all the women feel extremely shocked. They had never seen an interior as good as this. It was much nicer than all the places they had been. What's this? Some of the women started to be amazed by what was happening. They were all mesmerized by the beauty that was in the building. They all seemed to really like this place. They all liked the elegant design of this place. Mu Shuiying ignored these people. Mu Shuiying directly used her spirit sense to find Yi Chen. Using her spirit sense, Mu Shuiying discovered the whereabouts of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was now on the top floor. Mu Shuiying didn't waste time and went to where Yi Chen was. Senior sister Mu's several women called Mu Shuiying. Unfortunately, they were ignored by Mu Shuiying. Since everyone was still quite unfamiliar with this place, they were all still wary of the new place they were familiar with. They didn't dare to stay too long and chased after Mu Shuiying's figure climbing upstairs. Very quickly Mu Shuiying and the lady from the Jade Lotus Peak went upstairs. Mu Shuiying immediately found the room where Yi Chen was in. After finding the whereabouts of the room where Yi Chen was, Mu Shuiying went straight in and broke the door. When Mu Shuiying banged on Yi Chen's door, she found Yi Chen sleeping on the bed. He seemed to be sleeping very comfortably. after finishing building this place, Yi Chen immediately went to sleep, feeling tired from having to use quite a lot of profound energy to melt cast iron to make this building. Honestly, the cast iron that Yi Chen found was very hard. Yi Chen needed a lot of strength to melt the iron. As a result, Yi Chen was exhausted and fell asleep very soundly. Yi Chen wake up. Mu Shuiying came and woke Yi Chen, who was fast asleep. Yi Chen immediately woke up when he saw Mu Shuiying suddenly in his room. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked what Mu Shuiying was doing at her current place. What does this mean? Mu Shuiying asked what Yi Chen meant to build such a huge building like this. You mean this? I just made a proper place to live. Yi Chen told that he just made a decent place to live in. Isn't this too much? Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying thought this was too much. Building a place like this was too much to do. It doesn't matter. Didn't you say last night that I can do anything to this place? Yi Chen said with a yawn. Yi Chen was still a little sleepy, so he still slept and took cover under his blanket. Outside, several women peeked. They saw what was happening inside. They were surprised that Yi Chen was in the room. When they saw this, all the women knew that this building belonged to Yi Chen. They really didn't expect that this was a building that belonged to Yi Chen. The ugly and broken hut that was previously uninhabitable had been conjured by Yi Chen into a beautiful and truly amazing place. This still is too much, Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Does this bother you? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. He wanted to know if this building bothered Mu Shuiying. No. Mu Shuiying said that this building didn't bother her, but it was too conspicuous because the building was too tall. If it doesn't matter, then leave it alone. Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying to let this matter. Straight face. Mu Shuiying was really helpless. She was made helpless by Yi Chen. Then hurry up and get up now. Practice time. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to get up quickly. Mu Shuiying doesn't like lazy people. Sister Shuiying, I'm still tired. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying to give her some more sleep. Yi Chen is still a little sleepy. Yi Chen is still lying down very lazily. He wants to rest a little longer. That's not allowed. Get up quickly. Mu Shuiying didn't allow Yi Chen to do that. She didn't allow Yi Chen to laze around like this. Yi Chen didn't care. He was enjoying his time in bed. It had been a long time since Yi Chen had been lazing around like this. Because he had the time to do this, he did things like this. Seeing Yi Chen, who kept lazing in bed, Mu Shuiying has no choice but to drag Yi Chen. She was immediately dragged Yi Chen in bed. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Chen complained when he was dragged out of bed by Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen even put up a fight when dragged by Mu Shuiying. Get out right now. Mu Shuiying kept pulling Yi Chen. She used her strength to pull Yi Chen off the bed. The scene that occurred was witnessed by the female disciples in the room. They saw Mu Shuiying, who was pulling Yi Chen from the bed. The female disciples in this place rarely saw Mu Shuiying like this. They had never seen Mu Shuiying do something like this to them. The female disciples of Jade Lotus Peak were quite disciplined, so they never got angry from the trainer or Mu Shuiying. Let us help. A few female disciples came in. They helped drag Yi Chen out of bed. Why are you bothering me like this? You should go and take care of your own matters. Yi Chen told these women to let go of him. We won't let you slack off. You need to be more disciplined here, said the female disciple who helped Mu Shuiying in dragging Yi Chen. With the help of several women, Mu Shuiying was finally able to drag Yi Chen out of bed. Just as they had managed to drag Yi Chen out of bed, they saw something very shocking. Yi Chen was currently naked. Yi Chen's beautiful body was now seen by everyone in the room. The room fell silent upon seeing this scene. Everyone fell silent when they saw what was in front of them. Even the women outside the room fell silent when they saw what was in front of them. Chapter 1388. Pervert. Quickly cover it up. Do you want to die? Silence lingered for a while. This place became very quiet when everyone looked at Yi Chen. Honestly, all the women looked surprised when they saw this scene. They were the first to see a man's belongings. Everyone looked shocked when they saw Yi Chen's item, which looked huge and extremely majestic. Its size was enough to make everyone feel frightened. These innocent women really saw something they never imagined in their lives. Kaya, after a fairly long silence, finally screams and screams were heard. All the women screamed and closed their eyes so as not to see something they were not allowed to see. Pervert. What are you doing? Several women immediately cursed Yi Chen. They all cursed Yi Chen for showing such an ugly thing. Hey, you guys who have pulled me by force. I told you not to do that. Yi Chen replied to the woman's words against him. Yi Chen here is a victim of the injustice that happened. Several women took the time to take a peek. They were also curious about Yi Chen's abnormal size. Pervert, quickly cover it up. Do you want to die? A woman told Yi Chen to cover up her ugly thing. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was blamed by all the women in this place. He was blamed for making everyone see something bad. Why don't you come out? This is my room. Yi Chen told all the women to get out of this room. From the start, this was Yi Chen's room, so it should be these women who left this place. We don't care about that. Women didn't care about this matter. For them, Yi Chen had made a mistake. Women are very complicated creatures. They always feel right in everything, even if they are wrong. This Mu Shuiying gave a blanket to cover Yi Chen's body. Mu Shuiying's expression was still the same. She didn't show any change like other women in this place. Mu Shuiying was still indifferent about this matter. She seemed unaffected by the matter in front of her. All of you hurry back to the training grounds once and forget what happened. Mu Shuiying told the women behind her to return to the training grounds. Okay, we understand. Hearing Mu Shuiying's order, all the women immediately left this place. They immediately went to the training ground. Yi Chen, you should also prepare. Go to the training ground now. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to get ready. She wanted Yi Chen to go to the training ground as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. He would immediately go to the training ground. Good. After successfully persuading Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying immediately walked out of Yi Chen's room. The women here are a little troublesome. Yi Chen felt that the women at the Jade Lotus Peak might be a little troublesome. Fufufu, masters, they're all waiting to be conquered by Yichu, Yuechan said while giggling. Hana, we'll see. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh as he listened to Chu Yuechan's words. Alright, time to change clothes. Yi Chen decided to change and went to practice together with the beautiful female disciples inside the Jade Lotus Peak. Yi Chen couldn't wait to do just that. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiying was currently leaning against the wall. Her current breathing was slightly fast and erratic. What happened earlier made Mu Shuiying very excited. She became excited because of such a thing. Mu Shuiying was quite good at hiding what happened to her. She managed to hide her lust in front of Yi Chen. Honestly, what happened earlier reminded Yi Chen of what happened to him in the past. What she did together with Yi Chen was an experience that Mu Shuiying could never forget. She wanted to feel that way again. Honestly, Mu Shuiying couldn't help it, but she couldn't do that. Her pride was too high to take the initiative. Mu Shuiying tried to calm her heart down. She tried to stay calm and not lose herself. After a while, Mu Shuiying started to calm down. After she calmed down, Mu Shuiying went straight to the training ground to see what the female disciples there were doing. A while later, Yi Chen went to the training ground. There Yi Chen saw that all the women were practicing their skills. There are those who practice swordsmanship, and there are those who practice using a shawl. The point is that in the divided sect, there are sword users and there are shawl users. They complement each other. Shawl users are usually long-range fighters, while sword users are close-range fighters. Some of the women saw Yi Chen's arrival. Some of the women didn't like Yi Chen because of the previous accident. Yi Chen, come here. A woman called Yi Chen. It seems that this woman will be Yi Chen's instructor. Seeing someone calling him, Yi Chen immediately went and approached. Yi Chen immediately asked what was required of him. Yi Chen, my name is Morongzia. I was assigned by Mu Shuiying to train you. This woman said that she would be Yi Chen's instructor in training. Morongzia would explain everything Yi Chen needed to know. Yes, instructor Morong. Yi Chen said to Morongzia, you don't need to be so formal with me. You can call me Sister Zia. Morongzia told Yi Chen to call herself Sister Zia. Sister Zia. Yi Chen called Morongzia's name as Sister Zia. Morongzia nodded. She was happy to see Yi Chen obedient to her request. So, what can you do? What weapons do you use often? Morongzia immediately asked what Yi Chen was using. I use a sword. Yi Chen said that he was a sword user. Sword user, then you will match the Jade Lotus sword skill. Morongzia said to Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen was a sword user, then Morongzia would teach Yi Chen the Jade Lotus sword skill. Sister Zia, please teach me. Yi Chen asked Morongzia to teach him about the Jade Lotus sword. Okay, then take a good look at me. Morongzia told Yi Chen to pay attention to himself. Morongzia would start demonstrating what the Jade Lotus sword's skills were like. Yi Chen nodded. He would pay attention to what Morongzia was doing. Morongzia started to demonstrate every move of the Jade Lotus sword skill to Yi Chen. Jade Lotus Peak skills were divided into 3 parts. The first was attacking with gentle moves. The second was parrying and deflecting attacks, and the third was quick and deadly attacks. Those were the 3 basics one needed to learn in order to fully use the Jade Lotus sword skill. Morongzia continued to explain everything to Yi Chen. She explained everything very carefully so that Yi Chen wouldn't forget. After a while, Morongzia finally finished demonstrating everything to Yi Chen. Do you have a question you want to ask? Morongzia asked if Yi Chen had a question for herself. No, I have learned everything. Yi Chen said that he had learned everything that Morongzia had shown. Huh? Morongzia looked surprised when she listened to what Yi Chen said. She couldn't believe what she had just heard from Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the sword from Morongzia's hand. He began to perform the move Morongzia had previously demonstrated. Morongzia saw what Yi Chen was doing. She watched every move Yi Chen made with her eyes wide open. Chapter 1389. Ningxia has returned. Morongzia was quite surprised when she saw that Yi Chen was so talented. Yi Chen could imitate all the moves she taught in just one go. Sister Zia, sorry if I still make a mistake. Yi Chen apologized because he was still not perfect like Morongzia. No, that's very good, you did really well. Morongzia praised Yi Chen for doing everything so well. To be honest, Morongzia had never seen someone like Yi Chen able to do something like this. Thank you very much. Yi Chen smiled as he listened to what Morongzia said. It seems that Yi Chen has successfully learned the Jade Lotus sword skill. Sister Zia, is there anything you want to teach me? Yi Chen asked if there was anything else Morongzia wanted to teach him. Of course, I will teach you what I know. Morongzia said that she would teach Yi Chen what she had. Okay, I will listen to everything you have to say. Yi Chen seemed very happy about this. He would listen to what Morongzia had to say. Yi Chen and Morongzia continued to train. The two continued to train together. Morongzia seemed to be a very good instructor to Yi Chen. After a while, Morongzia had already taught everything to Yi Chen. Now she had nothing more to teach Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you may go. Your training is over. Morongzia allowed Yi Chen to leave this place. Yeah, Yi Chen was happy with this. Now Yi Chen can try to seduce the women in this place. Yi Chen tries to get close to the woman who was in this place. Who knows, Yi Chen can get a beautiful woman acquaintance who can be a wife. Morongzia saw where Yi Chen was going. She let Yi Chen do whatever he wanted. Yi Chen's training program was over, so Yi Chen was free to do what he wanted. Morongzia went to see Mu Shuiying. She wanted to tell Mu Shuiying that she had finished what Mu Shuiying had told her to do. Shuiying, I'm done. Morongzia came to Mu Shuiying, who was training some women. Mu Shuiying was quite surprised to see Morongzia here, even though Mu Shuiying had already ordered Morongzia to train Yi Chen. Is it done? Mu Shuiying asked if Morongzia had done what she was told to do. I've done what you told me to do. I've taught Yi Chen everything I know. That guy is really terrible. He has mastered everything so fast. I can't teach him anymore. Morongzia had given up. She had already could no longer teach Yi Chen. Okay, I understand. Mu Shuiying could understand what Morongzia was feeling. Morongzia nodded. She immediately went to help another female student in need. Mu Shuiying immediately looked at Yi Chen. At this time, Mu Shuiying saw that Yi Chen was flirting with some female disciples not far from this place. This person, Mu Shuiying, could only shake her head. Yi Chen tried to tease the female disciple who was in this place. What Yi Chen did not go smoothly. Yi Chen was rejected by the woman in this place. Due to the previous accident, many women avoided Yi Chen. They didn't want to get too close to a pervert like Yi Chen. Since Jade Lotus Peak had the least number of disciples and all of them were women, news about Yi Chen naturally spread very quickly among women. Women were gossipy creatures. News like this would naturally spread very quickly among the female disciples throughout Jade Lotus Peak. Let him do whatever he wants. This will give me a headache. Mu Shuiying decided to let Yi Chen do whatever he wanted. If Mu Shuiying forbade it, it would give Mu Shuiying a headache instead. Yi Chen tried to get acquainted with all the women in Jade Lotus Peak. Yi Chen didn't care if he was hated and disliked by the women in this place. There is an old saying that if hate turns into love, maybe it will happen later. Yi Chen used a gentle approach to all the women. He approached all of them quite gently. This was so that everyone would accept Yi Chen slowly, after getting acquainted enough and making small talk with the woman in this place. Yi Chen immediately returned to his room. Yi Chen intended to set some arrays for training and cultivation purposes. Yi Chen was also going to put up an illusion barrier. Mu Shuiying forbade the building because it was conspicuous, so Yi Chen intended to create an illusion barrier to hide his building. Yi Chen was about to return to work to create an ideal training ground for himself. After a while, Ningxia finally returned to Jade Lotus Peak. It seemed that Ningxia was a little tired from having to face the 8 Lord Peaks. Ningxia was currently in fairly good shape. There was no trace of any injuries or damage on her body. It seemed that Ningxia had won unharmed. Actually, Ningxia's victory was not easy to obtain. Ningxia had to restrain herself from being discovered by the 8 Peak Lords. Luckily, Ningxia managed to hide her abilities from start to finish. She managed to win without exposing her abilities. Shuiying, after arriving at the Jade Lotus Peak, Ningxia immediately called for Mu Shuiying. Hearing Ningxia's call, Mu Shuiying immediately left and walked over to Ningxia. Lord Peak, what's wrong? Mu Shuiying directly asked Ningxia, where is that person? Ningxia asked where Yi Chen was. She wanted to know where Yi Chen was. He's in his room now. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia that Yi Chen might be in her room. Isn't he practicing? Ningxia asked Mu Shuiying. Ningxia wanted to know why Yi Chen didn't practice. He's been training. He finished his training very quickly. Even the person I appointed to teach him gave up very quickly. Mu Shuiying explained what happened to Ningxia. Is that so? Then I want to see it. Hearing this, Ningxia immediately wanted to see Yi Chen. Come with me. Mu Shuiying took Ningxia to find Yi Chen. Ningxia nodded. She followed behind Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying led to Yi Chen's residence. The two quickly headed to Yi Chen's residence. When Ningxia and Mu Shuiying reached Yi Chen's place, they saw an old hut that looked uninhabitable. Why did you even bring me to this place? Ningxia asked why Mu Shuiying had brought her to a place like this. Master, Yi Chen lives in this place. Mu Shuiying informed that Yi Chen lived in this place. How can you let him live in a place like this? Ningxia said to Mu Shuiying. Ningxia couldn't believe that Mu Shuiying would let Yi Chen stay in this place. Even though Mu Shuiying had a hidden relationship with Yi Chen, this is because of the insistence of the female disciples, they still haven't fully accepted Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying said that it was because of the female disciples who still couldn't accept Yi Chen's existence. Chapter 1390 Private Talk with Ningxia, so they still can't accept Yi Chen's existence. Ningxia was helpless when she said this. It seemed that all the female disciples in this place still couldn't accept Yi Chen. Master, they must take some time to accept Yi Chen. Little by little they will surely be able to accept Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. I hope it happens quickly. Ningxia hoped that it would happen soon. Let's see how things are. Ningxia took Mu Shuiying to see how Yi Chen was. Mu Shuiying nodded. She together with Ningxia approached the direction Yi Chen's building was located. As they approached, Mu Shuiying and Ningxia discovered an illusory barrier right in front of their eyes. When they stepped inside the illusionary barrier, the scene before their eyes instantly changed. Ningxia showed some surprise at what had happened. She was slightly surprised when she saw that an illusory barrier was placed in this place. To be honest, Ningxia didn't feel this barrier at all. This barrier was very well hidden. The person who set up the barrier was truly extremely skilled. Ningxia honestly acknowledged the greatness of the person who set up this barrier. This building, Ningxia immediately asked about the towering building standing in front of her. She had never seen a building like this. It was even taller than all the buildings in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Master, this building belongs to Yi Chen. He is the one who built this. Mu Shuiying explained everything to Ningxia. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia that this building was made by Yi Chen. Yi Chen built this thing, and it was only in one night? Ningxia was again taken aback when she listened to what Mu Shuiying had to say. Ningxia did not expect that Yi Chen could build such a magnificent building in just one night. This was quite a shock. Interesting. I want to look inside. Ningxia was getting more and more interested. She decided to go inside. Mu Shuiying followed behind Ningxia. She very carefully followed behind Ningxia. The two of them entered the building. When Ningxia and Mu Shuiying entered the building, they were shocked by the circulation of the profound energy in this place. The profound energy in this place was very rich. It was much better than the one outside. Mu Shuiying looked confused by this, whereas before there was nothing like this. Why did the profound energy in this place become so rich? Interesting. Ningxia is getting more and more interested in this matter. She doesn't know what Yi Chen is doing, but this is so extraordinary. Shuiying, from now on all female disciples will practice here. This place is very suitable for training. Ningxia very quickly made a decision. She wanted all female disciples to stay and train here. The energy in this place will make them strong in short time. But some of them might not want to, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. What Ningxia said might be difficult to materialize. Most likely some women wouldn't want to stay at Yi Chen's place. If they dare to refuse, they will be punished. Ningxia looked very serious in this matter. She herself said that there would be punishment for anyone who dared to contradict her wishes. Go quickly and tell them all. Ningxia told Mu Shuiying to pass this news to all the female disciples at Jade Lotus Peak. Okay, I'll do it right away. Mu Shuiying immediately left. She did as Ningxia ordered. Master, when you talk to Yi Chen, you have to be more careful. He is a brat and too bold. Mu Shuiying warned Ningxia to be careful of Yi Chen. You don't have to worry too much. I can solve this problem. Ningxia said that she could solve Yi Chen. It wasn't difficult to face Yi Chen. Ningxia herself immediately went up and looked for Yi Chen's whereabouts. She immediately went to Yi Chen's room. It is not difficult for the Ningxia to find the whereabouts of Yi Chen. In a short time, Ningxia managed to locate the whereabouts of Yi Chen. Ningxia directly into the room Yi Chen. He immediately came in and saw what was done by Yi Chen. At the moment Ningxia came in, Ningxia found that Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged. He seemed to be cultivating on his bed. Yi Chen was currently not wearing a shirt. Now Yi Chen's upper body was exposed very clearly in front of Ningxia. Ningxia felt a little awkward about this. It was Ningxia's first time experiencing something like this. She was the first to see a man in this condition. Ahem, Yi Chen. Ningxia called Yi Chen. She woke up Yi Chen, who was cultivating. Yi Chen immediately woke up when he heard Ningxia's voice. He looked in the direction where Ningxia was standing. Greetings, Lord Peak. Yi Chen stood up and gave Ningxia a greeting. You don't need to be so formal. Let's sit down. Ningxia invited Yi Chen to sit on a chair in the room. Yi Chen no longer hesitated with Ningxia. He immediately went to Ningxia's side. The two of them were now sitting with each other. Yi Chen, you must have a lot of questions for me, Ningxia said to Yi Chen. Ningxia knew that Yi Chen had many questions for her. Not really, Yi Chen didn't have too many questions. He only had one question for Ningxia. Ningxia was really on the verge of falling. Yet again she was wrong when dealing with Yi Chen. I'm too careless. This man is not like most people I meet. Ningxia almost forgot that Yi Chen was different from most people she had met. Yi Chen was a little complicated to understand. This man was not easy to guess. Then let's change the topic. You know the reason why I brought you to this place? Ningxia said to Yi Chen. Since the method just now didn't work, Ningxia had no choice but to change the topic of their conversation. I know the answer. You must be attracted to me, my charm is indeed quite high, so it's not strange that Lord Peak Ning would be attracted to me, Yi Chen said with a tone full of confidence. Straight face, Ningxia didn't know what else to say. To be honest, Yi Chen was too confident in himself. Yi Chen's confidence was indeed very high. This allowed Yi Chen to do whatever he wanted. That's not what I meant. I brought you to this place because you have the power of ice and fire within you, Ningxia told Yi Chen about the reason why she brought Yi Chen to Jade Lotus Peak. Oh, so you were interested when I used both elements at once, Yi Chen said to Ningxia. Take a good look at this. Ningxia showed Yi Chen something. Ningxia stretched her arms forward so Yi Chen could see what was happening. When Ningxia stretched her arms forward, something happened. In both of Ningxia's palms appeared fire and ice that seemed to be bound together. Ningxia saw Yi Chen's reaction. She wanted to see if Yi Chen would be surprised by this or not. The moment Ningxia saw Yi Chen, she found that Yi Chen was not at all surprised by what had happened. Chapter 1391. Bonus, sparing against Ningxia, he's not surprised at all by my strength. That means he already knows this. Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't surprised by Ningxia's strength, Ningxia could confirm that Yi Chen would definitely know about this, as expected of Lord Peak Ning. You also have dual elements like me. Yi Chen clapped when he saw Ningxia had dual elements. Has Shui Ying told you about this matter? Ningxia asked Yi Chen. Of course, before coming to this place, Mu Shuiying already told me that you were special. I didn't expect to sit next to you, Yi Chen said to Ningxia. Ningxia nodded. She saw that Yi Chen already knew her very well. Yi Chen, I want to see what ability you have. Why don't you show it to me? Ningxia told Yi Chen to show his ability to himself. Sure, let's go to the training ground. Yi Chen took Ningxia to the training ground. He would show to Ningxia. Yi Chen knew that Ningxia was very kind, so Ningxia shouldn't have done anything bad to Yi Chen. There is also a training ground here, Ningxia asked Yi Chen. Of course there is. I built it at the bottom. Yi Chen told that he had indeed made a practice room at the bottom. Then let's go. Hearing this, Ningxia immediately took Yi Chen to the training ground. She wanted to see for herself the training room that Yi Chen had built. Yi Chen stood up and guided Ningxia down. He took Ningxia to the bottom of the building. There was a very large practice room. Yi Chen and Ningxia quickly arrived at the training ground section, both of whom entered the practice room. Not bad. Ningxia saw a large and quite spacious room. She was quite amazed that Yi Chen could make something like this under the Jade Lotus Peak. This job must be really hard to do. Ningxia is curious about this matter. She doesn't know how Yi Chen made something like this in one night. It's quite difficult to explain. How can in just one night make a place with complete and amazing facilities? Let me show my ability. Yi Chen said that he would show his ability. Yi Chen started to show some of the fire and ice abilities that he had. He showed the abilities that he had. That's pretty good, but I know you are still hiding something from me. I will be your opponent and see everything you have. Ningxia said that she would be Yi Chen's opponent. Lord Peak Ning, how can I win against you? You are so much stronger, Yi Chen complained. How could he possibly win against Ningxia, who was much stronger than him? I will restrain myself. Ningxia said that she would restrain herself. Yi Chen was still a little hesitant. Even though Ningxia was holding back, Yi Chen would still have a hard time fighting Ningxia. Master, this is a good opportunity. Let's get him a little interested in you. I think he's quite interested in you. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to accept Ningxia's offer. This was a pretty good time for Yi Chen. Yi Chen had to show his abilities in order to. Ningxia was getting more and more attracted to Yi Chen. For Chu Yuechan, the fastest way to get a woman like Ningxia was to get her interested in what Yi Chen had. I don't think it will be easy. This woman may be a bit like Shuiying. Although she is still quite gentle with me. Yi Chen felt that Ningxia was almost like Mu Shuiying. This woman was even calmer than Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen had a hard time guessing what was going on. This woman thought. Be yourself. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to be his usual self. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen will try to fight against Ningxia. He also wants to know the strength of Ningxia. If I win, I want an extra prize. Yi Chen wanted a prize if he won, additional reward. Fine, I agree with the matter. But as for the promise I previously said, it will become invalid if you lose. Ningxia didn't think long about this matter. She was sure Yi Chen wouldn't be able to win against her. Agreed. Yi Chen very quickly agreed with what Ningxia had said. He would get an extra gift from Ningxia. Yi Chen was thinking about what he would ask Ningxia. Yi Chen would think this through as best he could. Ningxia and Yi Chen headed towards the center of the practice room, the two of them facing each other. Are you ready? Ningxia asked Yi Chen if he was ready or not. I'm ready. Yi Chen said that he was ready. He was ready to fight Ningxia. Yi Chen immediately charged forward. Himself immediately charged forward and attacked Ningxia at full speed. Ningxia didn't react at all. She didn't have any anticipation when she saw Yi Chen's moves. Breaking meteor blow. Yi Chen's made an attack towards Ningxia. Ningxia used one finger of hers. She used one finger to block Yi Chen's attack. Boom! Yi Chen's powerful attack was blocked with just one finger by Ningxia. Seeing his attack being blocked by Ningxia, Yi Chen immediately retreated as fast as he could. Too strong. Yi Chen felt that Ningxia was too strong. Yi Chen attacks had no effect on Ningxia at all. Continue. Ningxia told Yi Chen to continue this practice. Yi Chen continued his battle with Ningxia, himself using his ice and fire against Ningxia. Just as Yi Chen started to use his ice and fire abilities, Ningxia started to get a little serious. Ningxia snapped her fingers. A few fire lotus flowers and ice appeared around Ningxia. Yi Chen didn't back down. He continued to attack Ningxia. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions and collisions occurred. Yi Chen and Ningxia's attacks met and created a rather powerful explosion. Luckily, this room was strong enough and had been designed to withstand a very strong attack, so the attack just now wasn't strong enough to destroy this place. Yi Chen retreated. The impact of the explosion caused Yi Chen to retreat several tens of meters. Is he holding back or not? Yi Chen was confused whether Ningxia was holding back or not. Ningxia's attack power was very strong. Master, it seems that you should be more serious in fighting him. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to be more serious in fighting Ningxia. It seems I have no other choice. I have to win. Yi Chen had no other choice. Yi Chen had to be serious in order to win from Ningxia. Have you given up? Ningxia asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know if Yi Chen had given up. Lord Peak Ning, the battle has just begun. You better prepare yourself. Yi Chen told Ningxia that the battle had only just begun. So you still don't mean it? Then show me everything you have. Ningxia told Yi Chen to show her everything he had. According to your request, according to Ningxia's request, Yi Chen will start to show his strength. Yi Chen started to put all his strength into fighting Ningxia. Yi Chen would try to beat Ningxia using all his strength. Chapter 1392. Pushing Ningxia to the floor. Yi Chen tried his best to fight Ningxia. He used as many ways as he could to beat Ningxia. Too bad what Yi Chen did had no effect on Ningxia. What Yi Chen did didn't affect Ningxia at all. Are you done? Ningxia asked Yi Chen. Ningxia wanted to know if Yi Chen had given up or not. I can't beat her. If I continue like this, I will lose. I have to be more planned. Yi Chen knew that he would not be able to beat Ningxia. In this way, Yi Chen had to be more serious in order to beat Ningxia. Yi Chen was forced to use his heavenly flame against Ningxia. Silver-colored flames started to come out and enveloped Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's body was completely covered by the heavenly silver flame. This Ningxia was startled when she saw what was happening. When Ningxia took a closer look, Ningxia discovered that what was in front of her was not ice, it was a silver-colored flame. This flame, don't tell me it's a heavenly flame. From the glow alone, Ningxia could tell that it was a heavenly flame. Heavenly flame was the only one able to match or even exceed Ningxia's inheritance from the phoenix. I can't believe that he has a heavenly flame on his body. Ningxia still couldn't believe that Yi Chen had a heavenly flame on his body. What Yi Chen had was something that was extremely precious. Ningxia was grateful that she had pulled Yi Chen to her side. What Yi Chen had was something truly amazing. Ningxia had never met such a great talent that had something like Yi Chen. Lord Peak Ning, get ready. Yi Chen told Ningxia to get ready. Yi Chen would soon be fighting using his heavenly silver flame. Seeing the approaching heavenly silver flame, Ningxia immediately left and dodged it, retreating as fast as she could. Yi Chen didn't let that happen. He chased after Ningxia using heavenly silver flame. Ningxia made an ice defense. She made an ice defense to fend off Yi Chen's attack. Unfortunately, the heavenly silver flame was starting to eat away at the ice shield made by Ningxia. It's strong enough. Ningxia saw that the heavenly silver flame was strong enough. It could make Ningxia's ice shield become like this. Ningxia started to use her ice thread. She used her ice thread to catch Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes were extremely sharp. He could immediately tell that several ice threads were approaching towards him. Yi Chen immediately reached out and stopped the ice thread that was heading towards him, and Ningxia was slightly confused by what Yi Chen was doing. Her ice thread suddenly stopped in place when it was about to catch Yi Chen. Ningxia had tried to move or control the ice thread forward. Too bad what Ningxia did didn't work at all. Her thread didn't want to come forward. In the last seconds, Yi Chen had managed to stop Ningxia's attack. It saved Yi Chen. If Yi Chen had not stopped Ningxia's attack earlier, then Yi Chen would have been caught by Ningxia. Seeing that her attack couldn't hit Yi Chen, Ningxia tried to withdraw her attack. The ice thread instantly disappeared into thin air. Yi Chen, where did you get a heavenly flame from? Ningxia asked. Where did the heavenly flame in Yi Chen's body come from? I got it from an acquaintance. Yi Chen said that he got the heavenly flame from an acquaintance. Oh, is that person strong? Ningxia was very curious as to who the person who gave the thing to Yi Chen was. She is indeed strong. Even she comes from a very powerful place that normal people cannot imagine, Yi Chen said to Ningxia. Yi Chen didn't want to go into great detail with Ningxia. He didn't want Ningxia to know about his relationship with Dongfang Xiu. That would put Ningxia in a bad situation. So let Yi Chen keep this to himself. So it's like that. Alright, I won't ask any further. Seeing Yi Chen not wanting to tell any further, Ningxia wouldn't force him. Let's go ahead and finish this, Ningxia said to continue the battle. It was time to end it all, so you want to end it all? Well, let's end it all. I will win this match. Yi Chen looked very confident in winning this match. Too confident, Ningxia said in her heart that Yi Chen was overconfident, but Ningxia would definitely win this battle. Yi Chen opened his Sage God vein. Yi Chen intended to use the vein to end the battle. Without using the Sage God's veins, it would be extremely difficult for Yi Chen to defeat Ningxia. Yi Chen opened the veins of fire and wind at the same time. He would gain a lot of strength and speed increases at the same time. Ningxia was not aware of the changes that had occurred to Yi Chen. She was completely unaware that Yi Chen had changed and become a little stronger than before. Ningxia snapped her fingers. Hundreds of beautiful ice lotus flower petals appeared beside Ningxia. Ningxia didn't think much and attacked Yi Chen using all the lotus flowers available. Yi Chen didn't show any signs of evading at all. He was waiting for an opportunity that could make him turn things around. Yi Chen used Heavenly Silver Flame to fend off Ningxia's attack. Boom! Several large explosions occurred. This huge explosion covered the entire place with a very thick vapor. This vapor was the result of the ice lotus colliding with the Heavenly Silver Flame. Ningxia was trying to find the whereabouts of Yi Chen. She was trying to find the whereabouts of the invisible Yi Chen. Yi Chen suddenly appeared in front of Ningxia. Yi Chen's appearance was quite shocking to Ningxia. Ningxia couldn't react at all to Yi Chen's sudden arrival. As a result, Ningxia was pushed by Yi Chen to the floor. Now that Yi Chen was holding Ningxia under his body, Ningxia was completely unable to move when being held down by Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Ningxia were extremely close. They were only inches apart. Plus, Yi Chen could see Ningxia's beautiful face from the Dean and feel the softness of Ningxia's skin and body. Honestly, Yi Chen and Ningxia's position was quite ambiguous. The position of the two was quite ambiguous because Yi Chen pounced on Ningxia like a prey to be eaten. Ningxia blushed slightly. She couldn't believe that Yi Chen would pounce on her like this. Plus, Yi Chen was holding several parts of his body. This felt very embarrassing for Ningxia. The atmosphere became silent for a long time. Neither Yi Chen and Ningxia were willing to start a conversation. Yi Chen, let me go quickly. Ningxia told Yi Chen to let go of herself. The current Ningxia was still very calm. She showed no shame when faced with an ambiguous and embarrassing situation like this. Although Ningxia was a little embarrassed in her heart, Ningxia was able to hide it very well. I won't leave until Lord Peak Ning admits defeat. Yi Chen said that he wouldn't leave before Ningxia admitted her defeat. Chapter 1393 Celebration Party with Beautiful Women. Yi Chen put a force on Ningxia. If other people knew what Yi Chen had done, they would definitely be shocked. Ningxia was a strong figure. Not many people dared to challenge Ningxia. Not even the patriarch would dare to do something like this to Ningxia. Perhaps only Yi Chen would dare to do something like this to Ningxia. He was the one who dared threaten Ningxia to her current state. Ningxia was helpless. It seemed the only way for her to escape Yi Chen was to give up. Okay, I give up, Ningxia said. If she gave in, Ningxia would rather give in than to be in this condition. Yi Chen scratched his head. This was much easier than he imagined. But Yi Chen thought that Ningxia would put up a fight against him. But it turned out that Ningxia didn't put up a fight against Yi Chen at all. Since Ningxia didn't put up a fight, Yi Chen had to let Ningxia go. He let go of Ningxia in front of him very easily. Ningxia immediately got up from the floor. She immediately tidied up all the clothes that were crumpled because of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, let's go upstairs. Ningxia didn't say much. She took Yi Chen upstairs to do something. Yi Chen followed Ningxia. Yi Chen had absolutely no idea what Ningxia was thinking. Ningxia was quite difficult to understand. Yi Chen couldn't understand Ningxia in front of him. Ningxia led Yi Chen upstairs. When they reached the top, there were already many female disciples from Jade Lotus Peak gathered in front of the entrance. Even Mei Yueli, Munianci, Xia Qingyu and Song Ziyu were also in this place. It seemed that all the women had been gathered in this place by Mu Shuiying. Ningxia stepped forward. She stepped forward and wanted to tell everyone in front of her, "Greetings, Lord Peak." Everyone gave a greeting to Ningxia. They all gave a greeting to Ningxia. Ningxia nodded. She accepted the mistakes made by the female disciples gathered by Mu Shuiying. Do you know why I called you all here? Ningxia asked all the women in front of her. Yes, we already know. All the women already knew why Ningxia had gathered them all. It's good if you guys know. I won't mince words anymore. From now on you will stay and train in this place. You should get along more with Yi Chen. Do you understand? Ningxia gave an announcement to all the female disciples present at the venue. All the female disciples were silent. They didn't seem to dare to object to this matter. If they were to refuse Ningxia's orders, then they would definitely be punished. Okay, we understand. Everyone nodded. They all understood and would do as Ningxia ordered. Very good, then you can choose a room in this place. You can also use all the facilities in this place, Ningxia said to all the women in front of her. All the women nodded. They seemed pleased with the announcement that Ningxia had just said. Alright, that's all I want to say. You may go. Ningxia had finished conveying what she needed. Now everyone may leave this place. All the women immediately went inside. They immediately went and chose the room they would occupy. They chose a suitable room and room for them to live in. Chen just smiled when he saw what was happening. It seemed that his plan had worked. Now that all the women within the Jade Lotus Peak had moved here, Chen could now obtain a large supply of yin qi. Everything was planned by Chen very carefully. Chen had planned this all very carefully and very neatly. Chen purposely set up an array that improved the circulation of profound energy for the better. This was meant for this place to be glimpsed by the woman from the Jade Lotus Peak. At first Chen thought that this plan would proceed slowly, but thanks to Ningxia's help, now this place was full, for Chen who was a person in need of yin qi. Pure women like them are very precious. The yin qi air that these women have is very helpful for Chen. If Chen could do dual cultivation with them, then that would be even better. It could increase Chen's strength quickly and more efficiently for Chen. Chen, it won't be a problem for you if they all stay in this place, Ningxia said to Chen. Of course it doesn't matter, I'm happy with this. Chen said that he was happy with what Ningxia did. Alright, this is your Jade Lotus Peak disciple mark. Ningxia gave the Jade Lotus Peak core disciple mark to Chen. From now on Chen has officially become a Jade Lotus Peak disciple. Thank you very much, Chen thanked himself, received a jade with his name written on it. Core disciple mark is indeed much better. It is carved and shaped very well. For the time being I can't give you a uniform, so you can wait. For a while Ningxia couldn't give Chen a uniform. She didn't have a men's uniform, so Chen had to be patient and wait until his uniform was ready. And for that Chen could only wear his own. Chen nodded himself. Don't mind this. Then I will hand over those who live here. Don't do anything bad to them. Ningxia reminded Chen not to do anything bad to the women who are in this place. I will try my best. Chen said that he would try his best to do so. Shuiying, I leave everything to you. Keep an eye on him, I will do it. And something important. Ningxia said that she was going to do something important. She left the complete control of this place to Mu Shuiying. Okay, I will do my best. Mu Shuiying nodded lightly. She would do her best in Ningxia's absence. After that Ningxia left Jade Lotus Peak. No one knew where Ningxia had gone. Sister Shuiying, where did she go? Chen asked. Where did Ningxia go? Why did Ningxia like to go so much? I don't know, recently Master has been too busy. She often leaves the sect. Mu Shuiying herself didn't know why Ningxia left the sect so often. She still didn't really know why Ningxia left the sect. Oh, so it's like that. It seems that she has a problem. Chen felt that Ningxia must have a problem, otherwise how would she often go and leave the sect? Come in. Mu Shuiying invited Chen in. She would start watching Chen. Mu Shuiying was afraid that something would happen when she left Chen alone. Now all the women lived in this place, so Mu Shuiying had to make sure that Chen didn't peek at the women who were in this place. Mu Shuiying didn't know that Chen had got eyes. If Chen wanted, he could peek at all the women in this place. Chen entered. He followed Mu Shuiying inside. It just so happened that Mu Shuiying lived next to Chen. She would keep an eye on Chen so as not to cause trouble. On the other side of Chen's room were Mei Yueli, Xia Qingyu, and Mu Nianci. Only these three women were willing to live next door to Chen, because now that all the women lived in this place, the atmosphere of the building became quite lively. Chen met women several times along the way. Even though some people's attitude was still cold, Chen still smiled at Chen. Chen, how about we have a party? Mei Yueli came along with Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianci. Mei Yueli proposed to throw a party for Chen. Now that Chen had completely become a disciple of the Jade Lotus Peak, so Mei Yueli took Chen to celebrate this. Mei Yueli still couldn't believe that Chen could enter the Jade Lotus Peak. It was quite hard to believe this. Come on, let's have a party upstairs, it has a nice view, let me cook for you. Chen agreed with Mei Yueli's request. There's no harm in celebrating this. Chapter 1394. Mei Yueli came to the door at night. 1. That's a good idea, let's go. Xia Qingyu didn't mind celebrating this together with Chen. To be honest, Xia Qingyu needed to relax a bit. As someone who came from a modern city, cultivating was certainly a tough thing to do, especially since the pressure Mu Shuiying put on Xia Qingyu was quite harsh. Then let's go. Xia Qingyu took Chen, Xia Qingyu, and Mu Nianci to the rooftop. You guys go away, Mu Shuiying told Chen. Mei Yueli, Xia Qingyu, and Mu Nianci to leave. She was going back to her room. Where are you going? Come with us. Chen didn't let Mu Shuiying off just like that. He dragged Mu Shuiying along with them. Mu Shuiying didn't seem to put up a fight when she was pulled by Chen. She was enjoying Chen's touch instead. Chen, Mu Shuiying, Mei Yueli, Xia Qingyu, and Mu Nianci had already reached the rooftop. They started setting the table for the feast. Chen started to take out some fresh meat from the Fairy Gate storage room, himself started to cook everything. Here Mu Shuiying and Mu Nianci stuttered a bit, Both of them rarely did something like a celebration party welcoming someone, so they both seemed to stutter in this kind of thing. Seeing that Mu Shuiying and Mu Nianzi were slightly stuttering when starting the preparations, Mei Yueli came and helped them. She directed what to do in the celebration party. With Mei Yueli's direction, everything was quickly resolved. Now it's time to cook. The cooking part was left to Yi Chen. He was the only one with the best abilities in this place. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Mei Yueli, and Xia Qingyu waited while peeling some fruit they could eat for dessert. Yi Chen burned quite a bit of meat, himself using the selected ingredients at his disposal to make perfect meat for the four beauties who were waiting for him. Yi Chen couldn't disappoint Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Mei Yueli and Xia Qingyu. He had to show the best he could to make these four beauties happy. That way their love for Yi Chen would probably be even greater. While Yi Chen was grilling meat, the women downstairs started to smell a fragrant aroma. They could smell something that tasted very delicious. Since this thing tasted so delicious to everyone decided to go towards the source of the delicious scent they were feeling. As a result, all the women were led to the roof. When they went up to the roof, they saw the presence of Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli, who were on the roof. "What are you guys doing in this place?" Several women immediately asked what Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli were doing in a place like this. "We are welcoming Yi Chen." Mei Yueli said that they were welcoming Yi Chen. Even senior sister Mu was here too. Everyone was shocked when they saw Mu Shuiying was in this place. They didn't expect that Mu Shuiying would be in this place to party together with Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli. "I'm here to watch over them so they don't cause a mess." Mu Shuiying told herself that she was here so that Yi Chen and the others wouldn't cause a mess. Mu Shuiying was great. She could very quickly come up with an excuse to convince everyone what had happened. "Oh, I see." All the women nodded. They all believed what Mu Shuiying said. "That's it, that's where the delicious aroma comes from." One of the women pointed at Yi Chen, who was burning meat. All the women looked at Yi Chen. They all saw that Yi Chen was grilling some meat. From afar they could see that it looked very tasty. "Want to join?" Mei Yueli invited everyone to join the party. The more the better. Of course, all women don't mind this. They have no problem joining things like this. The female disciples within the Jade Lotus Peak rarely ate good food. They only relied on a dry ration for their food. Everyone is too busy practicing. They don't have time to make a meal. Plus, most of the women in this place are from good places, so not many of them can afford to cook. All the women sat down. They were all waiting for the food prepared by Yi Chen to finish. There were quite a number of students attending the welcoming party. This was more than half of the number of women in the building. These women started chatting. They talked about the topic of their cultivation. They discussed the increase in strength they had managed to achieve. From beside Yi Chen, listening carefully to what these women were talking about, he saw that the woman in red was much more active than the woman in white. Jade Lotus Peak was divided into two sides. One was a fire user with a high-spirited temper and the other was an ice user with a cold temper and difficult to approach. After seeing this, Yi Chen understood more and more what he had to do. Yi Chen prepared his own plan to deal with all the women in this place. Yi Chen quickly served the meat to everyone. Some women didn't eat the meat right away. They kept it to eat later. Right now they were all wearing veils. It would be very difficult to eat a meal while wearing a veil. Everyone is enjoying their time. They are chatting and doing what they like. Time flew by very quickly. Everyone left and went back to cultivating in their rooms. They couldn't wait to try Yi Chen's cooking. Finally done, let's go back. After everything was done, it was time for them to return and start cultivating. Mei Yueli, Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi agreed with what Yi Chen said. It was time for them to return. Yi Chen, Mei Yueli, Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi went downstairs. They all went downstairs and returned to their rooms. While Mu Shuiying was still on the roof, she looked daydreaming about something. Mu Shuiying was daydreaming about what had happened today. Today seemed so different from the ordinary day that Mu Shuiying had always lived. Yi Chen had completely changed her life and even the lives of all the women from Jade Lotus Peak had changed as well. Honestly, Mu Shuiying felt that her feelings for Yi Chen were hard to get rid of. She found it hard to let go of her feelings for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the first man to get to him. The memory of that was kept on to Mu Shuiying. The more Mu Shuiying tried to dodge, the stronger it became. Mu Shuiying looked up at the sky, herself enjoying this scene alone in the quiet night. Meanwhile, in Yi Chen's room, Yi Chen was preparing to cultivate. Time to cultivate and increase his strength. Knock. Just as Yi Chen was about to cultivate, someone knocked on Yi Chen's door. Yi Chen stopped. He turned around and saw who was knocking on the door of his room. Yi Chen opened the door and saw who was outside. When Yi Chen opened the door, he found that outside was Mei Yueli wearing a sexy-looking nightgown of hers. Chapter 1395. Mei Yueli came to the door at night. 2. Wife, what do you do at night in that kind of clothes? Yi Chen asked what Mei Yueli was doing in this kind of clothes on a quiet night. Stupid, I did this for you. Mei Yueli said that she was doing this for Yi Chen. She purposely wore this thing for Yi Chen. Really, I can't believe it. Yueli did something embarrassing like this. Yi Chen smiled when he heard what Mei Yueli said. Mei Yueli's face turned red. She felt like a pervert when she heard what Yi Chen said. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen smiled when he saw Mei Yueli's reaction. Mei Yueli's reaction was very funny. Mei Yueli pointed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen actually only wanted to tease herself. Quickly let me in, it's a shame to be in this place. Mei Yueli forced her way in. Please my queen. Yi Chen invited Mei Yueli to come inside. How could Yi Chen release such delicious prey as Mei Yueli? It was something that Yi Chen couldn't do. Mei Yueli went inside. After Mei Yueli went inside, Yi Chen tried to lock the door. When Yi Chen wanted to lock the door, Yi Chen was immediately pounced on by Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli immediately kissed Yi Chen. Mei Yueli looked like a starving tigress. She looked so hungry she wanted to eat Yi Chen right away. Yi Chen saw that Mei Yueli was very aggressive. It seemed that Mei Yueli really couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Mei Yueli, who was very excited, Yi Chen was also excited. Yi Chen carried Mei Yueli and threw her on the bed. Yi Chen also went up and immediately hugged Mei Yueli's beautiful carcass, who seemed to really enjoy hugging Mei Yueli. Wife, you look very sexy tonight. You may have to use this if we are together. Yi Chen complimented Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli's clothes looked very sexy and seductive. This made Yi Chen very excited. Yi Chen felt like immediately doing Mei Yueli on the bed. From now on we will live together, I will use this for you. Mei Yueli said that she would use this for Yi Chen. She didn't mind wearing this to make Yi Chen happy and excited. When Mei Yueli saw Yi Chen's gaze towards her, Mei Yueli felt happy. She felt very happy when she saw Yi Chen, who was looking at her passionately. There was a certain pleasure in being stared at by the person she liked. It was something that Mei Yueli couldn't explain. Oh really, I didn't expect that the innocent Yueli would be like this. Where Yueli used to be afraid of men. Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli, husband, you is evil, how can you mock me? Mei Yueli complained to Yi Chen, who was mocking her. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen just laughed when he heard what Mei Yueli said. It was really fun to tease Mei Yueli. Yi Chen started to extend his hand towards Mei Yueli's double peak. He started to play with Mei Yueli's double peak that was in front of him. Mei Yueli groaned. The touch of Yi Chen's fingers was very ticklish. This made Mei Yueli feel very excited and at the same time very happy. Wife, it seems that it has grown a bit from the last time, am I right? Yi Chen felt a slight change in Mei Yueli. He felt that Mei Yueli's double peak had become bigger than last time. I don't know, maybe it's because you play it a lot. Mei Yueli didn't know, but what Yi Chen said was true. Recently Mei Yueli found that her body seems to be growing more and more. Mei Yueli is becoming more mature and more seductive. Everyone must have seen the changes in Mei Yueli. Even Mei Yueli's friends also saw the changes in Mei Yueli. Some female friends asked the secret that Mei Yueli had. They wanted to know the secret of Mei Yueli, who became more beautiful and had a beautiful body. Every woman dreams of having a beautiful body and beauty. They all want to look as beautiful as possible. This is Jade Lotus Peak. In this place there are countless beautiful women of various ages. They all practice and become more beautiful thanks to the techniques in Jade Lotus Peak. So when they saw Mei Yueli, who seemed to be getting more and more beautiful, they were all curious and wanted to know the secret of Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli didn't tell her secret. She didn't want to tell her secret to anyone. There was no way for Mei Yueli to tell her embarrassing secret to others. It would be a very embarrassing thing for Mei Yueli. Then let me massage it, maybe it will be bigger. Yi Chen started to massage Mei Yueli's double peak. Oh no, husband. Mei Yueli started to squirm. The pleasure she was getting was very beautiful. She really liked this kind of feeling. Mei Yueli's voice was very good. This made Yi Chen very excited. Mei Yueli in this appearance was very sexy. Yi Chen was naturally excited when he saw Mei Yueli in this appearance. Yi Chen continued to play Mei Yueli's double peak. He seemed to be enjoying this together with Mei Yueli. Yi Chen already felt the heat. He took off his shirt and threw it aside. Yi Chen's muscular and perfect body was now seen in front of Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli, who saw him, looked very excited. It's very strong and sturdy. Mei Yueli stretched out her hand. She touched Yi Chen's body, which was quite sturdy. Yi Chen's body was very different from hers. Yi Chen's body was very firm and hard. This was different from her body, which felt soft to the touch. If you want strong and sturdy, then you can touch this. Yi Chen guided Mei Yueli's hand downwards. As Yi Chen guided Mei Yueli down, Mei Yueli felt a large, hard, and hot object. Mei Yueli of course knew what this was. It definitely belonged to Yi Chen, who had been messing with her all this time. Geez, it's also getting bigger. Mei Yueli sensed that Yi Chen's was huge. It was probably much bigger since the last time they had dual cultivation. Mei Yueli wasn't too afraid of Yi Chen's anymore. She seemed to have gotten used to Yi Chen's big and strong one. What is it? Why are you silent like that? Yi Chen asked why Mei Yueli was silent like that. No, it's just that it's getting bigger. Mei Yueli said that Yi Chen seemed to be getting bigger. Wouldn't the bigger the better for you, Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli was embarrassed when she heard this. Mei Yueli had to admit that what Yi Chen said was the truth. Mei Yueli was a little angry. She squeezed Yi Chen's quite firmly. Ouch. Yi Chen shouted when he saw his own being squeezed by Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli's strength was strong enough to hurt Yi Chen's little brother. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Mei Yueli immediately apologized. Just now she was too impulsive. Wife, how can you do such a thing? What if this is broken? Won't it be a problem for your sister in the future? Yi Chen said while complaining to Mei Yueli. I'm sorry, does it hurt? Mei Yueli looked very guilty, trying to ease Yi Chen's pain. Chapter 1396. Mu Shuiying looked from outside. Of course it hurts. Yi Chen said that what Mei Yueli did hurt his. Then let me help you. Mei Yueli took the initiative to help Yi Chen. She would help reduce Yi Chen's pain. Mei Yueli took off the veil that was on her face. She started to kiss Yi Chen's big thing. When Mei Yueli kissed Yi Chen's younger brother, Yi Chen felt a comfortable feeling. He could feel Mei Yueli's sincerity and affection. Mei Yueli continued to pamper Yi Chen's big thing. She used her hands and cheeks to comfort Yi Chen. Honestly, Yi Chen didn't know how Mei Yueli knew something like this. What was certain was that what Mei Yueli was doing felt very comfortable for Yi Chen. Husband, how about it? Does it feel better? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know what Yi Chen thought about what she was doing. This was the first time Mei Yueli had done something like this. Before she had only given word of mouth to Yi Chen. But now Mei Yueli seemed to be giving everything she could to Yi Chen's little brother. Yes, this is better, please continue. Yi Chen told Mei Yueli to continue what she was doing. What Mei Yueli was doing was very comfortable. Seeing that Yi Chen was comfortable with what she was doing, Mei Yueli took the initiative to continue and gave Yi Chen pleasure. Honestly, Mei Yueli liked to do this. She wanted Yi Chen's essence, which tasted very delicious. It was the best thing that Mei Yueli had ever tasted. Chew. Mei Yueli kept kissing Yi Chen's big thing. She kept stimulating Yi Chen using all her abilities. Although Mei Yueli's movements were still a little unskillful, but it still felt very comfortable for Yi Chen. He was very happy about this. Mei Yueli looked up at Yi Chen. She smiled at Yi Chen. Mei Yueli's smile was full of flowers. She really liked helping Yi Chen solve this problem. Yi Chen looked at Mei Yueli. When Yi Chen looked at Mei Yueli, Yi Chen saw Mei Yueli's red crystal eyes. For some reason this was very tempting for Yi Chen. Yi Chen became more and more excited, his thing growing bigger when he saw the lewd Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli started to open her mouth. She swallowed Yi Chen's big thing. After playing for quite a while, Yi Chen still didn't show any signs of losing, so Mei Yueli had to use other means to beat Yi Chen, and this was the only way for Mei Yueli to defeat Yi Chen. She would defeat Yi Chen with her mouth, after which Mei Yueli would harvest Yi Chen's yang qi essence. Yi Chen's essence was something useful to Mei Yueli. It had so many effects that Mei Yueli wanted it. Actually, Yi Chen's essence was something very precious. If women found out, then it would be a war to fight over Yi Chen. In God realm, strength is above all else. Yi Chen's essence can provide many benefits to women. Of course they will go and harvest Yi Chen's essence for the strength and beauty they possess. Mei Yueli started to suck and eat Yi Chen's big thing. She started to enjoy Yi Chen's big thing. Mei Yueli stimulated Yi Chen by using her tongue. She used her tongue to stimulate and make Yi Chen feel comfortable. Oh, this is fun. Yi Chen was satisfied. Mei Yueli was becoming more and more skilled. If Mei Yueli was trained any further, then Mei Yueli would definitely become a very talented woman in bed. Slurp, jubo. Mei Yueli became more and more aggressive. She gave a very heavy resistance to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very happy about this. He enjoyed what Mei Yueli did. Meanwhile, upstairs, Mu Shuiying had finished contemplating. She intended to return to her own room. Mu Shuiying didn't get what she needed, so Mu Shuiying intended to return to her room. Mu Shuiying only took a moment to arrive in front of her room. In just a moment, Mu Shuiying had arrived at her room. When Mu Shuiying was about to enter her room, Mu Shuiying looked at Yi Chen's room. Mu Shuiying wanted to see what Yi Chen was doing at night like this. If maybe Mu Shuiying wanted to talk to Yi Chen about something, Mu Shuiying wanted to talk to Yi Chen about something important. Mu Shuiying opened the door of Yi Chen's room. Mu Shuiying did this very slowly. It didn't make a sound at all. Mu Shuiying didn't want to disturb Yi Chen. Who knows whether Yi Chen is currently cultivating or sleeping? Mu Shuiying just opened a little bit. At that moment, Mu Shuiying heard a strange voice from inside. As a cultivator, Mu Shuiying's hearing sensitivity was unquestionable. She could hear a strange sound coming from within Yi Chen's room. After hearing this voice, Mu Shuiying's curiosity grew stronger. Mei Yueli became curious about what was going on in there. Mu Shuiying dared to peek inside. When she peeked into the room, Mu Shuiying saw a very shocking sight. Inside, Mu Shuiying saw a woman who was serving Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying couldn't clearly see who the woman was. She felt quite strange when she saw the figure of a woman wearing sexy clothes. Mu Shuiying continued to observe the woman, herself closely observing who this woman was. After observing for a while, Mu Shuiying finally knew who the woman Yi Chen was with. Yueli. Mu Shuiying finally realized that the woman who was with Yi Chen was Mei Yueli. Mu Shuiying didn't expect that Mei Yueli would wear such a sexy outfit. It was quite difficult for Mu Shuiying to imagine the innocent Mei Yueli actually did something like this under Yi Chen's instructions. Mu Shuiying actually wanted to leave this place. She didn't want to interfere with what Yi Chen and Mei Yueli were doing. Mu Shuiying already knew about the relationship between the two, but she didn't expect that Mei Yueli would be so quickly turned into this by Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying intended to leave this place, but when Mu Shuiying wanted to leave this place, Mu Shuiying found that she couldn't leave this place. The sight in front of her attracted Mu Shuiying, especially Yi Chen's large object, which was currently being served by Mei Yueli. Mu Shuiying began to imagine that if she were in Mei Yueli's position, the feeling that doing so would be a lot of fun to do. Mu Shuiying started to imagine the night she was with Yi Chen. Honestly, Mu Shuiying missed the time when she was with Yi Chen. She really wanted to repeat what happened. When Mu Shuiying saw what was happening in front of her eyes, Mu Shuiying became so excited, she started to get wet just from seeing what happened between Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying. I can't take it anymore. In her heart, Mu Shuiying screamed very loudly. She felt that she couldn't stand this feeling anymore. Bang! The door was forcefully opened by Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli, who were inside, were shocked when they heard the door being forcefully opened by someone. Chapter 1397. Mu Shuiying joined night battle. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli looked shocked when they saw that someone was forcibly entering. Mei Yueli immediately stopped what she was doing and looked towards the entrance. As Yi Chen and Mei Yueli looked towards the entrance, they saw the presence of Mu Shuiying. This made Mei Yueli feel anxious and panicked when she was found by Mu Shuiying. Plus, Mei Yueli was found while doing fun things with Yi Chen. Sister Shuiying, this. Mei Yueli tried to explain what happened, herself confusedly tried to explain what happened to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying didn't say anything. She went in and locked the door. This was done so that outsiders wouldn't come inside. Without saying anything, Mu Shuiying walked over to Yi Chen and Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli panicked when she saw Mu Shuiying approaching towards her. Her heart beat very fast when she saw Mu Shuiying getting closer. Yi Chen was also worried that when Mu Shuiying approached, it seemed that there would be a big problem when Mu Shuiying was in this place. Yi Chen was really too careless. Yi Chen forgot to lock the door before doing dual cultivation. This made Mu Shuiying easily enter this room. Damn, what should I do? Yi Chen tried to find a way to solve this problem. He should be able to solve this problem. If Yi Chen couldn't resolve this matter, then it would be a very troublesome thing. Mu Shuiying had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. She looked at Yi Chen with a strange look. Sister Shuiying, I can explain this, Mei Yueli tried to explain to Mu Shuiying. She wanted to explain what happened to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying immediately stopped what Mei Yueli wanted to do. She didn't want any explanation from Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli couldn't help but surrender when she saw this. It seemed that it was all over. Mu Shuiying suddenly knelt down. She extended her hand towards Yi Chen's large object. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli were both shocked when they saw this. They were shocked to see what Mu Shuiying did. Senior Sister Shuiying? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. Why did Mu Shuiying do something like this? Shut up and don't ask too many questions. Mu Shuiying immediately told Yi Chen to be quiet. She forbade Yi Chen to ask her too many questions. Yi Chen could only keep his words back down his throat. Mu Shuiying started to use her finger to touch Yi Chen's. She started up and down movement on Yi Chen's thing. Oh. Yi Chen was completely shocked by what Mu Shuiying did. He couldn't believe that Mu Shuiying would do something like that to him. Mu Shuiying was using her hands to help Yi Chen. This was naturally hard for Yi Chen to believe. Mu Shuiying, who was usually indifferent and didn't care about matters between men and women, took the initiative first. This naturally came as a complete shock to Yi Chen. Besides, Mei Yueli was also surprised by what Mu Shuiying did. She didn't expect that Mu Shuiying would help Yi Chen by using her hand. Mei Yueli didn't dare to disturb Mu Shuiying. She just watched from the side what Mu Shuiying did to Yi Chen. The smell, it's been a long time. When Mu Shuiying smelled Yi Chen's scent, she felt very excited. It had been a long time since Mu Shuiying had felt that smell that made her head feel crazy. Every time Mu Shuiying saw Yi Chen's, she would feel crazy. Mu Shuiying was ashamed of herself. How could she be such a pervert when she was with Yi Chen? Mu Shuiying's nature was indeed aggressive. She was very aggressive and active when doing dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. That was the only time when Mu Shuiying took off her indifferent mask. Mu Shuiying took off her veil. Mu Shuiying's beautiful face was now clearly visible in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw Mu Shuiying's beautiful face, how Mu Shuiying became more and more beautiful. She had only become more beautiful since the last time Yi Chen saw Mu Shuiying's face. The moment Yi Chen saw Mu Shuiying's beautiful face, he felt very excited. He felt a great passion in his body. Yi Chen felt that he wanted Mu Shuiying in front of him. Mu Shuiying felt Yi Chen's fiery gaze on her. This made Mu Shuiying feel a little embarrassed. Yi Chen's passionate gaze made Mu Shuiying feel very excited. Mu Shuiying returned her focus to the object in her hands. She wanted to feel the feeling like that night. Mu Shuiying lowered her head and started to taste Yi Chen's large object. Oh! Yi Chen groaned. He felt a very comfortable feeling from Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen felt that he was dreaming. The cold and indifferent Mu Shuiying actually gave a word of mouth to him. This was still something Yi Chen could hardly believe. Mu Shuiying started sucking Yi Chen's property very aggressively. It was obvious that Mu Shuiying wanted to steal Yi Chen's soul. Yi Chen couldn't stand what Mu Shuiying was doing. Mu Shuiying's feelings and techniques were so skillful. Yi Chen didn't know that Mu Shuiying would be so good at this. Mu Shuiying used her tongue so skillfully. It was like she was sucking Yi Chen into an endless pit. Where did she learn this? He seemed so skilled in his heart. Yi Chen started to ask where Mu Shuiying learned this ability. Mu Shuiying ability be said to be extraordinary. It was like the skills that Jia Yanyan and others. Yi Chen's wife. Yi Chen couldn't stand what Mu Shuiying gave him. He grabbed Mu Shuiying's beautiful hair and accelerated Mu Shuiying's movements. Surprisingly, Mu Shuiying didn't fight back. She didn't fight back at all when Yi Chen did such a rude thing to her. This Mei Yueli was quite dumbfounded when she saw the very aggressive Mu Shuiying. Honestly, Mei Yueli had never seen Mu Shuiying like this. Plus, Mu Shuiying looked much more professional than herself. This was quite a shock to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli could only watch what Mu Shuiying was doing. She watched while comforting herself. Mu Shuiying continued to help Yi Chen by using her mouth. After about 20 minutes of Mu Shuiying struggling, Yi Chen finally showed signs of giving up under his control. Mu Shuiying didn't miss a golden opportunity to beat Yi Chen. She used this opportunity to beat Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying accelerated her movement, herself speeding up to beat Yi Chen. Onslaught of attacks that emanated by Mu Shuiying very hard. This makes it difficult to Yi Chen Shuiying against Mu. If it continued like this, then Yi Chen's defeat was only a matter of time. Honestly, Yi Chen didn't believe that Mu Shuiying's ability would be so strong. Mu Shuiying became a very, very worthy opponent for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was currently trying his best to survive, himself trying his best to survive his defeat. Even though he tried his best to endure, Yi Chen still couldn't help this feeling. He couldn't help the feeling that Mu Shuiying gave him. Chapter 1398 Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying Mei Yueli. 1. Yi Chen had to accept that he had been defeated by Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen acknowledged Mu Shuiying's skill. Yi Chen restrained Mu Shuiying. He took out his Yang Qi essence and gave it to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying happily accepted Yi Chen's Yang Qi essence. She absorbed all of Yi Chen's Yang Qi essence. Mu Shuiying had queen heart silk like all Yi Chen women. Naturally, she could cultivate pure Yang Qi very well. Glup, 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 glup. Mu Shuiying continued to swallow Yi Chen's Yang Qi essence, not letting a single drop go to waste. While Yi Chen felt very relieved, this feeling was really very pleasant. Mu Shuiying's service was the best thing that Yi Chen had ever felt. Yi Chen obtained a service from a beautiful goddess like Mu Shuiying. How could he not feel happy about this? As a special exquisite goddess body, Mu Shuiying was a very rare beauty. Mu Shuiying's beauty was something that a man could not ignore. Mu Shuiying cleaned Yi Chen's. After she finished cleaning Yi Chen's, Mu Shuiying got up and started to take off her clothes. Yi Chen was again taken aback by what Mu Shuiying did. What Mu Shuiying did was something that was hard for Yi Chen to accept. Yi Chen felt very confused about what had happened. Why did Mu Shuiying become like this? What made Mu Shuiying so excited? Did she get hit by an aphrodisiac and become lustful like she is now? Yi Chen checked Mu Shuiying's condition. He wanted to know the reason why Mu Shuiying became like this. When Yi Chen checked Mu Shuiying's condition, he didn't find that there was nothing odd about Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying didn't show any signs of being affected by an aphrodisiac. Yi Chen, am I beautiful? Mu Shuiying asked herself, asking if she was beautiful or not. Of course you are beautiful, why are you still asking about it? Yi Chen of course said that Mu Shuiying was beautiful. How could Yi Chen dare to say that Mu Shuiying was not beautiful? Mu Shuiying's indifferent and cold beauty was something. Yi Chen naturally had to admit this. Then why are you silent? Are you not interested in me? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying wished Yi Chen to be more active. She wanted Yi Chen to be more active when doing dual cultivation with her. Yi Chen naturally understood what Mu Shuiying wanted. He understood that Mu Shuiying was inviting him. As a true man, how could Yi Chen possibly back down from Mu Shuiying's invitation? He had to step up and face Mu Shuiying. All the doubts in Yi Chen's heart were now gone. He reached out and started pulling Mu Shuiying towards him. Mu Shuiying did not put up a fight, she let Yi Chen do whatever he wanted. Last time Yi Chen was unconscious, so Mu Shuiying, who was very active, now was different from that time. Yi Chen was currently in a conscious state, so Mu Shuiying wanted Yi Chen to be more active and carry out herself. Yi Chen touched Mu Shuiying's body, he started to touch and feel Mu Shuiying's body. Mu Shuiying's body looked very soft and very comfortable to touch. Mu Shuiying had a very beautiful body, especially Mu Shuiying's dual peak, it looked so perfect and so tight. Yi Chen really liked it when he saw this. Cherry buds still look so fresh, it looks like the best food in the world. Yi Chen couldn't stand what was in front of his eyes. He couldn't stand it when he saw what was in front of his eyes. To be honest, Mu Shuiying's double peak was very seductive, the size and everything was perfect. Mu Shuiying's double peak seemed to invite Yi Chen to touch it. Yi Chen touched Mu Shuiying's dual peak. He started to feel what Mu Shuiying's dual peak was like. When Yi Chen touched Mu Shuiying's double peak, he felt that it was very soft and supple. It was very pleasant to the touch. Mu Shuiying started to moan. She felt a very comfortable feeling when Yi Chen touched her. Honestly, Mu Shuiying liked this feeling. It was really very comfortable and pleasant. Yi Chen, more. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to do more. She wanted more comfort from Yi Chen. Is this comfortable? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. He wanted Mu Shuiying's opinion. Yi Chen still didn't understand Mu Shuiying, so he asked if Mu Shuiying was comfortable with what she was doing. It's comfortable. Mu Shuiying replied that it was very comfortable. This was Yi Chen's first time seeing Mu Shuiying in this state. Mu Shuiying in this state was very honest. Mu Shuiying was very honest. She said the feeling she was feeling right now. Seeing Mu Shuiying being so honest with herself, Yi Chen became more and more daring. He was getting bolder in touching Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen even started sucking Mu Shuiying's cherry buds. He enjoyed and sucked Mu Shuiying's cherry bud. Ah! Mu Shuiying groaned. She let out a very seductive voice. This voice made anyone who listened to be very excited. Slurp. Yi Chen was enjoying this. He still couldn't believe that he could enjoy a beauty like Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen, let's do it. The two played for a while. After a long time, Mu Shuiying finally asked Yi Chen to do dual cultivation. Of course, Yi Chen immediately laid down Mu Shuiying's body. He immediately raised his weapon and prepared to break into Mu Shuiying's gate. Yi Chen can't wait to get Mu Shuiying's first time. He will get his first time from a beautiful goddess like Mu Shuiying. Of course, this is a satisfaction in itself. Yi Chen finally used his weapon. He directly barged into Mu Shuiying's defense. Mu Shuiying did not put up a fight. She knew that it would be futile to put up a fight. Yi Chen's big thing went into Mu Shuiying's honey cave. It entered Mu Shuiying's body. Mu Shuiying's was quite narrow. This gave Yi Chen a bit of resistance. Inside Mu Shuiying was extremely cool. It was also so deep that it could contain Yi Chen's. Yi Chen looked down. When Yi Chen looked down, he didn't see any traces of blood on lower. Yi Chen felt strange. About this, is Mu Shuiying no longer innocent? This is quite a burden on Yi Chen's mind. Sister Shuiying, may I ask you something? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. What? Mu Shuiying could still answer questions from Yi Chen. She still had the awareness to answer questions from Yi Chen. Is this not your first time? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying, himself asking if this wasn't Mu Shuiying's first. Of course, why are you still asking? Mu Shuiying looked displeased as she listened to Yi Chen's question. Yi Chen could sense that Mu Shuiying looked displeased with his question. It seemed that Mu Shuiying didn't like what she just asked. Sister Shuiying, I'm sorry, I won't ask again about it. Yi Chen said that he would not ask again about this matter. Mu Shuiying just looked away. She didn't seem to accept Yi Chen's apology. Chapter 1399. Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying Mei Yueli. 2. Yi Chen knew that it was not good to mention this matter. So it was not surprising that Mu Shuiying would be annoyed when Yi Chen brought up this matter. Baby, I'm really sorry. I know what I said earlier was unpleasant. From now on I won't mention it again. From now on you are completely mine, Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen tried to persuade Mu Shuiying. He persuaded Mu Shuiying to forgive him. Puchi, beside Mei Yueli laughed. She laughed as she listened to what Yi Chen said. Husband, you are so cute. You are the first to take sister Shuiying, how can you not know this matter? Mei Yueli said to Yi Chen. Mei Yueli told that Yi Chen was the one who had taken Mu Shuiying's first time. How could Yi Chen apologize and say something like that? When? Yi Chen had absolutely no recollection of when he did dual cultivation with Mu Shuiying. He had no recollection of ever doing that. Do you still remember when you fought the demon? Mei Yueli said to Yi Chen. Of course Yi Chen of course still remembered. That time he was saved by Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Sister Shuiying also helped you. Mei Yueli said that Mu Shuiying also helped heal Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Mu Shuiying, perhaps Yi Chen would not have been able to be saved. Is that true? Yi Chen couldn't believe what Mei Yueli said. He looked at Mu Shuiying who was below him. Mu Shuiying turned her head back. She looked embarrassed when she saw Yi Chen's loving gaze towards her. So it's like that. I didn't expect Sister Shuiying to be my woman for so long. Why didn't I know about the matter? Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying, who was in front of him. Mu Shuiying didn't answer. She looked embarrassed to answer why she hid this matter from Yi Chen. So you don't want to talk? Then let me make you talk. Seeing Mu Shuiying, who just kept quiet, Yi Chen would make Mu Shuiying speak the truth. Yi Chen knew how to get Mu Shuiying to speak the truth. He would make Mu Shuiying honest with her feelings. Yi Chen started the battle, himself going even deeper to ruffle Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying was not prepared for Yi Chen's sudden attack. She was not prepared for this attack. Mu Shuiying got more pleasure than Yi Chen. She was very happy with the feelings that Yi Chen gave. It had been a long time for Mu Shuiying to feel this kind of feeling. Now she was finally able to feel this feeling for the second time. Honestly, this feeling was very comfortable. Mu Shuiying felt that she was being sent flying to the 7th level of heaven. Yi Chen more stronger. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to do even harder. Mu Shuiying liked Yi Chen's aggressiveness. Why don't you start calling me husband? Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying to call himself husband. No, that's embarrassing. Mu Shuiying felt embarrassed when she had to call Yi Chen husband. If you don't want to, then I will stop. Seeing Mu Shuiying, who didn't want to admit Yi Chen, then Yi Chen would stop right now. No, don't stop. Mu Shuiying didn't want Yi Chen to stop halfway. She just felt a sense of comfort from Yi Chen. Then why don't you start it? Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying to start calling himself husband. Seeing Yi Chen, who kept pushing herself, Mu Shuiying had no choice but to do as Yi Chen wanted. Husband, please don't make tease of me anymore. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to continue and stop mocking her. This was really embarrassing. Mu Shuiying didn't expect that doing this with the unconscious Yi Chen would be so embarrassing. Her heart felt both happy and embarrassed for Yi Chen. Yi Chen seemed very pleased with Mu Shuiying's words. This pretty indifferent goddess was finally willing to admit herself. I will definitely make my goddess wife feel comfortable. Yi Chen said that he would make Mu Shuiying feel the most comfortable feeling. Now that Mu Shuiying had become his, Yi Chen would engrave his feelings for Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen started to move very fast. He started to get rough and excited when he did the beautiful Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying's sweet moans echoed throughout this room. Mu Shuiying really took out everything she had. She really liked what happened. Dual cultivation with Yi Chen was the best. Nothing could beat the feeling she got from Yi Chen, and Mu Shuiying fused for more than 2 hours. Yi Chen really enjoyed Mu Shuiying's extremely reliable ability. Mu Shuiying couldn't take it anymore. She was completely rendered helpless by Yi Chen's extremely strong ability. Yi Chen had already filled Mu Shuiying several times. This made Mu Shuiying's flower core full. She really couldn't hold back Yi Chen's immense young chi essence anymore. Yueli, come here. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to come closer. She wanted to give something to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli started to get closer, herself. Getting closer to where Mu Shuiying was, Mu Shuiying touched Mei Yueli's forehead. She gave Mei Yueli a little knowledge about dual cultivation. This was so that Mei Yueli could help her in dealing with Yi Chen. Honestly, a conscious Yi Chen was very hard to fight against. This was different when Yi Chen was unconscious. Yi Chen had discovered Mu Shuiying's weak point, so Yi Chen could easily defeat Mu Shuiying and make Mu Shuiying feel helpless. Yueli, quickly learn it. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to study what she gave. Okay, Mei Yueli nodded. She would study what Mu Shuiying gave her. While Mei Yueli was learning the Queen Heart Silk and other dual cultivation skills, Mu Shuiying would hold off on Yi Chen for as long as possible. 1 hour quickly passed. Mu Shuiying was already in a very exhausted state. She needed a short rest to recover her strength. Husband, please spare me. Mu Shuiying couldn't take it anymore. She asked Yi Chen to spare herself. I still want to continue. Yi Chen said that he still wanted to continue. Yi Chen was addicted to Mu Shuiying. You can do it with Yueli. She seems to be waiting for you. Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen to look at Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli had been waiting for her turn. Yi Chen looked at Mei Yueli. He almost forgot that Mei Yueli was at the side and waited for her turn. Yi Chen let go of Mu Shuiying. He let Mu Shuiying rest. After being released by Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying was finally able to rest for a while. I'm sorry, I almost forgot about you. Yi Chen truly apologized to Mei Yueli. It's okay. Mu Shuiying was fine. From the very beginning she didn't want to interfere with the meeting between Mu Shuiying and Yi Chen. She gave Mu Shuiying and Yi Chen time to enjoy their love. I will make up for the mistakes I have made. Yi Chen said that he would make up for the mistakes he had made. Yi Chen immediately grabbed Mei Yueli's waist and brought her closer to him. When Yi Chen did that, Yi Chen found that Mei Yueli was already wet enough, which meant that Yi Chen could start right away. Wife, you look excited, Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli, who was in front of him. It's because of you, you made me like this. Mei Yueli said that this was Yi Chen's fault. Yi Chen just smiled when he heard what Mei Yueli said. Yi Chen immediately went and put his own in Mei Yueli. It's so full. Mei Yueli felt herself being full of Yi Chen's. This feeling was very pleasant. It's just started. Yi Chen said that it was just the beginning. Yi Chen started moving at a constant speed towards Mei Yueli. He was also quite aggressive towards Mei Yueli, and Mei Yueli's moans now echoed. The whole room was now filled with the groans of Mei Yueli. Yi Chen continued to do Mei Yueli. The current Mei Yueli was different from before. She seemed to have started to become very skilled thanks to the knowledge given by Mu Shuiying. Tonight Yi Chen had great pleasure from Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli, both of whom had become succubus who could satisfy Yi Chen. It's very comfortable, husband, you is great. Mei Yueli also enjoyed Yi Chen's pleasure. She also enjoyed spending time with Yi Chen. Then let's work together to have more fun. Yi Chen invited Mei Yueli to cooperate and have more fun. Okay, I will listen to husband. Mei Yueli will listen to what Yi Chen has to say. They will work together to have more fun. Time passed without Yi Chen and Mei Yueli noticing. They were both too engrossed in their own worlds. After getting enough rest, Mu Shuiying finally joined the battle, herself joining the battle with Mei Yueli. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli worked together. They both tried their best to serve Yi Chen. Yi Chen was like a king. Now the two beauties were kneeling under his feet and serving him. How could Yi Chen not be happy about this? Yi Chen satisfied Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli at the same time. This time both of them had a great pleasure that they would never forget. Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli be lost into love. They didn't realize that it had been several days since they had entered this room. The three have forgotten the time. They just want to be together and do this together with their loved ones. Chapter 1400. Have to find resources for Xia Qingyu and Munianci. After several days of long madness, finally Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying, and Mei Yueli could rest in peace. The three of them rested quietly and enjoyed their time together. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli both hugged Yi Chen. Both of them seemed to really enjoy being with Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying was no longer like before, who had run away after dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Now Mu Shuiying was able to accept her destiny to be with Yi Chen and enjoy this life. Mu Shuiying had already gotten the answer to what she had been thinking all along. It was better to be honest than to have to lie to hold back the feelings in her heart. The three of them really enjoyed the time they had. They all looked very happy. After resting for a while, Yi Chen woke up. He woke up and saw Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli, currently both sleeping on his chest, both using Yi Chen's chest as a pillow. It didn't seem like a dream. When he saw Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli around him, Yi Chen understood that what happened wasn't a dream. The moment Yi Chen made a move, Mu Shuiying instantly woke up from her sleep. Mu Shuiying was a very alert cultivator, so even a small movement could wake her from sleep. On the other hand, Mei Yueli seemed to be enjoying her sleep. She looked very exhausted from being dragged into the long battle together with Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying. I thought someone had come in. It was you. Mu Shuiying thought that someone had come in here. If that happened, it would definitely be a dangerous thing for them. You don't have to worry about that matter. This place is equipped with a very complex lock, so it's not easy to break into here. Yi Chen said that it was not easy for outsiders to break into this place. I see. Mu Shuiying understood. It seemed that she was too worried about this matter. How are you, dear? Yi Chen asked how things were from Mu Shuiying at the moment. You can still ask, like, after what you did to me, Mu Shuiying said in a complaining tone. To be honest, Mu Shuiying felt a pain in her waist, plus her legs felt weak and slightly hurt when she moved. Even though she was in pain, Mu Shuiying felt that her body had become refreshed. She seemed to have enormous energy in her body. In addition, Mu Shuiying's beauty radiated even more after receiving Yi Chen's natural moisturizer. Didn't you say to be more rude yourself? Should I repeat what you said last night? Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying's face blushed when she listened to what Yi Chen said. Mu Shuiying felt embarrassed when she listened to what Yi Chen had just said about her. Honestly, Mu Shuiying had shown her true self in front of Yi Chen. Now there was nothing to hide from Yi Chen. You were so mean for making fun of me, Mu Shuiying protested at Yi Chen, who was mocking her. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen laughed when he saw Mu Shuiying's appearance. This Mu Shuiying looked really cute. In this world, perhaps only Yi Chen had ever seen Mu Shuiying's appearance. He was the only person capable of making Mu Shuiying exhibit this kind of figure. Husband, have you touched Xia Qingyu and Munianci? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen, she wanting to know if Yi Chen had touched Munianci and Xia Qingyu. Mu Shuiying was no longer embarrassed when she called Yi Chen intimately. She could call Yi Chen like a husband. Not yet. Why? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. Why did Mu Shuiying suddenly ask about this matter? No, it's just that I hope you don't do that to the two of them. They are both still in the development stage. Wait until they are fully worthy. Mu Shuiying forbade Yi Chen not to touch Xia Qingyu and Munianci. Both are still in good development. I understand, but what if I want that? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. Let me bear it, Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying said earnestly. She was guarding the future of Xia Qingyu and Munianci. Mu Shuiying was sure that both of them would become strong and great cultivators. Then let's continue. Yi Chen touched Mu Shuiying. He invited Mu Shuiying to continue dual cultivation. Are you a monster? How do you still have the spirit and energy to do that? Mu Shuiying was really afraid of Yi Chen. Yi Chen's abilities were so far away. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli were unable to keep up with the abilities possessed by Yi Chen. I am indeed a monster, and this monster wants to eat you, Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen wanted to try again with Mu Shuiying. It was really fun doing dual cultivation with Mu Shuiying. No, this is enough. Mu Shuiying immediately refused Yi Chen's request. If Mu Shuiying continued to obey Yi Chen's orders, it would be dangerous for her safety. Honestly, Yi Chen was a great man. He was able to overcome Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli at the same time. It was impossible for every man in this world to do. It wasn't strange that Zhao Yanyan and Yi Chen's wife were having a hard time. To be honest, this was something that was extremely difficult for Mu Shuiying. If Mei Yueli wasn't around, Mu Shuiying probably wouldn't have been able to last that long. Haha, look at your reaction. I was just joking. Yi Chen said that he was only joking with Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen knew his limits. Mu Shuiying looked helpless. It seemed that she was still unable to keep up with Yi Chen's way of speaking. Husband, you have to find resources for Munianci and Xiaoqingyu. They really need qualified resources to get strong quickly. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to find decent resources for Munianci and Xiaoqingyu. Are the resources in Jade Lotus Peak not enough for them? Yi Chen asked if the resources at Jade Lotus Peak were still not enough for Munianci and Mu Shuiying. The resources at Jade Lotus Peak might be good, but it's still not enough, Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Then where can I get the fastest resources? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. The fastest way to get resources is in the points contribution hall. The problem is that it will require a very large amount of contribution points. It is difficult to make up for it. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen about the fastest way to get resources. I just remembered that I still have an unresolved bet. Yi Chen remembered that he had made a bet, so Yi Chen should have earned a lot of contribution points. Although Yi Chen decided to go and take his contribution points. You have to watch out for Lord Peak who wants to target you. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to be careful. Honestly, Mu Shuiying was still a little sore in the back, so Mu Shuiying couldn't go and help Yi Chen. Don't worry, your husband won't be kidnapped by others. I can take care of myself. Yi Chen said that he could take care of himself, so Mu Shuiying didn't have to worry too much. Yi Chen put on his clothes and out of the room. He went straight down from Jade Lotus Peak. Mu Shuiying could only watch Yi Chen leave. She decided to rest and recover her still not fully recovered body.